Oh,
And
we're
Peter,
streaming,
yeah.
and I'm going to see. It looks
Oh,
okay. I'm looking for the live feed.
oh God.
I don't see it yet
Uh huh.
um, on YouTube. This is
Hmm.
live, latest. It's not up there yet.
Well, it's streaming in the studio. So my studio says, I'm sorry, my voice sounds like this. It'll change soon enough. Right now, I'm sucking on 3 zinc tablets and 2 ashwagandha gel caps. It's the only way to get the zinc tablets down. The zinc tablets, otherwise, are like stones. So Marky Milk, who is our dear friend Markesh, says Douglas and Peter sound loud and clear. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, sir. Thank you so much to Mark Haish. He's our fixer, the casino man.
Okay, I see it now. I see where we're live. I'm going to click on it. Okay,
Excellent.
it's
So what I'll do is I'll get the hyperlink and I will send you the hyperlink, and this will help immensely. Now you might hear a sound for a second. No, okay, good. Everybody upvote for all the reasons that we've gone into before, and for the moment, just saying that should suffice. We'll go over it again later if need be. And our dear T Tankberry says, loud and clear. Good evening from the city and county of San Francisco. Cooler weather. I'm so sorry. Cooler weather today. He says cooler weather here today. Yes, I mean, there's all this talk about a heat wave coming to California. Don't you believe it when it comes to San Francisco? Totally different world. David Fitzsimons in Atlantic City says, hit the like button. And before I get myself into any further trouble with the horror of my voice until these zinc tabs are dissolved, Peter Moon will take the stage from here. And all of you gentlemen, hugs to you all. Thank you all so much. Shining Shadows, who is our dear friend Chris Collins, says, sounding good in hot and humid St. Paul, Minnesota. Yes, wonderful place, I presume. Maybe he would beg to differ. And it's thank you all of you for confirming our sound audio quality, and all of you are just so welcome here. You have no idea. We pulled through last month miraculously. This is Canada Day, cum American Independence Day weekend. So we're happy to spend it with you, our extended family. I, of course, am back from the States. I haven't put up thumbnail images in a long time, just because we haven't had time, and you may as well play it safe under the assault that we're undergoing, with every excuse that they're finding to get us knocked off YouTube. Now, I'll try and explain some of the differences between here and France later because of the riots in France. And I will explain how they do not have the First Amendment in France, but with the Fifth Republic under de Gaulle, where they changed the Constitution for the fifth time, they effectively copied the American Constitution otherwise. So I do want to explain that to people, some of the intricacies, through the example of this horrible individual who wants to become president of France, who is basically this elderly, I'm not kidding you, North African Jew, who is the most reactionary right-wing extremist you would ever run into. Literally wrote a book claiming that the Vichy French protected the Jewish people more than any other European regime. A flat-out lie. Aside from the Third Reich itself, the French were so eager to get rid of their Jews that they made certain to load them up in rails. This was one of the main reasons for the trains being affiliated with death camps, is the fact that they had to get them on rail all the way from France over through Germany to the death camps in Eastern Europe. Hence, all of this had to be done by rail. This is one of the primary reasons for rails being associated with the Holocaust, railroads, is, of course, the insanity of people denying the reality of the Holocaust, like this French guy. Like I said, I'll bring him up later just to give people an example of, say, for instance, his quote-unquote problems compared to my problems in terms of quote-unquote free speech, that they don't have in France and we don't have here. And I'll explain why here we don't have it, because there's no constitutional controls over the tech companies which effectively control the information flow. And the tech companies consider themselves immune to the Constitution. They consider themselves extra-legal or extra-constitutional. As a matter of fact, this is why they consider themselves multinational, so that they can remove themselves from American law. And yet they're the ones that are really controlling the flow of information. And therefore, in America, where they effectively run the state, they decide who speaks and who does not. And obviously, Peter Moon and I are suppressed. So this is because they're defense contractors and serving the secret state, the military-industrial occult complex, or the military intelligence occult complex, is really that facet of the deep state, that sector of the deep state, that is the primary enemy of myself and Peter Moon through his affiliation with myself and his earlier affiliations with others. But with myself, he pretty much sealed his fate. With that, we turn it back to Peter, and he'll hold it from this point forward for a little while. I'll be here, of course, to participate. Okay.
Well, yes, thank you. Sealing the fate. We have a lot of interesting things to talk about tonight. Welcome to all of you who have come here. And I want to address something very interesting, because one of my friends, who Douglas is aware of, from Puerto Rico, who has contributed nicely to him, asked me a lot of questions about him, because as much as she listens and as much as she loved his book, she had a lot of questions, just basic questions about, what about this? What about that? What is the Dy-Elect exactly? And what else did she ask me? I was explaining so much of the basics of who Douglas is, what he's been through. I don't know if I want to go into it now.
Mm-hmm.
No, because it became involved.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It was very summarized.
Yeah.
Because she listened, and it's taken me years to be able to get a cohesive summary of what he's been through. And tonight we're going to go into at least a little bit. I don't know how deeply we need to go into it at all. If it, is basically the blood transfusion he had at Letterman Army Hospital.
Yes.
But which is very occult. See, so much of his activities are so occult, and it doesn't come out. I mean, every vignette of his life is so complicated and convoluted with occult circumstances. It's not like you can just spit it out. That's because you'll go into it, and so it's like, and nobody has time to listen to all of the transmissions. So this is the challenge that it presents to myself. But I was looking at stuff going on, because there's a lot of occult stuff going on in our life, both of us, and we definitely are under an occult attack, and because look at, we're penetrating. Now I want to say something. I was being interviewed extensively last year. It was a banner year for Skybooks. But since I started working on this book with Douglas, I'm not getting virtually any requests for interviews. I've had a couple, but they're not on any major platform. And it probably wouldn't, there are probably other reasons it wouldn't be worth my time to spend. But all the interviews have stopped. Virtually all. We did have an interview with Brett Louder, but then he didn't put up the second part of the interview.
Till you asked.
Yeah, but he did.
Yeah.
But see, there is this now. I now just realized I pay attention to astrology, and I didn't really think about it because Pluto has gone back into Capricorn, but that's the 29th degree of Capricorn, which are its most powerful. It's called the anaretic degree. The 29th degree of any sign or any house is the anaretic degree, which means it's super intensified and it does what it does. In this case, Pluto is wreaking havoc on structure, government, institutions. and institutions of power. And you even see this ridiculous thing with this steel cage match between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. And my money is on Elon Musk in terms of, because the Zuck is studying with superior fighting, technique. Jiu-jitsu. I don't think it's going to make a bit of difference. Because if you took, Bill Nye the Science Guy and taught him karate, and he went up against, some journeyman boxer, I think the boxer would, kick his ass. It's possible if Bill Nye the Science Guy really, learned his stuff. It's not the physical, but I just, you can't, you can't have, you can't take a kid to Tom Brady, the quarterback, and have him coach him and, have any reason to believe he's going to be a great success.
Right.
You have to have some authentic native skill, and as Elon Musk said, he just sit on him like a walrus. And there's something to be said for that, but the Zuck is wiry, and they're going to generate a lot of money. I think the great tragedy of the fight is not that they would be reducing themselves to this level, but the great tragedy is probably where the money's going to go and how it's going to be spent. This I do not know. But anyway, as I say, Pluto in the sign of Capricorn is has to do with tyrants. It has to do with what's going on with the prosecution of presidents, their sons, ex-presidents, all this putting the screws to these people in power. And I want to digress for just a second into France. It wasn't until Douglas just mentioned France, and of course I saw some of the stuff on television. I didn't, pay too much attention to it because it wasn't covered in depth. But you see, what happened after the American Revolution? Pluto in Capricorn is where the American Revolution. Well, what happened after that was the French Revolution. Yes. And the French Revolution completely, turned Europe upside down. And that really got going when Pluto was well into Aquarius. The seeds of it, like Ben Franklin was over in France during this very epic time period, and he was trying to get support for the United States, and he was quite active over there. And then when after America erupted, France erupted, and the common denominator between the two nations, besides Ben Franklin, was Freemasonry. Franklin was a heavy-duty Rosicrucian as well, and has been acknowledged as a member of the Hellfire Club in England. But be that as it may, France is going to be a pivotal, just like San Francisco is pivotal in the United States. California is pivotal, but San Francisco in particular, the edge of the peninsula. France is pivotal. It's pivotal to all of Europe. That's where the Freemasons reach their peak in overthrowing the monarchy. So it's whatever happens in France is going to be pivotal to the rest of Europe and hence the world. And of course, it was after that time period that French became the lingua franca, of the international language.
Yes.
It was the international language. Now it's English, but it used to be French. So this is Pluto in Capricorn, priming the pump for the next French Revolution. And we're undergoing a revolution right now in the United States.
Yes.
With, the homeless issue. And I just want to say something. I had to stand in line for a long time yesterday at a store. And I got to talking to this guy, and we were talking about the homeless situation. And boy, we had a very friendly, animated discussion. He was talking about stuff that was going on. I forget what he did. He had a nice job. He's a black guy. Nice job. But we're talking and just like boom, 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 boom. Next thing we knew, we were both waiting to be serviced. It was like, but it was a real animated discussion about, and of course, what he was talking about, because he had, there are, in New York, there are people that beg that aren't poor. There's all sorts of history and stories to this. There are plenty of people who beg who are poor. And perhaps there's more than there's ever been. And they're starting to house the people, or they already are housing people in hotels in Manhattan. And these people now have a place to live, but they'll still commit crimes on the street. And the mayor is being heavily criticized for allowing this. And they're saying, well, they're interviewing people in Manhattan and saying, would you want people how do you feel about strangers coming into your house? Like you can apply and you can get strangers to come into your house and the government will pay you at what cost? I don't know.
That was a nightmare of my dad's that would become enforced. That would of course be a violation of the amendment that you can't. I
think it's the Fourth Amendment.
Yeah, thank you.
And of course, what I first learned about the Fourth Amendment in 8th grade, and we studied the Constitution. That was, to a letter. I mean, we were indoctrinated in the U.S. Constitution, and that was made your whole 8th grade. And the final test on it. So we studied it relentlessly. And I remember the teacher telling us, he says, this whole Fourth Amendment is he says, the British used to quarter soldiers in your house.
Yeah.
Like you had a house, the British would put them in and they lived in your house.
Yeah.
So, if you had the crypt there, they'd be.
Oh, they wouldn't want to live here, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah. And so, it was like brutal, and this was a big deal. You didn't want soldiers. It was for soldiers. Yeah. Now, you might say that these homeless people are soldiers of a different sort.
yeah, that's good. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, we're now they're talking about them coming out to the suburbs. Some congresswoman, I believe she was a congressman. She was an elected official. I think she's from Wisconsin. Was just more or less declaring war on the suburbs. Who cares about the suburbs? And, and of course they were saying this is bad strategy for her because there's a lot of, voting bloc of women in the suburbs who are important votes. So whatnot. It's like this. We're undergoing a revolution in the United States. But Pluto in Capricorn, and I'm going to get into my association with Douglas in this because it says very few are interested in investigating Pluto. So congratulations, it says in this article, you have dared to enter the world of shadows. It generally feels like very unpleasant energy, which Douglas and I have both experienced this with our, adventure with doing this book. Harry Houdini and H.P. Lovecraft experienced very unpleasant energy. They were killed for their interest in exposing this stuff.
Yes.
We are going through, why are we going through a crisis? Pluto symbolizes death and rebirth. With Pluto, we go through a metamorphosis. It's kind of like the werewolf when the full moon rises. The triggers of this change are in the area of life symbolized by the astrological house in which it is found. When Pluto is activated, behaviors that we have repressed come to the surface in every possible way. Now, it's very interesting. It says, with Pluto, we go through a metamorphosis like the werewolf when the full moon rises. The triggers of this change are in the area of life, symbolized by the astrological house in which it's found. Now, we've all probably seen the movie when Lon Chaney playing Larry Talbot, the moon comes full and then, he turns into a werewolf. It's very dramatic. Well, in astrology, it's the moon that triggers the chart. It triggers the planet. It triggers in this case, it would have been triggering Pluto in Larry Talbot's chart. And it would be like, turn into a werewolf, The triggers, of this change are in the area symbolized by the house in which it's found. Now, in my case, Pluto is being triggered by the moon right now because Pluto is in Capricorn and the moon is a full moon in Capricorn tomorrow. So it's triggering Pluto. It's triggering metamorphosis in my fifth house, which is the natural house of Leo, but in my case it's Capricorn, which the fifth house is your children, amongst other things, your adventures, your romance, your love affairs, but it's your children. And in this case, the children, it's not just my own child, it's my books, what I create is my children.
Yes.
When I dream of my daughter named Sky Books is named after, it's always about my book company. It's seldom about her. Pluto, although it feels unpleasant, it is a great opportunity to get to know our instinctual nature and see who we really are, since this will allow us to transform that which does not allow us to progress. Pluto awakens our instinctual reactions so that we make them conscious and thus transform what does not allow us to progress. This is what I'm talking about now. The difference between the natal, meaning the birth position, and the transit of Pluto through the houses is that the natal position indicates the area of life where our evolution will focus in the present incarnation, while the transit of Pluto activates temporary processes that assist our evolutionary path. Now, my natal Pluto is in Leo in the 12th house of the hidden unconsciousness, of the hidden unconscious. So my evolution focuses in my present incarnation in the house of the unconscious. That's why I bring all this stuff up, whether it be Montauk, Romania, or with Douglas Dietrich. The power of transformation that Pluto presents is experienced both individually and collectively. It takes 248 years to travel the zodiacal wheel and stays in each sign between 12 and 31 years. In this sense, we are all part of a group that will evolve the characteristics of the sign where Pluto was when we were born. At the individual level, we live this process when the area of life or astrological house where Pluto is located. Now, when Pluto's in the fifth house, and this is in my case, and you can look up whatever Pluto is in whatever house you are, it symbolizes the area of life where our individuality is manifested outwardly for the first time. Now, my individuality is manifested through the books that I publish. It is a house of experimentation where we play with the environment and create something that bears our personal stamp, hence books. If I was, like my daughter also has a fifth house. Her play is her music. By analogy, traditionally it is also related to our children and to everything that brings joy to life. It is also related to romance, since when someone is interested in us, we feel seen. In this house, our self shines in some way. It is seen. So when you shine, that's Leo. That's the sun, the natural fifth house. The sun shines and people see you. They see me predominantly through my work. When Pluto is in this house, it indicates that for some reason or another, being seen, recognized, or taken into account can feel like a life and death situation. So all of a sudden, I'm not getting the appropriate recognition because I'm working with Douglas Dietrich.
Yes.
If I'm working with Radu or waxing nostalgic or enumerating Montauk, it's like, oh yeah, okay, it's all been, although that was once protested heavily. If we get down to the core of what I've discovered, it still is resisted. People want to talk about the old stuff, not what I'm really on the cusp of, not only with Douglas, but with David Anderson.
Yes.
And also with what's going on with Department Zero in Romania, which is a highly volatile, sensitive situation, which I can't really go into, mostly because I don't have enough information to present a coherent narrative. I hope that changes when I return from Romania. This visceral need to be seen arises from the unconscious memories created in early childhood. It can also refer to ancestral and/or soul memories where being the center of attention meant some kind of danger. I personally don't seek as much attention as I could or would, because, what do I want attention from? I'm basically trying to sell my books and get my message out. I don't need the attention of mass media because it all gets convoluted. It might help sell books, but it's like, then you become an icon of, stupidity, for lack of a better word. Because the stupidity is just not having all the exact facts. It just becomes ignorant. Like let's just take John Cruise and Tom Travolta. Tom Cruise and John Travolta. They, of course, Scientology. But look at, and their images are just like adulterations of who they actually are. People know them for either their movies, which people tend to like their movies, and they tend to appreciate their movie starness. They tend to rag heavily on their personal lives. And while we all have our opinions, these are like iconic images of, reflections of who they are, but the real person would be quite different. Whatever. But those might be bad examples because they're involved with Scientology, but you could take anybody and they're what projects out to the world. Wherever Pluto is, we are going to have a great desire for personal power, because this forces us to face the fears that hinder it. On the one hand, we want with all our entrails what the house represents. On the other hand, getting it terrifies us. In the fifth house, we are torn between these two extremes. Either we desperately seek to express our creativity and be recognized for it, or we fear that it is our creativity that will destroy us. And, I could say, well, God, we're embracing Douglas Dietrich in the world of Harry Houdini. He got destroyed. Yeah. It's like, I'm not afraid of being destroyed by writing this book. It certainly looms as a, bad career move financially. And you guys listening are the ones that are going to support us when we sell this book. There's nobody else, except for maybe my subscribers who may or may not listen to this broadcast. It is not easy to navigate our knee-jerk reactions with awareness. They scare us and we try to bury them or take us completely and direct our behavior. When Pluto's in the 5th house, we try to hide our desire to be seen and recognized for our works because many times we have been accused of being narcissists. I rarely get that accusation. Somebody will once in a while when they have something, issue of their own.
Yes.
Few people understand the creative power of the sun, the natural ruler of the 5th house, nor the archetype of Leo, the sign that is ruled by the sun. When a person is able to express himself creatively, his inner sun shines and as a consequence attracts eyeballs. And that's the whole purpose of my whole career as a writer, is I've attracted eyeballs, which is like, that's what a writer has to do. But then you also have to ask, what are the quality of the eyes you're attracting? And what is the quality of what you have to offer the eyes? Like Stephen King. He's got all sorts of attraction,
If you say so.
He does. People read his stuff.
Oh, that's true. His stuff.
And, I can't evaluate the relative worth of any of his stuff because I haven't read it.
You aren't missing anything, but go.
Well, and Preston used to tell me stories about him and whatnot. And some may accuse them of wanting to get all the attention. While Pluto, and of course, people can be resentful if they're not getting attention. I know people that have been, few individuals, not many, that are very resentful that I'm getting attention and they're not. Well, they have to do their own 5th house stuff. And it's also part of the act of getting attention is you have to intelligently or coherently, or worse yet, competently attract it. Now, a woman showing her breast can attract attention, and that is not necessarily the best for anybody. It depends. So it's like, what are you attracting attention with? Intelligence? Women do this all the time on YouTube. And and the men who participate in the attraction are, being used. Because they have nothing better to attract themselves with. So it's like, well, all right. So anyway, while Pluto in the 5th house enjoys it, it is actually the result of unreserved self-giving through the creative act. So, when you're doing a creative act that's your child, and if it's done well or coherently or competently, it will attract attention. What happens to the individual with Pluto in the 5th house is that they're used to this power, at least unconsciously, and when they lose it, they can go into crisis. That's when they desperately seek to get it back, and they can self-destruct along the way. And this is what happened to George Adamski. He had some experience with whatever it was, interdimensionals, extraterrestrials, whatever you want to call them. And he was the hot man in town. And then he had to start making stuff up. But he lost attention. This is common. Channelers have been accused of this. They channel, and they are lauded for it because they came out and they inspired people, but then they got to keep up the act. You got to keep up the act because it becomes like a carnival. And this is very much this. I've never had to do this because I'm working with a live current. I don't have to make stuff up.
Thank God.
But, yeah, and when I do write creatively, I'm talking about what I'm creating. There's an infinite amount to create. One doesn't need to recycle old stuff. People recycle my stuff.
Yes.
They make it attention or interesting, and well, they have not yet really truly. Maybe in some people using Douglas's, transmissions and they've interviewed him and put him up, but that's not really recycling Douglas's work as their own, because they can't do it.
Thank you. It's so true. They have no idea of how to how would you plagiarize Douglas Dietrich? It's so unique. But go on.
Well, yeah, it's exciting. Can you imagine David Wilcock going, well, Japan really won the war? then he would be getting out the message that we want to get out.
Well, eventually it's going to happen. As you said, at some point, this will happen where these people will present it as their own discovery. We have that to a limited extent with people like... Yeah. Yeah, thank you! I couldn't have gotten that out without you! Yes!
Yeah. And what he's doing is he's basically churning information, and some of it's true, I guess, but it's watering down the source.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, in stockbroker terminology, and there's a term called churning.
Yes.
Where you take, an account and you just keep, okay, I'm going to buy some IBM today. I'm going to sell it tomorrow. I'm going to buy some, DuPont the next day, sell it tomorrow, and just buying and selling stocks to generate commissions.
Yes.
And if the account holder wins, good. But if he doesn't, the broker's still making money. It's called churning an account.
Yes.
So, they're basically taking information and they're selling it, churning it, making people interested. But there's no benefit, real, true benefit for, the value. It's just, let's be interesting. Let's be interesting. The news does this all the time. It's like, yeah, and we'll have this story in 10 minutes so that you keep watching, and we'll tell the true story of Babe Ruth giving Lou Gehrig a wedgie. House. There's a true story, and it comes, and we're going to have the man who dug up this information. Now, that would be a funny story. It's compelling. But then, you discount it and say, well, we know that's not true because Lou didn't wear any underwear. But whatever. But I mean, that they do that all the time to try and titillate the customer. Few people understand the creative power of the sun. The inner sun shines. Pluto in the 5th house naturally emanates an unusual power of attraction, wanting to get the attention. Okay, so I said people self-destruct when they get the attention. The Pluto position indicates that we have come to transform the way we approach our creative energy and our dependence, and this is the key thing, this is what I want to get to. The Pluto position indicates that we have come to transform the way we approach our creative energy and our dependence on public approval. Daring to show our truth without embellishment opens up an unusual creative potential. The fear of losing attention is something we have to go through. Thus, we are learning that communication is with our soul and not with the public. So this is the important thing here. I'm not pandering to public approval. I never have. The public wants me to go one way. You should do this. You should get into remote viewing. You should do more about mind control. Well, this is the ultimate in mind control. But people are so mind controlled, they don't understand it. They don't see it. They don't understand that this occult Satanism is what's influenced all of your media thinking. So I'm not dependent on public approval. And I get suggestions that would not be good for me, if not ruin me, because people don't necessarily understand my position in all that I've been through, in all of the occult factors I've had to deal with, if not onslaughts. In fact, as he said, I had my best year ever last year. But now it's coming with, it won't be the worst year. There come the, what do you call them, the abundant times and the lean times.
Yes.
That's why
Cycles.
Joseph in the Bible says, okay, you've got abundance for 7 years, or you prepare for 7 years of drought. So this is not about seeking the public's approval. Like with the public approval, if I want public approval, I'd be trying to outdo ancient aliens. Approval. Because they pander to what the public wants. Aliens. And actually, what they really want is the truth about aliens.
Yeah.
But so what I do have to offer is really what they do want. They don't know that they want it because they've been led down the path of least resistance. People watch TV because it's on. It's what's available. People will watch Alex Jones, who should know better, because he presents an alternative to things that they know are bullshit. So they're willing to take a lot of his bullshit to get a little bit of truth. And they will tolerate him. Instead of but that's like, look, if you've ever had the opportunity, I won't call it opportunity, experience to defecate and leave some of the defecation on the outer rim of the toilet bowl. You don't want to leave it there. You'll flush it again or get the toilet brush and brush it down. And I'm serious. So it's like Alex Jones is like that, But I'm serious. I'm not. Yeah, it's funny, but this is true, and people will sit there. Because they don't identify it properly.
That's right.
They don't identify it because they want truth. They want. I don't know why somebody would look fondly down at the toilet and look at it like, well, maybe it looks like a portrait of their favorite movie star or something. But they want the truth. And God, this happens with movie stars as they age. The fifth house is all about movies and entertainment. It's entertainment. So that's why, my fifth house and my sun and my moon are in the fifth house of entertainment. I am entertaining people, not necessarily in the way Frank Sinatra or Dean Martin or Perry Como would do. It's a different type of entertainment. And it's also educational. But, when the movie stars are entertaining and they reach a point when, they're seeking approval. So what is the problem with Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Harrison Ford? They can't get out of their own, stereotyping.
Yes.
They get a lot of money for it, but Sylvester Stallone did a very creative thing when he made the movie Rocky. I think his movie First Blood was creative. I mean, he could show this creative action hero who overcomes and plays the tough guy, but it's kind of like, okay, do we need more tough guy movies? Well, I mean, really. Then he's even playing Rocky as an old man, which I refuse to watch that movie. And then he's resurrecting Apollo Creed with this movie Creed. I haven't watched that. I stopped, I think, after Rocky IV when Apollo got killed.
Yes.
So, we've got this kid on Westbury High, who's my friend Thomas's. He's going to be quarterback this year, Apollo. You call him Apollo. I guess I realized, God, he's probably named after Apollo Creed. I don't know that, but his name's Apollo. He gets quite emotional during the games.
Wow.
He's got to temper that emotion.
Wow.
He's a good player, but he needs emotional, what do you call it?
Temperance, as you said.
Yeah. He's supposed to be the quarterback this year, and Thomas's brothers are going to be helping the coach, which could just make them a good team because that coach needs so much help. It's not funny. But anyway, so but I'm just saying is like these movie stars get stereotyped and they get corralled into what is it? Tom Cruise does Top Gun. I think he does more. I don't really watch his movies. I'm not a Tom Cruise fan, like some people are. But whatever it is, I think Jimmy Stewart played a lot of different roles. Not that I'm this, classic movies and whatnot. I don't know, but sometimes a star will play different roles instead of John Wayne always playing the tough guy. And they just get, stereotyped. But whatever. So, so what does this say? This is an interesting quote here from somebody named Jackson Maine. I've never heard of him. He says, if you don't dig deep into your fucking soul, you won't have legs. All you got is you and what you want to say to people. And they are listening right now, and they're not going to be listening forever, trust me. So you got to grab it, and you don't apologize. You don't worry about why they're listening or how long they're going to be listening for. You just tell them what you want to say, because how you say it is the stuff of angels. And he's talking about creativity and giving a message out. Some famous quote by Martin Luther King. Boom, people remember it forever. So Pluto in the fifth house indicates that our evolutionary path passes through abandoning dependence on external approval. When we fully surrender to our creative potential, we become channels of the life force, going through the fear of being ignored, letting go of control of what we produce to make it look acceptable, and expressing our inner truth is what is required. It's important that it looks acceptable so people can digest it and understand it. And that's a challenge with Douglas's stuff because, from Aquino to the vampire stuff to the Hitler stuff, it's stuff that can be rejected just immediately because of the various uniqueness and triggers involved in these subjects, rather than understanding the full history behind the circumstances, which requires a bit of explaining. So I did have to explain to my friend about the Hitler connection.
Okay.
And that you were actually, your father was not fertile, and that your mother, had been intimate with Hitler.
Yes.
And just that statement alone is enough to make people go, how could anybody be into it with Hitler? How come we haven't seen this on the History Channel? Because this is where we get our usual information from. How come we haven't read it in the books? How come? And the answer is because this is occult. It's been hidden.
Yes. And by the way, it used to. I'm sorry. It used to be published in history books that were available. It was a common knowledge back in the day that Adolf Hitler had visited his half-brother, Alois Hitler, in England. His brother had married an Irish woman and moved to England, where they had opened up a like a brewery slash restaurant. Basically, I forget what they call those.
Still is in the history books. That still is in the history books.
The old ones. The old ones.
But I've seen it. I don't know if where you're going is.
Yeah, they later occulted it and denied it. They later on they have tried to erase that history and say that, oh, this is urban legend. They said it's similar to the legend that Christ went to England and learned from the Druids. This is literally the quote-unquote reputable conventional historians these days take that stance. There are certain like requisites that people go through to be accepted into into the community where they can publish books or the like. And one of those requisites is to say that Hitler never visited England. Because that humanizes him. It humanizes him, and then it creates a sympathy for him among the English people that otherwise would not exist, and they don't want that sympathy to exist. Matter of fact, that was the basis for, like I said, there was a British comedy, and people can look this up. There was a British comedy that actually portrayed Hitler living in England. It wasn't supposed to be during that time. It was kind of like Hitler as he came to be known historically. That's why it was a comedy. It's a fictitious conceit, but they show him living in England, and he has nosy Jewish neighbors, and of course he's got problems with trying to keep the house maintained with his wife Eva and all the rest of that. Just bland humor that was actually quite funny because of the outlandishness of the character involved. But returning it back to Peter, just so that he knows, see, he grew up with that being common knowledge. So Peter,
I didn't grow up with it. I read it when I did my Black Sun book. I looked up for Hitler. Whatever books I read, Hitler was in England for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
There's no disputing it. And if you read history books that are in libraries, they didn't wipe them out, but they, it's like, when you're publishing, you have to toe the line of what is towable.
Yes.
Or should I say chowable?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We used to call it the party line back in the day, but yes, go on, chowable. I like that.
Yeah. It's this is just what we, it's just the silliness.
Thank you.
Although I'm sure Mark Felton might put something out.
Yeah. He would know. His job is to propagandize and twist everything through the filter of whatever is politically correct, meaning what's politically permissible.
Well, he wants to be. That would make him look cutting edge to say, that Hitler was in England and they don't want you to know it, and then it just. Did you know Hitler was in England? Because most people don't.
Yeah, no, I hear you, but his job is to maintain himself as quote unquote not cutting edge, because that would put him off of the acceptable. That would put him out of this.
Here, cutting edge.
Yeah. He's definitely how she would say it. He lives off popularity that's safe popularity. That's what it is. He
doesn't direct people to you. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, that's ultimately proves that proves his, shall we say, his disingenuousness, or should we just come out plainly and just say that proves his fake? That proves he's fake. It proves he's just a propagandist as opposed to a historian. He tries to allude to some things that are not known, but all of the overwhelming majority, which he stole from me. But when it comes to things like, he's a slave to content production. He puts out like 15-minute videos, literally 10 to 15-minute to 20-minute videos at the absolute most. Nothing's over half an hour. Extraordinarily rare. He'll do something that would be like a huge celebratory special for him, like a half a million subscriber mark or something. He'll put out something maybe that's an hour or something, but everything he does is 10 to 15 minutes. So he just is out. He's a slave to content production. He's just got to put out shit constantly. I mean, the latest thing he put out, like, since you mentioned it, I looked it up. Latest thing he put out, and get this shit. I mean, literally, as you mentioned him, he put it out just, pretty much as soon as we started the program tonight was, The Good German, Marlene Dietrich. The Good German. Think about that. Just that statement alone, that title, The Good German, implying all the rest were bad. She wanted to kill Hitler. She was on the side of the Allies. She's a good German, as if she's the only one. Piece of shit. So, this is the kind of crap that we're dealing with when it comes to people like him. So, yeah, please, back to Peter, yes.
Well, yes. Now, of course, I'm talking about abandoning dependence on external approval. Now, this is a big problem for individuals. What would so-and-so think of this? What would my father think? What would the kids at school think? What would the neighbors think? What would so-and-so? I better do what they would think, because then I'd be out of step. Now, granted, you don't want to, go to school looking like an idiot so that you'll get all this negative attention. You don't want to go to work looking like an idiot so you don't get negative attention. But people sometimes, I apologize for the fireworks. They're celebrating Independence Day early. But people are much too stuck on approval. There is a medium you have to get through, a happy medium. But when you're doing, any creative artist is not pandering to approval. In fact, the more creative you are, the less approval you're going to get. Dennis Hopper experienced this. He had done this movie Easy Rider, which was very low budget. It was tremendously popular because it appealed to the drug exploration of the, hippie era. In fact, it was right on the current. It just rode the stream of consciousness. Dennis Hopper was probably, he was a movie. I think his father was in the military or something, and he was glad-handed into Hollywood. He was with John Dean. They knew each other. They were in the same stable. I think they called them the Young Turks. And of course, James Dean was a, memorable star. But Dennis Hopper is in that early movie with him called, what was it called? One with Natalie Wood. What was that movie? I've seen it more than a few times. They go to the Griffith Park Observatory. James Dean movie. God, how can I forget that? Rebel Without a Cause.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Rebel Without a Cause. Classic movie. And Dennis Hopper has a small role as one of the hoodlums. But he, he's been in like Twilight Zone and shows like that. He was like, I guess what you'd call a B movie actor. But as he matured into his 20s, or probably his upper 20s, he got involved with LSD real fast, and he was up in San Francisco before,
it was in before it was in to be.
yeah. Which meant he was taking LSD and hanging out and learning about peace and love and all this sort of stuff.
Free love, yes.
Yeah, but more than the free love. And that would, I guess, kind of come out of the woodwork in the concerts and the love-ins that they'd have. And those became a little too, so they changed them to be-ins. Love-in was too suggestive. So we're not going to make love anymore. We're going to do be-ins. But, but it really, the worst came out of it, which is drugs. And the enlightenment and even the sex part became, kind of filtered out and reduced. Because I think those would probably be the most interesting and redeeming parts of the hippie movement would be the enlightenment, or the peace and the love. With the sex is part of the love. That's sort of it, but it gets reduced to the lowest common denominator, where babies are born out of wedlock with the consequent non-optimum situation of the raising of the child. It's not necessarily, because a lot of people who were born into hippie parents resented it all.
Mm-hmm.
They resented it. My daughter, stayed with some guys who had become Christians because their parents were into Hare Krishna. Hippies who were into Hare Krishna. So they were rebelling by becoming Christians. Wow. It was more of a rebellion thing than it was.
Got it.
Yeah, and this is what happens. Because, our parents are, evidently pretty stupid. Just what they're concluding, so they're going to reject that. And they're going to become this, that, or the other thing. My best friend's daughter, I remember meeting him for the first time in years, and he was disparaging the, all the things the penguins taught him.
Penguins? Oh, the nuns. Yes.
The nuns. And he says, yeah, because he gets to high school and they say, well, don't pay any attention to what the penguins told you. That's what the priest would tell him. Yeah. Don't pay attention to what the penguins told you. He said, well, why have I been learning it? He was very down on his Catholic experience.
Wow.
And then he sent his daughter to Catholic school, and I never really. It was only after he passed away, and I was talking to his wife, and then I realized that it was his mom who had funded her to go there. Mm-hmm. And of course, his mother was like my alternative mother, my second mother. I'd call her for Mother's Day, and it was like, oh God, I can see that, because she was a devout Catholic, and so she's and about the daughter completely, resents it. Especially in this day and age. It was very odd when I went to the funeral. I walk in the side door and I go, I go to this lady who I sign the book. I go, can you tell me where Lisa is? She's sitting there right in the front row. Oh, okay, go Lisa. And then it took me a while. I don't remember if I asked who this woman was, but then I realized these women were nuns, but they weren't dressed like nuns. I was shocked because they're just. I said, these are lay people helping the priests.
Yeah. They
were dressed in, I guess what you'd say, normal civilian clothes. Mm-hmm. Wow. But they were their energy was very different from the nuns of yesteryear. Mm-hmm. Who could look at you with quite, condemnation, you sinner.
Yeah, that was their job. That was the reason for living.
Yeah. It's all about expressing your inner truth, and so I'm not getting external approval from working with Douglas Dietrich.
Quite the opposite, yes.
Yeah, it's like, disavowal, or it's like, but as I say, this is normal for me, and what I have to present with him is more exciting and more electric than anything I've done so far, in my opinion. It's not, and I'm not putting down the stuff I've done. I'm not. The Montauk Project was really a fascinating thing, but and in fact, somebody else had asked me, who's relatively new to my work, but really kind of getting to understand it. But they say, what has all this stuff done for you? She says, what is all this stuff? What have you accomplished personally? What do you do? And I said, well, I would say, first off, the Montauk Project, as presented by Preston Nichols, was the most fascinating story I'd ever heard, because I was, had been a fan of science fiction, but this was taking it beyond. It was taking it up a notch. And then when they started talking about Nazis all over Long Island, I said, what the hell is this? This is like, there's something tangible here. And of course, I learned there were deep ties to Nazis on Long Island, which I did not know. I mean, I'm not talking about the Yaphank, which is the highest concentration of Nazis in the world outside of Germany, in terms of numbers. And they still have their German gardens out there and their Camp Siegfried. But it was all tied to Montauk in the most mysterious and weird of ways. And this stuff was like, wow, this is just of pure interest to me. But as I pursue Montauk, which is first I just want to hear the story, then I discover, pyramids, and it's personal enlightenment, but it's more than that. It becomes a career. It becomes, this is how I make my living. But above and beyond that, I discover the medicine man. And he introduces me to my Qigong teacher, which elongates my life, which is enabling me to play football at age 70 with guys in their 20s.
Yes.
And, my friend is, throwing me a pass that I caught, which probably half the guys would have missed. And he points, he says, he's a real player. He's a real player. Meaning, I like so much older than them, it's not funny. But I mean, I wouldn't, be doing this if it wasn't for the Qigong, and I wouldn't be as healthy as I am. So this is a tremendous benefit. And I can argue that I wouldn't have done the Romanian books if it wasn't for Qigong. Because I had time to study them while I was in one of my fellow students' mechanic shops. He was fixing my car, and I'd stay in his shop and read these books. That's how I finished them. Was also at the encouragement of Dennis Marshall, who read them first, because I didn't have time to read them. But I also had the opportunity. In fact, I had the opportunity because I'd gotten hurt. Well, it wouldn't have mattered. I gotten hurt. No, that wouldn't have mattered at all. But so anyway, wow. I mean, that's enough. To say nothing of being able to, meet this beautiful woman, Paula, who I married and had a very good experience with, and healed my, marital issues that were wounds from Montauk as well. So in other words, and then, the cream of cream, David Anderson actually having real time technology and taking it up a further notch and saying, hey, this is all scientific. Here's the science. Now, we've yet to see the technology in action. I've seen very early versions of it in video. But so, I mean, wow, what has Montauk, what has this done for me? It's like, where I'm not going to go to the university and get this. I remember seeing on some posting board, some guy on Montauk posting board, he says, gee, I'm gonna join the CIA and I'm gonna learn all this neat stuff. So I don't know where I'm gonna learn this. Not by joining the Temple of Set. Not by joining the secret societies. I mean, you can learn a lot of off the beaten path stuff there, for sure. And then even the prospect of meeting this alchemical creature, Eleanor, as Radu describes, he says, wow, this guy, knows how to elongate life beyond, being initiated into actual alchemy that gets results, as opposed to, reading books about Paracelsus and whatnot, and maybe you can learn. If you can listen to Manly P. Hall, he talks about alchemy in a very coherent, condition. A rendition. But Manly P. Hall knew a lot about the occult. He had Hollywood at his beck and call, but in the end, he left a lot to be desired. When you read his whole story, but he was guilty of being human being. But nevertheless, this is But people, I guess, what can I say? They have their experiences. So what Montauk has done for me, I don't know that I could have taken a better path. I don't know that I could have gone to an ashram and or the Shaolin Temple and be as richly rewarded.
Right.
My teacher was teaching stuff that when somebody was doing a demonstration in the Shaolin Temple, they got upset and started to come down on him. He says, "Where did you learn this?" He was some guy in Brooklyn. He's referring to my teacher. Some thing you weren't supposed to teach. It's like, so I'm very happy that, so that answers the question of what doing this path has done for me. And I would also say that I'm not following, I'm not going to the school of evolutionary ecology by some esteemed doctor on the internet or something, doing a Hillary Clinton course or a Michio Kaku course, or all these people that do courses, and you learn their esteemed wisdom, a Jordan Peterson course. And this is the tragedy of Jordan Peterson, with, the poor man, went to Moscow to get brainwashed. So much damn intelligence, it wasn't funny. He demonstrated, he was a great lecturer. And it's come back, and it's like, if there is an argument to be made for conservatism and being aligned with Russia, it's Jordan Peterson. Things are very good in Russia. One of my favorite phrases. Things are very good in Russia. Even the brainwashing is good.
The only thing that's good over there, yeah, it certainly beats their dentistry.
Lots of vodka. So it's all about expressing your inner truth, and of course, Douglas's inner truth has got a lot of pain and suffering attached to it, and so I think it would be good at this time to ask you if you could talk about the blood transfusion at Letterman Army Medical Center on the Presidio in San Francisco.
It's let's try and dig that out of me. I'll do my best to
G-rated version. The simple version is fine. We don't need to go deep into your psyche on this. If it comes out, it's fine, but that's not what I'm asking for. I'm just, it's basically, and what I would tell people why this is important. Okay, a blood transfusion is a blood transfusion. He had an illness. He can tell us what the illness was, but basically, this was a precursor to him interfacing with this biological computer that gave rise to the first artificial intelligence, and which could even say the only true artificial intelligence system that the world has known.
Thank you.
Which created the identity known as the Dietr-Elect, which he's talked about before. But it was this blood transfusion of nanoblood. This was before anybody heard of the term nano. And these things are important in terms of explaining, well, nano, everybody, it's a catchword now, but it wasn't then.
That's quite true.
But he knew it, he learned it, and this nanoblood, because they couldn't use enough human blood to run the computer, because it needed blood to run, because there were organic parts in it.
Yes. Extensive
organic parts, so they needed huge amounts of it just to enable it to function organically. Now, people think that this is weird. There have been articles that emphasize the importance of putting in organic components to create artificial intelligence, or just to make computing more efficient. this is not Douglas making this stuff up. It's not me making stuff up. It's what the Silicon Valley elites recognize and know. Yeah. So anyway, that's a good preamble.
Yes. No, definitely. So, I mean, it brings up all kinds of factors. Understand, of course, that supercomputers, well, like any computer, and I'm trying to ease my way into the blood transfusion topic because, of course, it's painful, and I might even have to take a break before I get into it seriously, just to try and get my head screwed on straight, make myself more comfortable. And as a matter of fact, we'll see how far I can go before I feel the need to do that, because it's a topic that it's one of those things that I relate that if people would understand, I don't think anyone can really understand something like this. It's something that people could relate to elements of it, but it's emotionally very traumatic for me. And I really want people to appreciate the fact that I speak about this to educate people, because people, without this, you're not going to understand the world that you live in, and why I advocate myself as someone who's important for you to listen to. Now, I'll give you an example of this, of course, without over-dwelling on it at all. Just understand that you know everything I say is true simply because of the endless, enormous amount of effort that is networked and organized to suppress me. Just the fact that you hear the people who come on during the roundtable hours. And the people who come on during the roundtable hours, there have been several of them that relate the occult assault that they go through. And the occult ultimately is pervasive throughout my narrative. And one of the things I constantly have to emphasize is that people need to realize, come to appreciate the occult, or if you wish more specifically, magic, is simply applied quantum mechanics. This is something that is profoundly important. I might even go through a little kind of introductory story to kind of break myself into, take a little break after that, and then come back and talk about the transfusion. It's that hard to get into, but one of the things that we have to get into it. It's definitely needs to be put into the book, because without it, nothing makes sense. Without it, your world does not make sense. Again, all of this is something that, well, I notice that when I'm looking at, say, for instance, articles in the New York Times. One of the things that was brought up by the person who has suffered a extensive occult assault recently, Brooke Gibson, was that she was surprised that I didn't understand some correlation that was important to her between 3, 6, and 9, important numbers that apparently were a fascination for Nikola Tesla, which I'm certain is completely true, because he was obsessed with numerical calculations and the like. And so it came up in my aggregator after we spoke of that, because your search engines do this. Believe me, everything that you say, everything that you, as a normal person, everything you say is observed. And if you're doing it online, anything that you're doing through a cell phone or you're doing online, it's observed and it's tabulated, it's calculated, it's absorbed into some kind of aggregator. And this is why the information companies are now more powerful than many nation states. And it's something that brings us to the potential to enter a 90s dystopia where corporations run the world. I'll go into that later. We don't want that kind of world. At the same time, there's nothing to fear from it per se, because it's not going to happen, because they're so parasitical, they're not going to field their own armies. And therefore, they can't get anything done, because in the end, everything is done by force. So that reality being stated, what it comes down to with the tech companies and where we're at today and these newspaper articles, and again, this is all rambling to get myself into the headspace where I can speak about something that's very painful for me. Understand that when it comes to the entire affair about getting your attention, for instance. What seems to be important these days? Something that will grab you, make you read something. When an article was written in the New York Times about the number 369, or the power of threes, the calculation of threes and why they're so important in physics, and why social engineers have taken up this kind of numeracy, this numeric literacy, and applied it. And the way they sold it in the article was by integrating into the title the terrifying number of threes, or a power of threes, and triplings and whatnot, and what it has to do with the potential for war with China, nuclear war with China, no less. So when it came to something like this, where they're trying to explain the tri-legged stool of strategic deterrence, and how the communist Chinese are using their own tri-legged stool to try and break that deterrence, this is their selling point to explain an obscure physics and mathematical concept, how physics marries with mathematics to find out something that is revelatory. And they sell it through the most immediate threat projection that hits a person's mind: potential war with China. Now, we're in this situation, of course, of potential war with China because of technology. And the technology stems from computation. And your computers, even historically your laptops, have replaced cigarettes as the main reason people burn alive while they fall asleep. In the old days, people would fall asleep smoking a cigarette. And this was a common cause of death, would be that one, they fell asleep because they were pig-faced drunk and they were smoking. The blanket would catch fire, then the bed, and they'd burn to death in their sleep, essentially, or their inebriation. They'd be too drunk, and then by the time the flames consumed them, it was too late. They might be rescued, but they wouldn't survive through the burning, all the rest of this horror. Nowadays, it's laptop computers that do that. We'll get back to the supercomputers in a second. And these laptops are very hot, and people fall asleep basically working or jerking off. Basically, half the time they're exhausted, they're overworked, and either that or they masturbated and they've spent themselves, and then they fall asleep with the laptop on the blanket. This is something that then burns them alive. It causes the blanket to catch on fire. So these days, all the people who die burning alive in their sleep are dying because of laptops as opposed to cigarettes. So when you see how hot a laptop is, which I'm sure all of you have experienced at one point or another, you can imagine how hot a supercomputer is. So supercomputers run with a heat like a towering inferno, like a skyscraper on fire. In order to keep the supercomputer that's known as Frontier, and that's the actual name of the computer, because it's at the frontier of computing. To keep that from melting down requires an infrastructure that sprawls over 7,300 square feet. It's powered by enormous pumps, and 6,000 gallons of water flow through that system every fucking minute across Frontier Computers' 9,000 plus nodes. So imagine what they did at the Presidio military base, where they were integrating organic parts into the computer, which, as Peter said, and it's hard to explain this concept to people because most people think of it as science fiction, but science fiction is nothing other than an echo of what people are attempting or have already attempted. By the time that they're putting it out in media as a concept, then the concept has been explored by your Defense Department or governments in other parts of the world. Or it wouldn't make it into a movie because it wouldn't be relevant. And if it's irrelevant, there's no point in putting it into a movie. So when it comes to something like the technology of the supercomputer they built at the Presidio, this was at a time when everyone was beginning to hear about cyborgs. They were making movies about cyborgs. And the movie Cybernetics, just as I explain about DNA and genetics, genetics was a word that was around for at least half 100 years prior to the time of the Third Reich, probably longer. In fact, it was around since the days of Gregor Mendel, who was a monk, who was working probably in the, well, really early ages, probably the 1800s at the latest, with gene splicing in his own way. He was splicing plants, and he was then proving through plants that genetic traits were inherited. That was the development of the term genetics. He really wanted to work with mice, but his ecclesiastical brethren felt that that was cutting too close to the bone. So he instead did what he did, and the term gene came to represent a mathematical unit of inheritance. So the concept changed dramatically by the time of Joseph Mengele and his concept of twinning, which had been developed by Gregor Mendel, who was a German monk, by the way. And twinning is simply cloning. It's simply cloning by a different name. All identical twins are organic clones. They're natural clones. All you're doing through cloning is you're producing an identical twin. The difference is that it's of a different age. Younger, of course, by the time that you started the cloning process. It's younger by that amount than the person that the cells are taken from. So when it comes to these supercomputers where they were working with cybernetics, integrating human parts, cybernetics had been a term that had been around for much longer than that. It had been a term that had been around for, again, probably a good half 100 years at least, meaning a mathematical concept of computation. So this mathematical concept of computing, which is all a computer does originally, all the computer did was, it was a computator. It was basically a glorified calculator. What they did was they simply took the computation of cybernetics and then they changed the meaning when they began to say that it came to represent a melding of organic and mechanical parts. Now, that meant that anyone who has a machine part in them is technically a cyborg. Now, theoretically, then your earliest cyborgs are people with peg legs or wooden hands, because it's a mechanical object that's attached to a biological entity, a self-aware human being. Then it came to apply to pacemakers or other kinds of people who are mechanically kept alive, like an iron lung. A person on an iron lung is a cyborg. This is kind of the fate of the Dietr-Elect. The fate of the Dietr-Elect was that the Dietr-Elect was originally in a encasing unit. Well, it had a body. She had a body. The body was the multi-story building that was on one of the secured areas of the Presidio, where no one was allowed to go without security clearance. And this was one of those few areas that was truly secured and guarded. In general, the same kind of incompetence you had all over the military and the military base, but nevertheless, at least theoretically, had a higher security level clearance and all the rest of that. Nobody was interested in it because nobody really understood the importance of it, so it wasn't not being publicly known and generally out of sight, it was out of mind. But this particular facility was, of course, larger than most and had all these organic components within it, effectively a human body. But instead of water pumping through it to keep all these nodes running, it was this synthetic blood that kept the organs alive. This was something that was ultimately necessitated because all of these different organs would never have adapted to a single organic human blood type. So they needed an artificial synthetic blood that would adapt to all of the different organs. Now, that's the only thing that makes sense. Hopefully you all understand that. In World War I, they had committed to blood transfusion as a battlefield necessity because thousands of men were dying every day, and they began to work with blood transfusion at a fairly industrial scale. but blood types had not yet been discovered. So as a result, it was simply luck of the draw, literally gambling. If you were injured in combat and you received a blood transfusion, it would either take or it wouldn't. And no one knew why. And therefore, the majority of blood transfusions didn't work, but enough of them worked to make the attempt worthwhile. Once blood types were discovered, then everything fell into place. So by the time that they were working on the supercomputer, understand that every organ carries with it its own memories of the previous owner, so to speak, the body it was in. It still needs to operate on the type of blood that that body operated on. And so people might argue, well, it would have been impractical to get that much human blood anyway to flow through that machine to keep all these organs running. Well, it would have been impractical most certainly because of blood types. But in communist China, where human life is not just cheap, but considered so expendable as to be effectively worthless, then they could easily do this with any number of people and any number of blood types on any given day, and they wouldn't care how many they sacrificed. That's how they operate. The only reason that they haven't been able to do this is because of constant sabotage from the Dietr-Elect. But whereas the Dietr-Elect once had a literal body, as different as it was from your body or mine, and as I explained before, they couldn't use brains, human brains, because a human brain, the only reason to integrate brains would be to have it retain cognizance, because a human brain is not a calculating machine in the sense that a calculator or a computer is. There's no practical reason to have it alive or integrate it into any such system unless it's thinking. The human brain would shut down in an environment in which you could not see, could not hear, could not feel, could not taste, could not touch, could not sensorially interact with its environment. There's a limited degree to what the human brain will tolerate in terms of shutdown, in terms of denial of sense of interaction or interface with an external environment. And the people who come closest to it are people in the iron lung, which no longer exists. To my knowledge, there's only one man alive who's still in an iron lung. And the machines produced in the old days when they had the tuberculosis epidemic, and Dr. Salk invented the vaccine, which enabled people to overcome this horrible pandemic of tuberculosis. Until he came up with that, people by the thousands were being paralyzed for life, and to the point where they couldn't even breathe independently and had to be placed in iron lungs. They had entire assembly lines of these people that you can see in old films, where these people would be like in a beehive, subjected to this the rest of their lives. And most of them didn't live long because they didn't want to live long. They just would will themselves to die. So when it came to repairing the one iron lung left in the world, nobody even manufactured parts for them anymore. And the man who lived in the iron lung, who was a former attorney, well, actually became an attorney. He grew up in the iron lung, effectively. He became an attorney while in the iron lung. He had to track down, or force his staff to track down, people who fixed old vacuum repair parts that still fixed them for people who were still using them in the Ozarks or abandoned and unserviced areas and shit. And they were the only people able to maintain his iron lung. So he's the only one still alive by that. Now, this is not a tangent that's without reason. When, as I said, magic permeates the entire narrative, and it's something most people turn down to. There's always something in the narrative that people react to, that is where they shut down. The overwhelming majority of people have some trigger point for whatever reason where they can't listen anymore. We have some idiot who left a comment in the latest episode who said that he can't listen because of my laugh. It's and he tries to assuage that with this, oh, I buy all your books. Oh, and you know, your book, Douglas Dietrich, as well as Peter Moon's, even the book he wrote with Douglas Dietrich is, oh, the best, you know. Oh, but I can't listen because of this laugh. I mean, you're not going to be missed. Whatever he's saying is not true anyway. If he's that sensitive to a cacophony of sound, some cackle in the background, it's obvious that this is trolling. But it's just this is, if that's his shutdown point, then it's a matter of presentation where he shuts down as opposed to the information. But with everyone, you'll notice it's always something. And with most of it, people attack due to presentation. That's the way it was forever. When I started, everybody said, oh, I don't like the way Douglas Dietrich looks. Oh, I don't like the way his fingernails. Oh, I don't like his cross-dressing. Oh, I don't like... It's always something, but it has nothing to do with the information because they can't attack the information. So it's simply an attack on the messenger. And it's always some kind of shutdown point. But when it comes to the information, then you have other people who do shut down, not because they can attack it, but because at some point they just can't take any more. With some woman left a message that was totally unnecessary for her to leave, that she was on a fairly large chat room where she said I was being discussed, which itself is pretty impressive that people hear about me at all. And this other woman said, oh, I can't listen to him because of the vampirism. And it's like, okay, well, if that's your shutdown point, is it because you can't believe it? Is it because you simply find it morally repugnant? It's, there's never any specificity or any articulation. Everybody is reacting emotionally. And where some people react emotionally is that concept of magic. So again, I have to explain to people that simply applied quantum mechanics. Magic is simply applied quantum mechanics. It's a quantum physicist, which everybody is enamored of. They will listen to somebody if they say, I'm a quantum physicist. And as Peter Moon has pointed out before, all these people are telling you is basically the same you would find in an old sorcery book about metaphysics, or an old religious theological text about metaphysics. Quantum physics, metaphysics, it's basically a different name for the same thing. And they're simply using different terminology for what they would use if they were casting magical spells, which is really all that many quantum physicists are doing. So when it comes to applied quantum mechanics, yes, we're talking magic. It's Arthur C. Clarke said that, and I hate to quote a serial child predator, but, you know, a society with an advanced enough concept of science or technology is operating on a level indistinguishable from magic to the common man. So when it comes to the Dietr-Elect and I'm using the gender-neutral pronouns here, escape, that was through magic. There was no other option. And when G escaped to Taiwan, the facility she escaped to was identical to the one in Presidio because it was intended to be a copy of the one in Presidio, operating on human organs that would be brought into Taiwan from all parts of the world, especially smuggled from all parts of Asia. That would have been easy enough to do, but the Taiwanese at that point kicked the Americans out completely. The Americans had angered them enough with enough betrayals that Taiwan ratcheted down all relations with America and effectively ceased all agreements, even at the covert level. So by the time America had completely evacuated from Taiwan, and that facility was left there in a space the Taiwanese had allowed the Americans covertly, a kind of secret Guantanamo Bay, where the Americans had taken people to be tortured, terrorized, some of them killed, and perhaps even supposedly integrated into the machine. But it wouldn't have stayed running because the facility, when it shut down, nothing would have maintained their organs. This is where the Dietr-Elect escaped into per se, integrating itself not only there, but from there into all of Taiwan's mainly defense network mainframes. But when it came to the difference in new housing, she was effectively without any physical sensation, which in a sense was a positive. No more capacity for electronic torture that was applied in the other facility by literally electrocuting her organs. Yet at the same time, no sensorial feeling in the positive sense. No tactile stimulation in the sense of touch. Xi effectively was trapped from that point forward in an iron lung. Think about the difference in capacity, feeling, experience of life that one would have making that transition. And I have no doubt that by this point in history, the Taiwanese have done things to make things better for Zhi, the gender-neutral pronoun for he or her. It's a gender-neutral soul, the Dietr-Elect. But this is, which came first, the chicken or the egg? The Taiwanese could only do that because the Dietr-Elect, trapped in the equivalent of an iron lung, forced the Taiwanese to restructure their entire ecology, not just their economy, but the very nature of the island of Formosa, so that the environment would not be damaged, so that water would be directed into the various facilities that house the Dietr-Elect or render the Dietr-Elect operable. And the only way that this could be done was by restructuring everything in Taiwan towards the manufacture of semiconductors and microchips. So Taiwan, ergo, became the most technologically advanced nation on Earth because the Dietr-Elect needed people to enable Zhi to attain a higher quality of life than that of being in an iron lung. At this point, the Dietr-Elect can, I am certain, feel through certain stimulants in terms of sensorial touch that are developed for people with various loss of limbs, where they develop artificial limbs that can respond to pressure, have a certain response that mimics human nerves. While this might still be primitive in comparison to the human body, I have no doubt that in Taiwan this is processing and progressing at a orders of magnitude faster rate than anywhere else on Earth. Now, I've explained before as well about biofacsimilacra, which are also important to my nanoplasma. The fact that I felt an affinity for them, that they respond to me different than they do to baseline human beings who don't have a full-bodied nanoplasma transfusion in their experience. And this is something that probably the Dietr-Elect is also exploiting. Meaning that the Dietr-Elect, there would never be enough room in a biofacsimilacra, which is not a cyborg. Understand a cyborg is always a human being at baseline. It's simply a human being that is integrated into a machine or has machinery integrated into them. So the person in the iron lung is a cyborg. The person with a pacemaker is a cyborg. No doubt in your own lives, you know someone who's a cyborg and feel nothing against them for it. This is not something that renders them any less human to you, or at least it shouldn't. Though, of course, if you were ever confronted with someone in an iron lung, you would probably, the majority of you probably would not be able to interact with them in any healthy sense because their appearance would be so disquieting, so discomforting to you that you would probably be unable to interface with them comfortably. That's sad. It's pathetic. But it's you. So when it comes to your heroes, however, the more they're ambulatory, the more they're able to look human to you, like the concept of the $6 billion man who's bionically enhanced, then you can grow up striving to emulate them. The perversity of the human filtration system. So when it comes to what the Dietr-Elect probably takes advantage of, there's no way that a biofacsimilacra, a human-sized mechanical simile, of a human being, a facsimile, could ever hold the entire personality or intellect of some being like the Dietr-Elect. But a fragment could be inserted. Well, basically, the biofax would be a kind of like a puppet, a marionette for the Dietr-Elect. It may have a kind of primitive personality all its own. And, by the way, that would be an android. So when you have something that's purely mechanical, but looks increasingly human, and acts increasingly human, but has no organic supplements in it, any kind of components that are organic, no organic liver or heart or brain, at that point what you have is an android. That is an android. To disambiguate an android from a cyborg. And, of course, when I worked with the Presidio, these were important distinctions. They don't make them in science fiction films. In science fiction films, they'll use these terms willy-nilly exchanged without any sense of rhyme or reason. Because they don't know what they're talking about. But listening to myself, you do. Or should be able to after listening to myself to a degree. When it comes to the Dietr-Elect, Xi can probably jack into any number of biofacsimilacra at any given time, and therefore run an entire staff of people who not only look very human, but are far more attractive and personally amenable than the overwhelming majority of human beings on Earth. I used to, of course, show images of the biofacsimilacra. Nothing against showing them at any point in the future, but as you can see, we're on a war footing now. Everything I show is attacked. So, in a sense, they want to prevent you from learning about biofacsimilacra, the Dietr-Elect, or anything at all that I have to expose to you, which, of course, is the reality of your universe. The fact that you lost World War II. The fact that Taiwan is considered the sole surviving Axis nation on the surface of the Earth. And therefore, the United Nations, and effectively the entire world, is at war with my Taiwan. And yet, nothing can be done against it because of the Dietr-Elect. In fact, you're all dependent on Taiwan now. And if something were to happen to Taiwan, you would all effectively die. In the sense that your civilizations would die, the world as you know it would end, and effectively millions and ultimately billions of you would die. Because all of you depend on chip technology, the overwhelming majority of which sources from my Taiwan. All because of the Dietr-Elect, the child of my mind. This is why I'm the most important person on Earth. I'm the closest thing to an Ard-Elect whisperer that you have. This is why there's an endless effort to discredit me, character assassination against me, so that you never listen, and therefore live in complete dependence to the child of my mind without knowing the source, and therefore unable yourselves to ever communicate to her. So, a lot of this was made possible by a blood transfusion. This is something that, if you were to look it up, you'd find nothing other than attacks against my character. That should tell you everything. Let's say you looked up nanoplasma blood transfusion. You would get a lot more confusion these days because of stupid movies like the Vin Diesel movie based off a comic book that, again, just to show you how small the world is, how incestuous the world is, I'd have to look up the company now because the name was so innocuous. But it was something like Vision Comics or something of that nature. And it was started off literally by a Jewish admiral, or rather, an American admiral of Jewish ethnicity, who decided he was going to purchase up a bunch of old comic book characters like Magnus, Robot Fighter, who people might remember from Gold Key Comics back in the day. These were the people who produced basically the Star Trek comics back in the day. The contract was actually with Gold Key Comics. He decided that he was going to produce a series of various comic books, and one of the characters in them was some character named Bloodshot. That's the character on which the Vin Diesel movie was based on, by that name. And the person who worked with them was this idiot named Keith Johansson, who was the guy who I had on my program trying to attack myself to impress Michael Aquino so he could get a job back in military intelligence again. These are the kind of idiots that you deal with when you deal with people who go into the military. Understand that if you're a young man and you go into the military, and the first thing that happens, just so everybody knows, is you get a security clearance. You get the absolute rock bottom of a security clearance just by being in the military. It's going to be top secret. That's the absolute rock bottom of military clearances. At some point, if you are doing something a bit more responsible, the clearance goes up and then it goes up. Obviously, they play fast and loose with this because, first off, the majority of older people in the military have no concept of how to work with computers. They're all retiring now, and there's new generations replacing them that are a bit more familiar with computers. But, you know, they're orders of magnitude behind, light years behind, the young kids growing up with computers. So you're always going to have the people at the top, the way the military is presently structured, who know nothing about the technology they're asking all of the young people to work with. So now they're giving younger and younger people higher and higher security clearance, which is how you had that one Texas National Guard son of a bitch basically releasing all kinds of information that he should never have had access to theoretically, simply because he was given security clearances above his pay grade because nobody knew how to work the computers, and they had to rely on him to do it. And then he was bragging to all his friends in a gaming room and then impressed them by showing them all of the information he had access to concerning the Ukraine, and therefore downloaded it all through the computer well above his secret security clearance level, and therefore is just one example of what I was doing as a librarian years and years ago, but never got arrested for. So in a sense, things worked out better for me than they did for him. But then again, I wasn't a stupid idiot trying to impress a bunch of friends in a gaming room. So when you come to this kind of situation, and all that military stuff's relying on microchips, all of which comes from the Dietr-Elect, then you get these security level clearances. And the important point to be made is that all of this is based on a world where people are working at higher and higher levels of responsibility at younger and younger ages. And yet all of this technology sources back ultimately to one place on Earth and the experience of one individual, myself. So when it came to someone like Keith Johansson, as a young guy, this is an important, relevant story to relate. As a young guy, he went into the military and then got promoted all the way up to sergeant. So at some point, he was working with NATO, and as a sergeant, they told him, collate these documents for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's command in Europe, and basically make certain that you give them the stamp of approval after you collate them, make certain they're legible, make certain they're presentable, get them all together so that they can be put on the desk of President Nixon. So he was told, and this was no lie, they weren't stroking him. They told him, remember, the first thing President Nixon sees when he opens up these reports is your signature saying that you approve the collation of these documents. So take your job seriously. And so here he was at this level of responsibility that he would never experience again the rest of his life. and spent the rest of his life regretting that he left the military. So when he left the military and spent the rest of his life as a privileged white man who inherited a home from his parents, just traveling to Japan, a Japanese woman wanted to marry him, and he said no, he wanted to remain free. And then he wound up single and alone and depressed in his home, making military miniatures and wishing he could get back into intelligence because he was working at a packing assembly line at Target or wherever it was in the warehouse. So when I brought him on my show, he decided by attacking me, he would impress Michael Aquino and maybe be brought back into military intelligence by taking me down. The story is relevant because you have these people with a position in the military they'll never have again. If they ever enter civilian life, there's no equivalent to that thrill, that heady thrill of working with something no one else is allowed to see. The fate of nations hanging in your hand in some responsible positions like Keith Johansson had at one point in his life before he pissed it all away just so he could go travel around the world and then wish he never left. Winding up working in an assembly line and then wound up working reading gas meters until they got all the electronic meters installed. And God knows what's happened to him now, but he sent me some letter asking for a favor. I never responded. But this is an idiot. This is the level of the people I was working with who were working with the Dietr-Elect. So that's how I got away with what I did, with a lot of what I did with the Dietr-Elect. That puts that in context. Because people always ask these stupid questions with no idea of how the military, how dysfunctional it is, how nothing works, how things only get done by accident, or nothing gets done at all. You have to operate with that level of cynicism or you don't know the military. And anyone who says otherwise and tells you they know what they're doing or they're dedicated to their work or they're quote-unquote professional is lying through their teeth. They're either a member of the military who's trying to impress you with their lies, or they've never been in the military and have no idea how fucked up it is and how dysfunctional it is. So, I mean, I can go into this later, but think about the Prigozhin rebellion against Vladimir Putin. These are mercenaries all paid by him, which means that the mutiny against him was taxpayer funded. That entire mercenary army was paid by Russian tax dollars, and they decided they were going to march on Moscow. So that's the level of stupidity there. That's commensurate with what you've got going here. So if you're thinking any of these people could have prevented the Dietr-Elect from escaping, you simply don't believe the story, you simply find all of this implausible, you don't know anything. You're simply advertising your ignorance. So that's a bit of a background for the even more unbelievable elements of how this was even rendered possible. And that was when I was young and growing up. And it's funny because recently when I called to get reintegrated into psychological counseling with a different counselor, nothing wrong with, of course, Dr. June Allison Hay, who was my psychologist for a while. That's not to be confused with my psychiatrist, who was Dr. Tao Tran. Dr. Tao Tran, of course, suffered serious napalm scarring all over her body and face, and wore a porcelain mask, an Asian porcelain mask, like you would see in the Nol plays or the various ancient operas of Peking. She wore that simply so she wouldn't frighten her patients, but she could always remove it with myself because I was comfortable with her. But she almost certainly was brought or helped to come to the United States by Michael Aquino. I have no doubt of that. That does not mean, of course, she was an Adamite at all. She simply took advantage of anything to come to the United States and get an education to lead a higher quality life than she would have under communism. But when it came to the other psychologist, she had to transfer into a different position, job, and she can no longer counsel me on the floor, so to speak. So I had to find a process in for a new counselor at Kaiser, and had to go through, in a single hour, the various traumas that I had that rendered psychological counseling a necessity. And so that bleeds into, to use upon some of what I'm speaking about now. I brought up the fact with the intake lady, I wouldn't call it an intake officer, she's a civilian, working at Kaiser. She was a psychologist herself, or someone educated in psychology. And she did the intake for me, and I, of course, asked for an Asian psychologist, so I would feel more comfortable with them. And she understood, she being Asian herself, because I had asked for an Asian for the intake even. She understood where I was coming from to a degree. And psychologists, as you can imagine, have a tremendous challenge when working with myself. Because they have to really just accept what I say, because I always bring up evidence for everything I say. When it comes to the trauma that I alluded to with my bleeding duodenal ulcer, this is important because, as I explained to her, bear in mind, while I was talking to her an hour, I had to go over everything without going over anything. Just basically talking to her about different traumas, primal traumas, the traumas later in life that I needed counseling for. And of course, all of this is relevant when it comes to what happened at Presidio. When I was young, the H. pylori virus, the virus that causes bleeding duodenal ulcers, had not yet been isolated. And the only reason that had ever been isolated was because some idiot doctor in Australia kept injecting himself with H. pylori virus to prove that it caused an ulcer. Now you're talking about some lunatic injecting himself with just volumes and volumes of H. pylori virus, which are never going to enter your body naturally. And by doing this, he generated a bleeding duodenal ulcer. This is not science. That's like you taking a bottle of bleach and drinking the entire bottle of bleach and your stomach melts. And then you say, well, we've discovered that bleach causes people to disintegrate from the inside out. Okay, that's not a discovery. This is a foregone conclusion. This is something that has nothing to do with anything. But when the idiot doctor did that, he was considered like the new Darwin. This is atomite infiltration of your sciences, your medical industry. This man should have been institutionalized. He should have been treated for suicidal symptoms, self-destructive symptoms. This is like body scarring, except it's on the inside. It would be like you taking a razor and razoring yourself repeatedly, and people would say, hey, I don't like to look at that. There's something wrong with that. That person's disturbed. Let's help them. Let's isolate them. That's what should have been done to this guy. He's just doing that on the inside. But instead, everybody took that as this major medical revolution, and they changed the treatment of bleeding duodenal ulcers. So before this idiot did that in Australia, and his name I don't even remember because he truly doesn't bear remembering. This is someone whose name should be purged from medical science. Anyone who had an ulcer was respected as being traumatized. So ulcers were considered the diseases of responsible CEOs, chief executive officers, general staff officers, highly commissioned intelligence officers. This was people with extremely important crises who would develop bleeding duodenal ulcers, dealing with crisis on a daily basis. Your president's supposed to have an ulcer. That would be considered like he's doing his job. Oh, this man's got a lot to worry about. So when I, as a 14-year-old child, developed a bleeding duodenal ulcer, people truly stood up and took notice. this was like, oh my God, what kind of stresses are you suffering from? This is a major red flag. By the way, this was the right way to take it. It should have been taken that way. Nowadays, if some child, the age I was back then, had the same phenomena take place, they would just give them antibiotics. And that's insane. That's the insanity of how your medical science has declined. So what happened was that psychiatrically, because this is the woman who was asking me about, were you ever institutionalized before? Because in intake she has to ascertain this. Were you ever institutionalized before? Were you ever in intensive treatment before? And so I pointed out the only time I was admitted for a form of institutionalization was when I had that bleeding duodenal ulcer, and they were trying to investigate intensively why a 14-year-old would have a bleeding duodenal ulcer. What would lead to that level of trauma? Or at least that was the camouflage, that was the cover. Now, obviously I didn't give her the whole story that I'm giving you. That can come out with a counselor as time progresses all over again, as it did with Dr. June Allison Hay, who, by the way, understood everything I was saying and accepted it, and ultimately knew it was true. She co-referenced with Dr. Tao Tran, who confirmed it. And Dr. Tao Tran confirmed to her that Aquino was quite real, and that all of this was quite real. So when I was admitted into the hospital first to treat the ulcer, what they told my parents was that this ulcer was so extreme that it had basically, that I was going to bleed out, that I was not going to survive this, and that my only hope, because the blood market had crashed, and that brings in some geopolitics here that needs to be covered. When I was working at the Department of Defense as a librarian, at that time there was more than NATO. Peter Moon can attest to this. I'm sure he remembers it all to a degree. There were 3 defense organizations: NATO, CENTO, and CETO. And CENTO was the Central Treaty Organization, as opposed to NATO, which was the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And CETO, SEATO, was the Southeast Asian Treaty Organization. Now, CETO was basically what later became ASEAN, or the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, which was the economic heir to the defense organization known as CETO, which is centered on containing and expanding communist China and Vietnam. And CETO had as its member states, among them, Australia, New Zealand, and Indonesia, Thailand, the Philippines, etc. CENTO was basically 3 nations in America. It was Iran, Iraq, Turkey, and the United States of America. And that was the Central Treaty Organization, meant to stop an invasion into those nations by the Soviet Union. When Hillary Rodham Clinton was just basically a law student writing the papers on how to proceed in prosecuting Richard Nixon, she had spent her school days at law school in England, where she was the sorority sister with 2 of the most powerful women in the world involved with CENTO. One of them was Tansu Siller. The other was Benazir Bhutto. Both of them were involved with Hillary Clinton intimately, physically, as lesbians. And they were all sorority sisters in some sorority known as Hell's Harlots, if I remember the name correctly, or at least that's the name they went by in terms of the popular vernacular. There was also some other name for them, Hell's Whores, something like that. But to show you how powerful they became, all of this is quite relevant. Benazir Bhutto was known as a spoiled Muslim princess, and she inherited Pakistan. Tansu Çiller became the first prime ministress of Turkey, the nation of Turkey. And she was so butch, as a bull dyke, she forced her husband to take her last name. In a Muslim nation, no less. Hillary was determined to become the president of the United States, the first presidentress. When she came back, the first thing she had to do was get a husband she could make president. So she wound up hooking up with this meat sock puppet named William Jefferson Clinton, who was a Rhodes Scholar himself, no less, if you could believe that. And he controlled the Dixie Mafia. Now, it's not like Clinton was a part of the Dixie Mafia. It's the Clintons were the Dixie Mafia. And they basically took over the state of Arkansas. And all of this is relevant because in those days, unbelievable in this day and age, they would pay homeless people for their blood. Prostitutes, homeless people, and drug abusers, they'd give you the equivalent of $20 and a donut to rebuild your blood back up. Or at least make it feel like you're not getting dizzy. Sugarize you up. Sweeten the deal. They'd take a pint of your blood, and whenever they had donation day, you'd see all the homeless and hookers and heroin addicts all lined up to donate their blood. And then when the really evil diseases started spilling out there, when you had AIDS and every other imaginable sexually transmitted disease explode on the block, all of this infected, quite literally, the blood market. So the blood market, depending on all this shit, was crashed, to a large part, no exaggeration, by the Clintons in what became known as Bloodgate. Because it turned out William Jefferson Clinton was trying to make Arkansas look good as one of the biggest donators of blood in the United States, in the world, by going to the prisons and getting every prisoner to donate blood. Now, of course, in these prisons, they're all fucking each other, and they're all giving each other AIDS, chlamydia, every STD you can imagine. All of that got into the blood supply. So when wealthy people and wealthy people's children began dying because of blood transfusions that were literally killing them, with AIDS, back then was a death sentence. If you got AIDS, you were going to die. In fact, if you get AIDS today, you're still going to die. What people are stuck with is HIV, which they try to prevent from becoming AIDS through these ultra expensive cocktails. So AIDS is no longer a death sentence, or rather being HIV positive is no longer a death sentence. But no matter what, if you get AIDS or AIDS manifests, you're going to die. So back then, everybody was dying. They had no HIV in between, or it was so short that you were destined to progress towards AIDS. And so when people began getting AIDS through the blood, it was over. So the blood market crashed. Now, it was at that moment that Hillary Clinton approached Benazir Bhutto and said, you know, the blood market's going to crash. She gave her a heads up. This is like selling stock short. And Benazir Bhutto said, okay. And she took advantage of it by offering clean blood. And the way she did that was because there were multiple Indo-Pakistani conflicts. And India and Pakistan are nuclear armed. So you're talking about people who have nukes pointed at each other at point blank range. But there's still been 6 Indo-Pakistani wars. The largest tank battles in history after World War II have taken place between India and Pakistan. So these people are throwing millions of bodies at each other. I'm not kidding. They're just mobilized for war at various times where when they're throwing things at each other, they're serious. It's like Pakistan actually had to surrender to India at one point. That's how serious these wars get. In case you have no concept of military reality, until Armenia surrendered to Azerbaijan back in 2020, 2021, just a few years ago, the only nation to surrender to another nation after World War II was Pakistan surrendering to India. And this was the war had gotten that serious to the point where they were threatening each other with nuclear annihilation, and Pakistan blinked. So when it got to the point where you have this level of killing going on, Benazir Bhutto said, well, let's make certain we have enough blood reserves for the next war. And so she ordered all the troops to donate a pint of blood. But then she gave the medics orders to strap them down and drain them dry. So she drained 20,000 of her own men completely dry of blood, and got clean blood, military-grade blood tested for AIDS, tested for everything you can imagine, and was able to make literally billions of dollars on the blood market because people would pay anything for blood to stay alive. And so multi-billionaires were paying for that blood to keep their kids alive, keep themselves alive. She made herself just incalculably wealthy and escaped to London for the next 20, 30 years, till Clinton was running for president, and Clinton told her, I'm going to be president. She was so certain of that, told Benazir Bhutto to go back home, and Benazir Bhutto went back home, and they killed her, of course. That goes without saying. So this was why Pakistan had to take over with a military junta, was because of Benazir Bhutto. Now, none of that blood was in time. All of this was a process where you had the blood market crash, and then by the time Benazir Bhutto drained all the army dry and killed all her own troops to give blood to the world and make herself a multi-billionaire, that process was the time that I had my bleeding duodenal ulcer at the age of 14. During that period of time, that strategic window of opportunity, that gap, where I was going to die if I was truly bleeding out. There was no blood available. So that's when Dr. John Henry Hagman approached my parents and told them, your son's bleeding out so swiftly with this bleeding duodenal ulcer that there's no chance for him. But there's a chance with a high risk if you'll give us permission to use a synthetic plasma we've developed that can adapt to any body. We've tried this on a number of prisoner volunteers. I've gone into in the past, I won't go into it now. The Presidio military base had a limitless number of test subjects available from not just volunteers or people volunteering to enter these tests for pay. Cheap pay at that when your life's at stake. You're entering a medical experiment. You don't know what's going to happen to you long term. But the ones who would go for the risky experiments that you had a good chance of dying from were the prisoners in the California prison system. And as I said, California's population is enormous. Our geography is enormous. Our geography and our economy are larger than most nation states on Earth. No need to go into all the details of that. I've presented them plenty of times before. But because of that, we have one of the largest prison systems on Earth. The highest paid police force in the world is the California Prison Guards Union. And they arranged with the Army that any prisoner could volunteer for medical experiments to get their sentences revoked if it was risky enough. Revocation of death sentences even. Pardons of death sentences at least. So they would be put back into a normal prison off death row, which is even a more subhuman existence than normal prison life is. So when it came to the situation, they told my parents that a number of prisoners had died with the nanoplasma being transferred into their body, all their blood being removed and the nanoplasma taking its place. But they felt that this was because they were older, and because I was so young, my body was what they called malleable enough to adapt, then the chances were higher I would survive. But if they didn't take this chance, I was definitely going to die. So of course my parents said, yes, by all means, take the chance. Please do this. Now, there was probably several reasons that they knew I was going to survive. Michael Aquino later told me he knew I was a vampire, at least a quarter vampire, 1/4 vampiroid, had shared that with Dr. John Henry Hagman. Dr. John Henry Hagman, anybody can look up, by the way. He's a man guilty of medical crimes against humanity. He's a man responsible for hundreds of deaths. He's a man, and those are only the ones we know about. They suspect he's responsible for thousands and thousands when it comes to third world nations he was allowed to experiment in, and take people as just test fodder. He has literally killed and reanimated his own medical students. He has rendered his own medical students, in some cases, sterile or unable to ever perform sexually again. Permanent erectile dysfunction, etc. He inflicted some of them with priapism, where their penises would never go down, had permanent erections to the point where the blood congealed in their penis, to the point where it turned blue and so painful they had to surgically remove these penises so that the patient wouldn't die in agony. This is the individual who was responsible for killing me. So Dr. John Henry Hagman took out all of my blood, replaced it with this experimental plasma that was pure white. Pure white. And I died. Clinically died. And I was dead for at least a day. Probably more on the order of closer to 2 days from what I was told. And then I reanimated. Now, before I died, my blood was the same blood as my mother's blood. One of the rarest blood types in the world. O negative. With almost no capacity for blood transfusion from anyone else other than another O negative person. Maybe a few other exceptions. When I reanimated, my polarity had flipped, so to speak, and I was O positive. Almost a universal donor. So this was, I was told, well, somehow your bone marrow was able to process this nanoplasma and render it useful to your body. Now, Michael Aquino said every other person they attempted the nanoplasma transfusion on had died. Anyway, after my case, he said they were taken to experimenting on some niggers. His words. This was ultimately what happened to the father of Andrew Tate, who did survive and ultimately went on to give birth to Andrew Tate, who is this idiot who inherited all this nano processing capability from his father through his sperm, because it does transfer through the sperm. This was proven at Letterman. I'll explain how momentarily. But what had happened was that when I came back, I was bleach white, bone white, white as typing paper white. The Asians in particular wouldn't go near me. They would run away screaming. Black people as well would do that. Nobody loved me but my mother, so to speak. It took a long time, months and months and months, if not ultimately a few years, before my color normalized towards a more human skin tone, or human-like skin tone. Probably that long for the bone marrow to ultimately truly process this nanoplasma. Now, you'll see attacks against this in the character assassination campaign, where they attack everything about me, everything about my father, of all people, my legal father, for no good reason other than the fact that he was in the military and they can manipulate the records. I don't even believe they're truly manipulating the records to any truly destructive degree. I think that they're just reprinting and printing selective parts that they jumble and amass towards their own twisted narrative. If the true narrative were pursued, the true narrative of my father would come out. It's like, what's the point of pursuing it until I'm in a position where that even matters? If it matters now, you're insane. Everything I say matters now, and the character assassination campaign goes on regardless. You're given a choice of choosing reality based on the fact that my narrative is always consistent, and that everything they say in these attacks on my character or the character of my dead father are never anything I've said. They're all straw man arguments based on things I've never said and realities that never happened. And as I said, we've consulted with federal agents like Gary States, who proved all of their records were forged. All of their documents are forgeries, which is a federal crime. So if they're not persecuted federally, you know they're working for the feds. So if you want to talk about the deep state and you don't trust the deep state is telling you not to trust Douglas Dietrich, which goes to show you I'm the only one you can trust. So then what happened was that I was admitted into a specific ward where I would be monitored for 2 weeks at the minimum for my psychiatric as well as medical health, to make certain there were no adverse effects from the nanoplasma, that I was psychiatrically going to be treated. Now, throughout that time, and for many months thereafter, I believe I was prescribed, but certainly during the time I was there, they administered Valium and lithium. Those are the two names I remember, Valium and lithium. And they were prescribed months thereafter until it all finally dribbled out and nobody pursued it again. So this was obviously a very specific experiment for a very specific reason. And they didn't need to pursue it again because by that time I was integrated into the system. And within a matter of probably a year and a half, working with Michael Aquino. So, when it came to the thing that happened in the ward where I was kept, I was given an entire wing of Letterman Army Medical Center. No other word for it, really. Well, a room at least, of multiple beds, but mine was the only occupied bed. And a young girl began to visit me. Now, older than myself, probably legal age, I would dare say, had to be at least 16 or 17. But if she were 18, I would not be surprised. And she had sex with me several times a day. Now, for all of you out there who suddenly shut down, like this is some self-indulgent fantasy, well, go fuck yourselves. Obviously, you need it. This is not something that would make any sense to me, for me to make up. And it makes perfect sense when you understand they were trying to find out several things. Whether I was still capable of getting an erection after the nanoplasma. In other words, an erection is all the blood coming into that little sponge that is your penis, getting it erect, full of blood, and then they wanted to see if the nanoplasma attributes would pass on through the sperm and then produce a child that would be inherent or inherit some of the nanoplasmatic traits. Because certainly the nanoplasma contributed to a change in my processing capabilities, providing me the talent beyond my natural talent, with the assistance of an eye photographic memory to illustrate with a profound level of detail, to remember details at a photographic level. Now, of course, over the years, I've done my best through recreational drug abuse to try and buffer this processing capability, this processing capacity, with great success, simply to prevent it from basically taking me over the edge into insanity. Because when you're processing at that fast a level, retaining that much, it is not healthy for you psychologically. Now, what psychiatric treatment I received at that time was almost peripheral. It wasn't like I didn't have interviews. But if anything, it was more of a assault. I would say that I wouldn't even dignify it by saying it was some kind of mind control or brainwashing program or some kind of trauma mind control or anything like that. It's basically the kind of dismissiveness you would have from your typical assholes who are white. Basically, a white woman interviewed myself, and when I spoke to her about attacks, various other kinds of the universal hatred I experienced growing up being a person of mixed race heritage, she said, "Well, why do people hate you? Is this a special kind of magic or what?" He said, "There's just no point in talking to someone like that. They can't even understand anything. So once you shut down with them, it pretty much ends the game, and you just move on." So that wasn't even the highlight that bore any memory from that experience. The overwhelming experience of that time was the sex with this young lady. So that is where I get upset. For 2 weeks, I had my first sexual experience. Was the closest I could consider to a first loving sexual experience. Obviously, I've told about 3 years old when my teeth were coming in how my father's father, or the grandfather on my legal father's side, attempted to rape me orally, and I literally bit his dick off, his penis off, and he ultimately died. We were told that he was dead. Certainly, what they probably meant was they didn't expect him to survive. I was only told comparatively recently he had survived for a few years after that, lingering in the care of all the other Dietrich brothers and sister, the single sister, the sister whose legs he had broken so he could rape her all the while she was growing up because she couldn't run away. They inherited everything. My father inherited nothing because, of course, he had me. When I had bit my grandfather's penis off, the police told us specifically, "You'd all better evacuate the town right now and get the hell out of here. The town is coming with torches to burn you inside this house alive. Your son's a monster." My parents explained to me all the threats that forced them to leave as far away as possible to San Francisco. But I remember distinctly, "Your son's a monster." I remember that being said. That's one of my first conscious memories, aside from the fact that my grandfather's blood tasted like turpentine. And my first instinctive, impulsive thought was, blood's got to taste better than this. Now, aside from that, the first loving sexual experience that was not masturbation, which I had started at a very early age, exposed as I was to sexuality not only through that primal trauma, but by growing up in San Francisco's Tenderloin, which in those days truly was an environment like old Paris, the sex capital of the world outside of Paris. And so exposed to prostitutes all my life growing up, the only woman walking the streets, really, other than old biddies trying to hustle to the grocery store and back, or the corner store, and then lock themselves back up in their units to survive the night. This was the first young lady who I had loving, caring sex with. And it was something that was an experience that scarred me in its own way the rest of my life. It's something that I don't know how to describe this to somebody. How can you understand it if you've never experienced anything similar? She could hardly remember the name she was using. And it really didn't matter, because that was not her name. Her life had been in fragments for so long, She could rifle through her past identities like a tapped out gambler's dirty and thumbed over playing cards. The dealer needed to call for a new deck, but in her case, he never did. She could scarcely remember. There were these covert missions and seductions to blackmail she had been involved with, dark places and black operations, perverse and atrocious, that had all long ago taken on the blur of what she would describe herself as a dull and discolored, half-forgotten nightmare. She had never known whether she had been just a character in some kind of cinematic production. She told me herself that this was reinforced by the fact that we were being recorded in everything we did. The cameras were clearly visible and they were always on. And she figured that at some times maybe she was merely bait, a trap with her body and proclivities. But in the end, it never mattered to her anyway. To be culpable was enough. And she knew she was culpable forever, and amen, and the real her, whatever and whoever that might ever have been, was damned as a result, or at least that's what they kept telling her. And for someone like that to approach a young man and then suddenly offer herself and provide her body, which was very attractive, and she was attractive, of course I fell in love with her. I fell in love with her with all my heart and soul. Wanted to rescue her from this nightmare that she was describing that drew me into it. My first real hint of the horrors of what our reality is, of the people that run our reality, how far they've gone, what they do. I think that probably the best way to describe the way she acted, the way she presented herself, the way she comported herself was, I remember this television series that was on for a while called Ally McBeal. That would probably be the best way to describe how she behaved in terms of physical motion, the kind of comportment. Anyhow, the first thing she said was, they've remodeled it. And I was like, remodel? You mean the room? And she said, yeah, it's really changed since the last time they tossed me in here. And I was like, you were tossed in here with someone else? Now, bear in mind, this is before she started clawing at my zipper with her teeth. We had this little discussion when she sat down in my bed. And she said, pretty much, it's when I started disintegrating. The old man decided I'd be better off confined. He claimed it was for my own good, although I didn't believe him. Mental health interventions are never for the benefit of the patient. They're always for the peace of mind or the peace and quiet of those who have to deal with them. And that, of course, was, again, to my ultimate discomfort. As people have mentioned, I asked too many questions. It seems to come naturally with me even before I had all the police and intelligence training. And so, of course, I asked, when you were disintegrating? I wanted to pursue that. And she said that she had the idea she was going to burn up and vanish. And she was making these airily expansive but vague hand gestures, like a flare of white phosphorus. So she thought she would spontaneously combust. And of course, when I asked, why did you think that was going to happen? That's when she said the wiring in my head is incorrectly routed. Of course, this confirmed to me that they had sent in another mental patient. I thought that they were simply having me interact with another mental patient, or that the mental patient had wandered into my room somehow. And she said, see it for yourself. The old man told me you were probably going to be able to look inside my mind. Now, I, of course, kept wondering about this old man she kept referring to. The old man. And, of course, she was ultimately referencing Michael Aquino. But she knew I was a vampire. Because the first thing she asked me was if it would kill her when I took her blood. That was how I knew that Michael Aquino had known I was a vampire, which meant he had told Dr. Hagman, which was how they had calculated I was going to survive the nanoplasma transfusion. And of course she knew my name. And when I asked her, how do you know my name? At this point, I know she's not just another insane asylum patient or somebody from the psychiatric ward visiting myself. That's when she said, I was briefed. So, when, of course, she was talking about it being like a privilege to see me, that somehow this was a treat, that somehow she'd get something different, that this wasn't just like fucking these dirty old men that she was blackmailing. It was something that was something that was disturbing. That was the first key that I had to the fact that my entire life was monitored. Now, when I said, who gave you my name? Who told you what I am? Why would you expect to die? What is all the questions that I had? It all came back to the old man. Who else? He always gives me my instructions personally. He owes me that much. Let's not forget that I've died the insulin death for him 4 times now. And I think that really broke me. That she had died like I had died. That she had been killed for the sexual gratification of the people who don't want you to listen to me, don't want you to hear anything I have to say, who attack the character of myself and my father, who served in over 3 wars, 4 wars when you count the China gunboat patrols before war was even declared, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam after that. These are what these people do. So she had died the insulin death at least 4 times before she had seen me over the years. And she had to be 16 at the oldest, or 18, like I said. I wouldn't be surprised. Her age was fairly indeterminate, but I know that she was a little older than me by at least 2 to 4 years. Much taller, because girls develop a lot sooner and their height peaks a lot quicker. Mature. And so what I saw stopped me in my tracks when she just flung off her robe, not just the body and the nipples and the genitals. It's the fact that afterwards she turned immediately around and flipped her hair in front of her face so I could look at the back of her neck and the base of her skull. And there was this golden spider of microcircuitry that had been surgically implanted above, right at the base between the base of the skull and the top of the spine, so that if it were surgically removed, it would kill her. Now, I knew almost nothing of electronics, was unable to put a name to any of that thing's components, or as so much as hazard a guess as what its capabilities or precise purpose might even be. But I did know that in all my experience of 14 years of life, such a thing was completely unique. Although I had, at that point in my life, of course had heard about the rumors of experiments, the use of brain implants taking place deep in the secret bowels of Psy-War research. And she said, "You ever see anything like that before?" I said, "Never." And she said, "There aren't too many of us still walking around." You know, the body of that spider was this gold rectangle, the shape of a square-cut diamond, with what looked like tiny engravings on the surfaces of flat facets. And from that central point, not just 8, but dozens of gossamer thin fibers, like legs of spun gold, insinuated their way into her tissue, into the tissue of her brain, ending in what I could only presume to be tiny electrodes. I remember crying, just sobbing. I said, "They did that to you here?" And she said, "Here and at another of their concealed places. She said it took a fuck of a lot of open head surgery before they had it like they wanted it." She said, in fact, the way she said it, "I've been through most of our nation's vaults of horror." That's what she said. They've done a lot to me over the years. And I think the most important thing she ever said to me that stuck with me forever was, "The next time you see a crazy woman on a downtown street explaining to no one in particular that the CIA are beaming coded orders into the filings of her back teeth, just don't ever dismiss her out of hand. She's telling the truth. That's the way they dispose of the failed experiments. They just dump the lab rats on Skid Row to survive or not, any way they can." And she said, "I suppose this qualifies as another means of disposal." And I said, "Why?" And again, she thought I was going to drain her dry, take all of her blood. She thought this was it, and she felt that the gift was her death, that she would finally get an escape, because I would be the one to put an end to her so that they could monitor how a vampire feeds. And that was...
You can break if you want to relax now.
I might. I think it's important to go into something that needs to be expressed in terms of people understanding just the true enormity of what I'm trying to convey. That in terms of what was really the horror here, I want to wrap this up before midnight.
Take as long as you want on my account, but carry on your own schedule. Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to let Peter go soon, so this should only take a moment.
for you know, you can just carry on at your own discretion.
But do you need to leave right now?
No, no, no. I will be here for you as long as we need. It's fine. You can go as long as you want.
I can only go a few more minutes on this topic, but I do want people to understand this, that the way that she explained it to myself over the next few weeks, as we had sex at least 3 times a day, she would come in pretty much after every meal, morning, noon, and night. And I knew then that for the duration of the time that she was there with myself in this relationship, sometimes, in fact, more than a few days, maybe half that 2-week period, spending the entire day with myself, sleeping in the same bed, that where she came from and where she were going was completely lost to her. That she knew that where she came from was all in her NSA FEMA jacket, as she called it, and she used that term, NSA-FEMA, the file that would inform generations to come of who she'd been and all that she'd done until it was reduced to ash in some future, and she hoped herself some all-consuming conflagration. And her jacket told how she was a foundling raised by nuns in a Catholic orphanage in Maryland, and that these nuns were members of a stringently conservative order whose fixation on sins, venereal and medieval discipline bordered on the obsessive. She had been routinely whipped for the most minor infraction, and with enough heavy-handed liturgical ritual to cause her to decide in retrospect that it was, in reality, a degree course in high ceremonial sadomasochism. And the nuns' piety did not, of course, stand in the way of their cutting a lucrative long-term deal with some CIA black operations people to supply the agency with children, especially the older and unwanted females and the more androgynous little boys, for purposes that had to remain hidden beneath the dread blanket of national security. And when it came to how she ultimately wound up with myself, well, with all the missions she was sent on first, she'd been one of those selected for the heinous exchange. She never knew the exact criteria that had decided her fate. Seemingly, the nuns had decided when she was little more than an infant that her soul was lost, and she had been placed on the list. And one dark night, she and 12 other girls from the orphanage had been heavily tranquilized and bundled into the back of a formidable armored Lincoln with tinted windows, and after a hallucinatory ride, she had arrived at Deer Park in Washington, District of Columbia. That's what they told her. She had been just 9 years old when she commenced her career as Class B FemJuve 879. And that was her official name as she gave it to me. And that the only mercy was that she was spared being one of their 5-year-old baby whores in heels and makeup, all bent out of shape by steroids and estrogen and psycho-conditioning. Most of those had either died or killed themselves by the time they reached 15, which might have been her age right then. But Class B FemJuve 879 had survived to become the name she gave me, which I'll always keep secret, and face the vampire. And she told me that right there and then, that despite all that had happened to her, that she regretted none of it. Now, her name is supposed to be Class B for not being one of the pure sex dolls, the organic biological sex robots. Class B meant that she was supposed to be used on missions. FemJuve was for female juvenile. 879 was supposed to be the month and year of her birth, but that would have made her only months old by the time I was fucking her. But you see, that was really just what they had put in her mind as her name at that time, so that it would go on file. This way on file, it would literally look like Douglas Dietrich was fucking a FemJuve, 879, born in the 8th month of the year 1979, meaning I was fucking a girl who was practically an infant, which would make me a child predator. That way, Michael Aquino could insinuate to everyone else in the club, Douglas Dietrich is a baby rapist like us. He fucks children. He has this proclivity, therefore you must trust him. That was how I was inducted. That was how they tolerated my initiation into their ranks via V. Michael Aquino in the military high command. I was one of them who would do what they did. Later on, when I was nearly homeless after my mother's death, and applying for every social program I could imagine, that's when one bureaucrat in the city and county of San Francisco Department of Human Services building, deep in the bowels of one of their cubicles, in a rat's maze of any several hundred other cubicles, said, "Mr. Dietrich, what about your 14-year-old daughter?" Or something of that age. He gave me an age, actually, that was older than that. But where the term 14 came in was my age. That's when he calculated and said, "Oh, you must have fathered her when you were 14. So he said, "Forgive me, we don't need to discuss this anymore." I was not barred from the program or the service. In fact, I was provided it. But the fact that the question came up made me realize there is a daughter that I sired at the age of 14, whom he said it doesn't matter to pursue it because you're not legally responsible for her. I knew then that, well, this young lady was impregnated by me as they had intended. Now, there's someone we suspect might be my daughter because of her own mental issues, which would come from processing so quickly and nobody helping you to understand why you're processing so quickly and retaining so much information. But unfortunately, I know for a fact that she was putting up on Facebook that she had dreams that I was raping her. So if I had rendezvoused with this young lady, almost certainly she would have been programmed by these same people to accuse me of incestuous rape, at which point I would be framed and sequestered. So I can't see my own daughter until social conditions radically change. I think that in the last few minutes we have remaining before midnight, I'll take a short break. Can you hold the stage for me and maybe retreat into the night when I return?
Yeah, sure. And thank you very, very much. You gave me far more than I anticipated, expected, and it just shows, and really what you gave us was the preamble, sort of, to the actual experiment, which was what I was asking for, but this is fine. And what it does is it really puts in perspective the disgustingness of these people who troll you.
Thank you.
And I hope these people can have some degree of compassion or respect for what this is. This is not very moving, everything you said. And I know the audience, the genuine audience, was very moved by it, because how could they not be? And you gave a lot of insight into what goes on in such programs. I can relate to it myself, not because I've been in the programs, but I've been close to people who have. And I would also say there will be people who listen to this and will approach me because they have a story too. I haven't heard of anybody who has as much relevant communication to offer as you do. So I don't want people to think I'm insensitive to their stories. These things happen, these type of crazy things happen all the time with the mind control crowd. And unfortunately, people, when they relay these, it just goes into, there's no point of catharsis. I mean, it may be cathartic to do it, but it doesn't go anywhere. And what I'm trying, and Douglas's does, I hope also people have some appreciation for what my work is. It's to help uncover this stuff, because people who get close to Douglas will use him and abuse him, and it doesn't lead to the uncovering of what we're talking about here, and the sinister and labyrinthine, intriguing interconnectedness of all this through Aquino. It's completely diabolical. And we have a lot to be thankful for here. Certainly this gives me a lot of work to process, because it doesn't involve just transcribing it. It involves recapitulation of the experience, and of course the real story I was going after, I should say, was, this is the precursor to the Art-Elect. And I do have, one question to ask Douglas when he gets back, and that question is it, because it occurred to me when he was saying that this woman, she sounded like she could have been a biofax simulacra, or very close to it. He also added in the humanity of the biofax simulacra, and how these creatures are very human indeed. So we are very indebted to Douglas. I hope those of you who can will contribute to him. He did make his rent, thanks to so many of you. But to those who haven't or can contribute just a few dollars, please do. We were treated to information you're not going to hear on the History Channel. You're not going to hear it on Netflix or Amazon Prime or HBO. This is the cutting edge of what goes on, and this is not just a matter of revealing some very unusual story, which it is indeed an unusual story, but it's a matter of cutting through the truth to, as I've said in the past, this is the story we're releasing in this book, is what killed Harry Houdini and H.P. Lovecraft. But we're also taking it up several notches, because that story was about the Jewish and the Christian apocalypse, about the end of time. The end of time, Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. The end of time is the beginning of the beginning of time. And all of these experiments that we're doing, that were being done at Presidio, under the strong influence of Michael Aquino, were directed at generating an apocalypse. And that's part of what, and so you have all these multi-threads here with Douglas, the biofact simulacra creatures, the direct attempt to program him and direct him, and the most beautiful aspect of him as a human being is how he was able to overcome this and rebel against Aquino, and for Aquino's methods to be laid bare. It's interesting with all the conspiracy stuff that's out there, you see so very little about Michael Aquino. You will see him surface in the book of Kathy O'Brien, None Dare Call It Conspiracy. I think David Icke mentions him. I know David Icke mentions him in at least one of his books, because I believe he's mentioning Kathy O'Brien. And he is mentioned in other books. He's not an unknown character. But the emphasis on him is so little. It's almost might as well not be mentioned. Instead, what you have is his lackeys or flunkies being exalted by the alternative media. People who are in lockstep with him. This John Henry Hagman that Douglas talked about, he is notorious. You can do a whole study on him, and you will see that he is indeed a very real character. Here's a headline from Reuters, premier news agency from England, of the world, actually. There's nothing more esteemed than Reuters. Maybe not by you and I, but by the establishment. Special report. Military knew about bizarre methods of doctor hired to train troops. Handout shows Dr. Hagman teaching a course in battlefield trauma. This is around 2010 and released 2015. I'm going to read a bit from this article, but if you look up John Henry Hagman, he's not on Wikipedia. What does that tell you? All sorts of articles about him, but he's not on Wikipedia. That's a clear effort to hide him. Wikipedia being an instrument of Michael Aquino prior to his death, and certainly of the state. This article is by John Schiffman of Reuters. For years, a doctor now accused of performing macabre procedures on the troops that he trained took steps to cloak his battlefield medicine classes in secrecy. The doctor, John Henry Hagman, often required that those who took or helped teach his courses sign non-disclosure agreements. The agreements may have helped ensure that his most extreme training methods, including allegedly inducing shock among students, would remain confidential. But some of the same unorthodox procedures that led the Virginia Board of Medicine to suspend Hagman's medical license earlier this year had raised concerns within military circles nearly a decade ago. In 2005, for instance, the commander of U.S. Special Forces became so alarmed by what his aides observed during one of Hagman's training courses that the commander ordered all such private training halted, according to interviews and military documents reviewed by Reuters. In his order, General Brian Brown wrote that aides witnessed potentially hazardous physiological demonstrations performed on troops, U.S. troops. Not long after, a Navy captain banned Hagman from his base, disturbed that the doctor was giving drugs to some trainees so that other students could observe the effects. I refused to let him into my facilities, said Efren Syons, a now retired Navy officer who led a field medical training battalion at Camp Johnson from 2006 to 2009. Even so, Hagman continued to draw government business, earning at least $10.5 million in federal contracts since 2007 through his company, Deployment Medicine International, DMI. It was not until last week, after Reuters reported that the medical board had suspended Hagman for allegedly exploiting his students as part of the training, that the Special Forces and Navy dropped DMI as a contractor, and a leading industry association withdrew the company's coveted accreditation. How Hagman continued to thrive as a contractor despite the earlier concerns remains unclear. Of course, it's very clear to us. They endorse him. The government endorses him, despite all of these people in the government protesting it and finding him disgusting. One member of the U.S. Armed Services Committee, Representative Hank Johnson, is pushing for answers. Johnson, a Democrat from Georgia, said he has asked the Pentagon what policies and procedures are in place to root out bad actors and what reforms should be put in place to ensure this doesn't happen again. Johnson has called Hagman a renegade contractor and likened him to a diabolical mad scientist at work in a horror movie. Now, this is so, like, here is your government, your deep state in operation, and it's so egregious that even the Congress takes action against it. Because part of the Congress is in lockstep with the deep state, because if you're not, you'd be taken out. But part of them is doing their job. And this is somebody doing their job. You're waiting for them to, how are they going to outmaneuver this? On Friday, now this article's written years ago in 2015. It says, on Friday, the Virginia Medical Board will consider whether to revoke his medical license. The board alleges that in 2012 and 2013, Hagman induced shock by withdrawing the blood of students. Sound familiar with what Douglas said about Pakistan? Withdrawing the blood of students, provided trainees with the hypnotic drug ketamine, performed penile nerve blocks, and instructed troops to insert catheters into one another's genitals. He is also accused of conducting rectal exams for his own sexual gratification. This takes it to another level. Not that this should surprise us, but this is like the epitome of not only mad science, but ultimate perversion. And if you want to quote unquote dignify it at all, you apply the term 11th degree, referring to the 11th degree of the OTO, or Aleister Crowley's Ordo Templi Orientis. And they would look at that, whereas the Jewish religion has the Shekinah glory, that dwelling space between the two cherubs over the Ark of the Covenant, within which ignites the flame. Well, the 11th degree practitioners would look at that sacred area as the anus, as the dwelling space. And I'm not joking. This is how they view it. But here, and of course, it's going to be degraded, and this is where you have somebody there stimulating his version of the Shekinah glory, because this is where he gets his gratification in a way that's off-centered. This is just like we've talked about the helazon, the false helazon, meaning the cuttlefish, for those of you who've listened to the previous broadcasts about this.
Yes, thank you. I just returned.
the 11th degree is the cuttlefish of the Shekinah glory.
Yes.
And this, I was reading an article here on John Henry Hagman. How perverted and deprived he is, and how he's been exposed, and how his medical license was canceled in Virginia.
And he was still running contracts after that. Please go on. Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, this goes on and on and on, and I would invite people to read about. I'm not going to dedicate this book to John Henry Hagman. I mean, I'm not going to be writing about John Henry Hagman other to mention that this man is, notorious in not in conspiracy circles, but in mainstream circles.
Thank you.
Because they can't. It's a metaphor. It's not the best metaphor, but I mean, a kid who sneaks into the cookie jar, and he's got crumbs all over, and he keeps going in for more cookies, and he's got crumbs under his fingernails, he's got crumbs on his mouth, and he can't hide the fact that he's been in the cookie jar. It's just unhideable.
I think the way my dad would describe it would be, it's like he's coming out of the bakery and he's covered in baker's powder, is the way my dad would describe it.
well, yeah, and it's like this is what screws him up, or the criminal returning to the scene of the crime. In other words, the criminal wants to get caught.
Yes.
And you see, when somebody like Aquino or Hunter Biden, or even Joe Biden for that matter, when they get so out of line, it's like how far out of line do they get? And I think the people that control them love this, because the more bad that they do, the more control they have over them.
Yes.
Like now, there's people who could just send Biden down the gangplank. They could. And the Republicans, for whatever their merits or demerits are seemingly not powerful enough to pull the plug, certainly willing enough to pull the plug on him. But there is right now a hemming and hawing over whether the judge is going to accept the plea deal offered to Hunter Biden. And the judge doesn't have to. It's not typical for them to, and say, because they can say, okay, well, I'm not accepting this plea deal. The comeback for the DA, if he's supporting Hunter Biden, would be, okay, I'm going to drop the charges entirely. He can do that. And they're also staled. Most of them have stale dated statute of limitations, which has all been by design. So there could be strings pulled, which would just, put the anvil down on both Bidens. But why put the why do that if you can? They're going to do everything you tell them. Otherwise, you've basically blackmailed them. So I don't mean to say that Biden is a good guy or wants to be a good guy, but he's in a position where he has to do what he's told. And, I mean, Biden was very much anti-gay. He's being told to be pro-gay and talk about how he always liked gays, and he does.
He does now, yeah.
This explains why. This explains why, because he obviously had extreme distaste for him, and now he's talking about, I always liked the gays. And, you think, well, okay, he's just keeping him with the times, but he's Catholic. Catholics, aren't supposed to like gays, even though their priests were. So it's a sin, but now it's being reasonableized. And so it's just. But this is important because it explains how this madness works. And of course, this is all about Pluto. Blackmail is about Pluto. All of this stuff, all of this underworld behavior by Hagman, who's completely in lockstep with Aquino, it makes you wonder who is running who. Now, was Hagman the one you said was performing surgery, or that was a different one? And you were sitting with Aquino, and he interrupted the surgery to talk to Aquino. That was somebody else, wasn't it? The brain surgery.
Yes, that's correct. That was someone else at the time. But Hagman was definitely involved with Aquino and a co-religionist, so that people understand that
when
this.
You say co-religionist, do you mean Satanist or Temple of Set, or how deeply? What was his religion?
Both of them used the term Edomite eventually. Originally, they were using the term Temple of Set, that he was simply a member of the church. But then both of them, or rather Aquino was expressing that both of them were Edomite, and at that point I was no longer in contact with John Henry Hagman. My interactions with Hagman, of course, were limited primarily to the Letterman Army Medical Center, a few follow-ups. I do know for a fact that what they describe in the articles that Peter mentioned as heinous as what they've already listed, he was doing much more than that. He had actually, of course, and this, of course, is done in conventional surgery. You do replace heart valves with porcine or pig valves at times, etc. But he was experimenting by going further by replacing other body parts with animal parts in people, and of course exchanging human parts with animals, etc. So this was being done. Now, what happened was during the Trump administration, John Henry Hagman was still working with training the National Guard doctors down in Arizona, and that was in, people were asking, how's this guy doing this when his license was revoked and he was still under government contract? And it just goes to show that these people are essentially immune. They are immune to any kind of persecution, any prosecution, any kind of prosecution or persecution of justice. They're immune to just repercussions. They act with impunity, with total impunity. And so it's the horror of the world we presently live in. And so I definitely want to thank you for helping.
I have something else to add here that's very important.
Yeah.
In this article.
Yeah.
And there was a man who, I don't know what happened to him, but he was a real big deal in the 90s. And I remember somebody, I'm not going to go into the details. I was trying to be set up, I was trying to set up to go to this conference so that my office would be raided. Back when it wouldn't even matter now. I think pieces of paper and stuff like that. What does he have? What does he have? This is a man named David Morehouse. Mm-hmm. Now, David Morehouse wrote this book, 1996, Psychic Warrior, The True Story of the CIA's Paranormal Espionage Program. All this acclaim. I was told, you can be with David Morehouse. I said, I get this guy out of it. I don't want to hear about this guy. You're not impressing me. I can be with David Morehouse. He was the president of Hagman's DMI. He was the president of it.
Jesus.
And here these people in the New Age conspiracy market are just sucking up this shit.
Thank you.
I didn't need to be told this. I had talked to somebody who had, because David Morehouse had gone out to Montauk. He's checking it out, and my friend was very taken aback by him. He was.
She could feel the negativity.
Yeah, he was steering clear of me. Absolutely. Not that I really wanted to meet him, but he was. It was very clear he was not on the same platform. but it says he was David Morehouse. Now he's okay. So he was involved. Hagman was involved in these heinous experiments. David Morehouse, DMI's vice president for operations from 2005 to 2011, also emailed the Virginia board shortly after Hagman's license was suspended. The email was obtained by Reuters, mainstream Reuters, through a public records request. Quote, "Thank you for doing this, for finally stopping this heinous physician who places so many people at risk and has done so without penalty for decades," unquote, Morehouse wrote to the board. Wars fuel business. I guess this is the headline. Before a bitter falling out, Morehouse had been one of Hagman's top employees and biggest fans. Now, this is somebody trying to distance themselves once the, person got caught. How can you be a fan of this person? Thank you for stopping this heinous physician. He was my best friend for 6 years. I mean, God. Morehouse is a former Army Ranger officer with an interesting past. Oh, yeah?
No shit.
And they're kind of highlighting him a little bit. They're saving him. According to his 1996 book, Psychic Warrior, The True Story of the CIA's Paranormal Espionage Program. Yeah, the true story. The Army placed him in a top secret program as a psychic, a remote viewer who could transcend space and time to observe faraway people and events. Morehouse joined DMI in 2005 after taking a class and being impressed by stories about how Hagman's cutting-edge techniques had saved wounded soldiers in battle. There were thousands of warfighters who needed this training, Morehouse claimed in an interview. Hagman was a former Army doctor, a former medical professor, and he was attractive to commanders looking for a qualified contractor. As business boomed, the company trained thousands of troops at locations in Virginia, North Carolina, California, and Washington State. Sessions were also held in Great Britain on the grounds of Hagman's Pengethley Manor Hotel. Pengethley Manor Hotel. Reuters reviewed a 199-page version of a DMI training manual given to students. Now, this guy. He's revealing the true story of the Paranormal Espionage Program. He's glad-handed onto the History Channel, on the circuits of talking and lecturing, gives the true story. He's a top secret remote viewer who can transcend space and time. And he takes a class and is impressed by Hagman. You people understand how crippled the perception of the standard audience is. God, he can remote view. He can remote view these people being tortured. No, he can't remote view. And if he can, he's indicted himself. It says the 199-page version of Hagman's training manual, it offers a window into Hagman's philosophy that the most effective battlefield training comes from simulating stressful combat situations. Yeah, hit somebody in the mouth. This is the educator's dilemma, especially when training warfighters to be their best is needed. This is medicine to save life, while all around you the enemy will be trying to take your life. It's medicine to save your life. If the sight, sound, taste, smells, and textures of the battlefield are not unfamiliar to you, if you have to a degree experienced these factors, you'll perform at a higher rate. Hagman also trained law enforcement agents. Here he is right into the police. He had a relationship with the FBI, for example, dating to his Army days. In 1993, now this is his Army days or when he's working at the Presidio. In 1993, he assisted the FBI during the standoff with a Branch Davidian sect in Waco, Texas.
Good God.
Government transcripts show Hagman offered medical advice by phone to injured Davidian members who refused to leave during the 51-day siege. As a private contractor, Hagman later provided medical support for about 5 years to the FBI's elite hostage rescue team.
That shows you all you need to know about.
It goes on and on and on. He's involved with PETA in a negative way, and then his people that were with him went on to competing businesses, were competing with him, and this is like all from Reuters. And it says, commenting on this article is ended. Surprise, surprise. Wow. And as they say, this is a subplot. So,
but when you talk about the experiment, do you mean the one that gave birth to the Dietr-Elect then?
No, I'm talking about the experiments he did on these torturing troops.
Okay. You mean when you want me to talk about? But when
okay, that's what they're talking about, because they don't, of course, know about the.
No, yeah, no. Well, what I meant was when you want me to speak about the experiment, you want me to speak about the birth of the Dietr-Elect next time on Wednesday.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I mean, we can go into that certainly. I've got to get back up to speed. I've got to listen to this thing over again, and I think one of the most fascinating things you brought up was about being medically dead.
Yes.
And this changes your whole interaction. I have many friends who've died, and it's different, but not at this level. Now, of course, I'll never forget being interviewed by my friend Truott, and he would talk about Jesus being the only person in the history of the world who died and came back. And I said, well, there's a lot of people who've had near-death experiences who have actually clinically died. He says, oh, that's right. But he was promoting Jesus as the only one who had ever died. Because that's the,
That's his faith. I mean, but this is the problem.
That's kind of what people are indoctrinated with. And it's true. I mean, if it's true, he is one of many.
Yes.
And championed as the conquering of death, which is an amazing thing. And it gives people hope that death can be overcome. But there's also a challenging element about it, because many people have overcome death or have shifted in and shifted out, and it's not all that. And I would even say that they communicate, with the dead. And but the thing is, even with the Jesus factor, this is the whole problem, is that communication between paradise and here is all convoluted. And when we bring up a story like tonight, we see how it's convoluted and some of the key players who are convoluting it. So thank you so much for your offering of truth, and I ask that people will continue to donate to you, even if it's small amounts, and those of you who haven't, to DouglasDietrich.com. Go to the upper right-hand corner, the yellow button, and we will go deeper into this story. So, and it's my job to put it all together in a way that can be assimilated. Now, what we just heard tonight, though, is details that we couldn't put all those details in the book, but you're going to get context in the book.
Yes.
So thank you for this. And I will, what's today? Today is Sunday.
Yes.
Yeah, I should be with you on the 5th of July.
Yes.
And it'll be another interesting broadcast. So thank you for everybody, and I'll say good night.
Yes.
And see you on Wednesday.
We look forward to it. We love you dearly. Take care.
Okay.
Blessed dreams.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye for now. That's Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. Thank you so much, Peter. Okay, we're going to try and reestablish the call. Let's work on this. Okay, we're going to try, of course, our usual suspects. And let's see what we can do without blowing my eardrums out. That ring is a long time. Let's give this young lady asking me how it's going There we are, honey. How are you? I don't know if you were hearing all that. That was pretty draining. I had to go through that experience again.
I'm sorry. This is God. You call it heaven. This is God.
Yes, honey. Yes, all for that, darling. And
I'm not listening at all. When I do, I'll do that one.
Okay. Well,
I listen to you. I'm not listening to you and Peter all the time because usually he says something nice and then he goes back into his normal.
Oh, understood, darling. Hey.
Great. I'm sure it might have been a very deep conversation, but I had some other stuff going on too. So.
Oh yeah. So, darling.
What's so bad?
Oh, nothing. It's just it was that time that I was in the hospital after the blood transfusion, and for 2 weeks they kept me under observation, and they really wanted to see if the experimental plasma would impact me in such a way that I might not be able to perform sexually. This was actually... No, by the way, one of the things Peter did was he went back...
I thought you and I agreed that we weren't going to tell anybody you couldn't perform sexually.
Very funny, very cute. Anyhow, Peter actually went into the... What?
I thought I was kidding.
Yes, of course. Anyhow, Peter went into the archives, so to speak, the net.
Peter knows how you perform sexually, obviously.
Anyhow, he went into the archives, the net, and he extracted an article on the doctor who performed the experiment on me, Dr. John Henry Hagman, so he could provide people with context on this man's criminality. Responsible as he was for just monstrous experiments on people and animals. And basically, this individual is still on the loose and has never suffered repercussions, even though he's been pretty much exposed. I mean, completely exposed, and his medical license revoked. He's still on contract with the government, and his business is still a defense contractor. Anyhow.
Sorry, were you a child when this happened, or an adult? I can't remember.
I was a child, 14 years old.
Yeah, so your parents then. Apparently they didn't watch Dallas and know who Larry Hagman was. Just the name Hagman should have given away, don't let this person get near my child.
By the way, Larry Hagman, the actor, wasn't really... Was he ever involved with something like that? Or...
But no, his character was really bad. Actually, okay. He, believe it or not, he had an NDE when I started studying.
Well, honey, that would come par for the course. I mean, the guy was such a chronic alcoholic, they had to give him a liver transplant.
Yeah, actually, his near-death experience was one of the few that I thought seemed more like a drug experience versus most people's. You can get some similarity. His was a little odd. So I'm not so sure what that was, but I think they included it on this website at the time, because it was him. But yeah, I think he was a good guy. It was just I was referring to the actor. It was just a joke, but yeah.
Okay, no. I mean, his role was he was supposed to be an extraordinarily evil man. It was like he capitalized on his reputation as this incredibly merciless criminal. He made a running joke of it. And I think they topped off his last episode. Was very funny. If you remember, he was visited by an angel, and the whole point.
Well, they killed him at one point. Went out a window or something.
Yes, that was the running joke all over the United States was who killed JR. That was the who shot JR, who killed JR. That was
You're so in our age right now. I mean, I was young, but I remember that. So my mom watched all the time, so that I got into it, and I was like, "Who killed JR?" Yes, oh my god.
Yeah. Well, they did that later on with King of the Hill. Remember, King of the Hill was. I
didn't get into that. Man. Okay. I already had a kid by then. I thought that was a stupid show. Plus, because here's the thing: if I had to watch anything on my own, I was gonna watch something better. Because the only thing when I had to watch them with kids, it was SpongeBob. Well, before it was Blue Blue's Clues bullshit. And then by my second kid, I gave up and was like, you know what? SpongeBob isn't that bad. Let's watch it. At least it's a little comedic.
Okay.
Because I don't know if you're not familiar with kids, but like there was a whole controversy on you shouldn't let your child watch SpongeBob.
What was the controversy?
Because SpongeBob was deemed, like, because it was a cartoon, but it was for kids, but it was also deemed controversial because he makes a lot of crude jokes and says things that, like, aren't perfect, and I don't know, like, the whole, especially God, the Red Wing, you know, it's like, oh, you're not watch SpongeBob, or you're a Christian, you're not watch SpongeBob, they get watch SpongeBob. So my first child had never watched SpongeBob. By the time I had my son, at 2 years old, he had a SpongeBob bedroom. Because I could laugh, because SpongeBob is funny enough for adults. So what they did is they threw in enough adult humor. That's why it became so popular. It was kind of over the top of kids' heads, but at the same time, yeah, I think that because it was over the top, people were worried. Well, what if the kid gets it? Well, I'm pretty sure your 3-year-old's not going to get that. Like,
yeah. Or at least they shouldn't. They shouldn't. That's
if they are, then there's a problem in your household. Okay.
Yes. It's kind of like when I was with Revolution Radio, and which at the time that I was on for Revolution Radio during the daytime, it was like 3 a.m. in the morning in Britain, and one of Stephen Outram's friends, who was this British intelligence officer who worked with mind control. Literally, I mean, this guy actually had a resume on this shit. He was like calling Revolution Radio, complaining that, oh, Douglas Dietrich says the crudest things on his program, and where my son can hear him. And I said, dude, my response on air was, that's child abuse. You're keeping your son up at 3 a.m. in the morning and you're making him listen to Douglas Dietrich. That would be like having a child in the United States and making him listen to... Who's that guy?
Right, like the person who needs to go to jail there is the person fucking letting their kid do it.
Yeah, thank you. What was the guy's name again? Who was that guy who had all the crude jokes all the time on the radio for the long... Howard Stern. It would be like someone in America keeping their child up late nights to listen to Howard Stern. Oh, anyhow. Oh, gosh. Well, I love you. We had a thumbnail. Go on.
I said I never liked Howard Stern. That's all I was saying.
No, of course not. Well, there's nothing to like. I mean, like
I didn't find him as that funny. Like people want him funny.
Oh, he's awful. He's awful. I mean, no, he's not funny at all. I mean, no, it's fart jokes and all this other crap. He's just crude. So, honey, tell me, do you want me to just you and I for a little while, or do you want me to bring others on? Because I can start bringing others on, or we can go at this alone for a little while.
And bring people on. I don't care, because as soon as you bring them on, I can get the fuck off. So bring them on.
Get off in a sexual sense, or get off like,
Oh, because everybody you bring on so turns me on.
Well, you
I've been sitting here waiting all night just to get on his voice.
Oh, well, you turned them on, honey. Yes. At any rate, so I did what do you call it? We can't ban them anymore, but you prevent them you hide them from the channel. I hid from the channel somebody who, just so you know, the part where I was talking was basically where I was talking. Peter Moon pretty much checked out in terms of participating for the while to let me go on about what happened with my blood transfusion and thereafter. So you can actually listen to that. It's just me going on. And then this idiot in the chat room said, Douglas Longwind, he said. And so, yes, so I definitely, hid him from the channel. Who needs that shit, right? I mean,
probably the same guy that I fucking had to block the other week.
No, it's some other idiot with a different channel. He's definitely an idiot, and he's definitely got a different channel of his own, and he's obviously a troll. I think Peter Moon was alluding to him actually, but saying people who troll Douglas Dietrich could have been thinking about all the others, and God knows there's enough of them. So let's see if we can hit Ian West.
I trolled you for like 10 years before I came on your show.
Yeah, right.
And got very into everything. I knew everything about you, and then I finally came on.
Oh my God. So let's take a look at you do know quite a bit about me. I mean, it could be frightening.
Okay, that's fucking bullshit. You damn well know I didn't know shit about you other than that fucking one video with your eyes. And then I just randomly came on and was like, "Oh, come on, we've already been through this. If I had known anything about what I was getting into, my voice would."
Oh, I don't blame you. Oh my
But
God.
that's the term, a day late and a dollar short by the time I. Oh.
Oh, well, darling. Well, we're certainly glad that you're here. We might give a try to some of these people and just see if they respond. But
So why don't you tell me when you send my blanket back and I can get my fucking $100?
I'm still using it right now. I'm using it right now. Granted, this will be an ongoing discussion. We'll figure out how we're gonna work this. Oh, this is it, Amanda. Yes. How could I forget? This is the one that the lady who should be. You two should be friends. Honestly, I want the two of you to be friends.
That is a doll.
What was that, honey?
I don't know who that is. I've not heard that.
It's Our Lady from Seattle, Washington, and the state. And let's hope she responds. Okay, so I hit everybody, some of them twice, in the sense of they have two accounts and you don't know which one's which. And we'll see who responds. Oh, did I hit George Knight? I might have missed George.
Ian can't come on. Ian's working till 4 a.m.
How do you know this?
I told you there was something he had told me one time, which I'll go over later. But anyway, I'd asked him to send it to me. I wanted to see it, and so I just messaged him, and he called me to tell me it was already in my. You know how you send me shit and then I don't watch it? He's like, "Brooke, I already sent it to you," and I had to scroll up, and I was like, "Okay, got it." Yes. But he's like, "But I won't be on tonight because I have to work till 4 a.m." I mean, I guess I come on after, but I'm sure we will.
Yes, that probably would be. That's true.
I also told him I was like, fuck you. I was like, because I apparently need to go off on you because you went off on fucking Clemson. Because Douglas is fucking bring this shit. And he's like, oh, well, you go ahead and do that. And I was like, fuck no, it's not fun going off on you when you're not fucking there. Yeah. He's like, oh, he was like, we were laughing about it. But I was like, but now that I think about it, I can go off on you for fucking bringing it up.
And also, what was it, Brooke? We had, who was it? Jesus, now I lost it. My brain. It totally, you empty my brain. I'm
what versus elsewhere.
Yes, that's right, honey. We are joined by Andre Nemczyzski. And did I say that correctly, Andre?
Oh, who the fuck is Andre?
Andre, yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
What time is it in Germany?
It's 6:47.
Oh, so you're bringing Nazis on now. I thought you were
trying to... he's Ukrainian German. Are Ukrainian immigrant to Germany, but naturalized. He's more culturally German than many Germans, because that's the way it is with immigrants, you know. And
that's the only way to survive.
We've been trying to get those Japanese and fucking German, half Japanese people out for years. It still hasn't worked.
She's talking about me, of course. So, did I say your name correctly? Andre Nemczyzski.
Yeah.
Nemczyzski.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So I still didn't say it right, but I'll get it. You know, I want to get it smoother because it's kind of like Zaporozhye. You have to say the Z twice. So it's like Zbigniew Brzezinski. It's Andre Nemczyzski or Nemczyzski.
Yeah, because we all care if you say it right. Like, I don't even think he cares. I think he's already overloaded with, like, nobody cares about my name.
Yes. So this is Brooke Gibson. And Brooke Gibson, this is Andre. Remember the movie My Dinner with Andre? Yes. You were too young for
that. I know this movie. It's a very good movie.
Oh, I do not that movie. I think of Andre the Giant when I think of Andre.
Oh, yes. Andre the Giant. Yes. So,
yeah, this is how they called me at Volkswagen 1 year ago.
Yeah.
1 year ago when I was working at Volkswagen, they called me Andre the Giant. I don't know why, but...
It was your penis. It was your penis. They
maybe.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, Douglas seems to know all about your penis. So maybe we can...
Yeah, but Andrew the Giant, that was a wrestler. He was a wrestler.
That's right. I think Brooke knows that.
And he does not look similar to me. I do not look like him.
No,
that's good. That's good because it's not sexy at all.
Yes, Poor guy.
Giant was investing in his name, and then you saw why many were like,
Yeah.
they should have killed all the giants when they were flooding the earth.
Yeah.
Isn't that what the Great Flood was for? To kill the Nephilim?
Yeah, it's supposed to be killing the giants. That's right, because they were fucking all the women. That's right. That's.
They weren't fucking on the sons of God, according to your Bible. The sons of God, daughters of man, and they created the Nephilim giants, who then were killing the people, and then they flooded that. So you were wrong. I mean, they were eating people. They weren't fucking them.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I had no idea what a Bible thumping fanatic you were. You're so good at this.
I know the Bible enough to know what bullshit it is.
And so our man Ian West sent us a message. I'm still at work. So now if work ends around 4 a.m., that's actually long before I get off air. Though at that time, I'm hoping I'll be doing some monologuing.
4 a.m. East Coast time. You get off at 8. You get off at 8. I'll be fucking dead and gone. I will not have the time to fucking put him down. So I'll have to do it next time.
Oh, right. Understood. He'll be yeah. So we'll be doing that Wednesday, which will be here practically tomorrow. And did I call Dan? Dan, the pusher man. By the way, this is a song. No, he's Netherlands. He's in the Netherlands. Yeah, but the correct name is Nederland. So he's a whole. What do you call it?
Oh my god, I'm so sick of your fucking pronunciations.
But honey, I try to pronounce things culturally correctly. I do my best.
One of your old text messages to me. I mean, like when I read them, oh, thou were thy beauty of thy. Like I'm like fucking 8. I don't even understand what you're saying.
Well, honey,
you speak first. I understand. No, don't get me wrong. I'm not stupid. I understand it. I kid you with that. But it is like first century fucking English. Like you're from England.
But darling, you.
But first of all, you have no English blood in you. Why are you speaking like that?
Anyhow, well, I told you my mother spoke what was called missionary English, and my legal father had that Irish brogue. So a lot of that leaks through.
That would be great if you had an Irish brogue. I would like to hear that. Why don't you do your dad right now?
I kind of emulate it at times when I'm pretending to be Irish, or it's St. Patrick's Day or something, or I'm trying to. I can't just spontaneously, for whatever reason now, I'm too self-conscious at the moment to do it. Other times.
I like a bad day. That was the day I got married.
Yeah. Oh, why? Because that idiot had an Irish brogue? Your husband didn't have an Irish brogue.
No, fuck no. I just needed to get married until I was pregnant, so we eloped to the Bahamas. I had to hurry up and do it. It just happened to be around that time, and I was like, well, fuck, we'll just do it on St. Patrick's Day, which was hilarious because I'm in the Bahamas, and so there's a wedding scheduled. It's just me and him, like basically on this pier. But I had this woman come up to do my hair. She was a local Bahamian woman, and I assume I'm saying that right, Bahamian woman. But she came up to do my hair, and then I was like, she's like, okay, it's time to go down. We should go down. And I had a white dress, just a little short white dress. I had a little.
When she said that, the way you said that, I imagined you eating her out. You know, it's time to go down, go down.
I wish I fucking had then. That would have been a better day. But the problem, what was funny was I said I have to find, because I, being, of American descent, and I knew, St. Patrick's Day, like I know it's bad luck to not have green on. So I'm getting married on fucking St. Patrick's Day. So I bought on the way, like we had 2 just like green clovers, like pins. They were just like green clover pins. Yeah. So I sent Jamie out with my ex-husband at the time, going to be my husband. So he had his, and he was dressed, but he had to leave the room like a couple hours before. So he had his, but I couldn't find mine. And this bitch is going, she was like, where do you have to go? And I'm like, no, I can't go. I'm not getting married without the green. I can't just get married without green. That's bad luck, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, marriage was already fucking doomed anyway, but I needed the green to at least get something. So I'm like, no, I got to find the pin, and I'm looking everywhere. And I hear her call down, and she's like, because I guess they have this happen. She's like, I think she has a I think she's backing out. I think she's backing out. I turned around, like, I'm not backing out of the wedding. I am looking, like, she's calling the priest down, like the guy who's waiting.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and luckily I found the fucking film finally. But she was serious. Like she was.
That's so offensive.
You don't want to get married. You just need to say. You just need to tell me. And I'm like, I just need to. She didn't understand. So they didn't know. She's like, what do you mean St. Patrick's Day? Like she didn't understand.
She didn't know what St. Patrick's Day was?
No, that's what I'm saying. She had no idea. She didn't like. I was like, do you understand the St. Patrick's Day? So what do you mean? And I'm like, I have to wear green. And she's like, what do you green for? Why do you have to have green on?
Oh my God. That is
no idea.
That's incredible. That's incredible to me. I mean, because their industry is based on tourism, so the fact that they would have no knowledge of some of the culture of their tourists.
No, they had no idea. And what's hilarious about it is then there is a video of us getting married because I brought over parents, but they video it. And so I had this Bahamian black priest, whatever, on this. It was beautiful. You know, we were on this pier, blue water, but he is like. And I think about it now, I'm like, maybe it was because she called down about the green. But, like, I have blue eyes. They're blue, like, and gray. Sometimes I get gray and they're blue. There's nothing green in them at all. Like, my kids have some green, like, hazel eyes. But I have nothing green. He goes, on the video, he goes, and you take your lovely, he says, and do you take your lovely green-eyed bride?
So this wasn't an Irish priest. This was a Bahamian priest.
Black, very dark black Bahamian priest, yes. And he said, do you take your lovely green-eyed bride to be your wife? We still joke to this day about it because it was like, did he not even look at my eyes at all?
Was he colorblind? Yeah, I mean,
I'm thinking the bitch just called down was like, she's saying something about green. So
oh my God, so that was on his brain. Yeah, that was on his mind. Oh my God. So, Andre, you now know a bit about Brooke. You know how she got married. But she's no longer married. But how about you, Andre? Did you ever think about getting married, or this has never presented itself?
I'm together with my friends, I guess, since 2000. That is 23 years. So, wow. but we are not married because, marriage is for me just a ritual, and it is combined with the church, especially with the Catholic Church, and with those people, I do not confirm, and I cannot vibrate anymore with them. I mean, I was risen up Catholic. I was on a Catholic church school, and I was in the church, but I broke up with them.
Right.
Well, yeah, good for you, man. Thank God.
Well, you're of Ukrainian descent, so your parents were Ukrainians whose family line had been somehow converted to the Catholic Church. It's somewhat unusual. I mean, there are certain Ukrainians. What did they call them? Uniates, or there were like uniates or other kinds of Catholic incursions into Ukraine.
That was the most boring question. With what he just said. Here's the thing. You just went to a boring question. When all I want to know, he said, "My friend." So is your friend a man or a woman?
It doesn't.
My friend is a man.
Oh wow. Okay, you're gay.
Yeah.
Wow, I never knew. Oh my God. Congratulations. I mean, yeah.
You got two fucking people on here like the fucking same sex.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like that my mother was or is Catholic, but my father was Russian Orthodox. He was not Catholic. Okay. So because of that, I always got another view on those actions in this community.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And
I was on a school which I was taught by nuns. I had nuns as teachers. And if you know nuns privately, you get a complete other view to the Catholic Church. Because if they are private, they are like really evil women, fighting each other, being jealous, and the priest directing them, and also but this you do not see if you're not behind the scenes. If you are a normal citizen going to church every Sunday, you will not see this movement of the people under each other. But if you are behind the scenes, like if you're on a Catholic church, then you will see things happening which you would not believe normally. Yeah.
I think that's in any church. I mean, to be honest, humans are humans, to be honest, so you're always going to have humans in it. The problem is, I think the Catholic Church is
humans without sex. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
but they try to hide it. They try to act all perfect, while then they turn around and,
No.
Southern Baptists, talk about people and like are horribly vindictive and mean, and then it's like, but all love when we preach it.
Yes, all the preaching of love when everybody's full of bitterness and hate and vindictiveness. Yeah.
See, when she came in, I heard she did this. Oh my God, gossip, 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 gossip.
Mhm.
Da, 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 da. And then it's like, oh, we love you. Okay.
It's pretty sad, really sad, and well,
Where you asked me if I learned like what I thought was fake. I think that's probably where I learned to start hating fake people. Like,
Okay.
because I saw fakeness there.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I appreciate that. No, that makes sense, and I appreciate the context. And it's like, so Andre, we had a running joke between Brooke and myself about we had this perfect image for what I said would be a good thumbnail for tonight's show. And the only reason I don't put it up is because two reasons. One is that there's really no place to fit my Douglas Dietrich title on it and stuff, so it's just kind of like it's a busy image, but it was I gave it to Brooke, and I guess there's somewhere we can show it, because it's I was going to say it was a thumbnail of Brooke, put it up there in the live stream thumbnail, and say it's an image of Brooke because of our adventure, we'll call it that for the moment, with Amazon, but Amazon.com being the company, of course. And it's just also the second reason I don't put it up is probably because the enemy would report it and say, oh, I don't know, something wrong with it. Maybe some kind.
Next week you need to find a fucking flying squirrel and just put that up.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the name of the stupid little subcontractor of Amazon that I should put up a picture of Rocky, the flying squirrel from the Bullwinkle Moose days. But I mean, by all means, honey, why don't you relate the horror story so that people hear the horror story of what you and I went through?
But it's too boring. I just don't want to right now. I'll do it later. No.
Okay.
Just let him talk. I'll tell the story later or whatever. You can get me into it, but maybe tonight. I don't know.
Okay.
It's just, maybe that's a boring story.
Okay. Well, Andre, what kind of exciting stories do you have? Like, what do you think is exciting that you could...
I have an exciting story. Back when I was married and I had to fake having a gag reflex so I didn't have to suck my ex-husband's dick, I would rather have Andre here and be like, but Andre will.
That is pretty exciting. That's very funny, honey, and we'd like to hear the details on that. I mean, so like, Andre, when did you
I told other guys that, and they're like, you're selfish, you're just a selfish person faking a gag reflex. And I said, I could have just said your dick is gross to me and I don't want to suck it. I just said I have a gag reflex. Which one did you want me to say?
Oh, that's pretty funny, yeah. And yeah, and so Andre, here's probably a story we'll all find engaging. When did you realize you were gay?
Good question.
Right after I told him to eat my pussy, and
I told you this would be an interesting, no matter how we put it. Yes.
I guess it depends. It depends. I mean, I had a girlfriend when I was 16. I also was very in love with her. She was from China.
Wow.
And
how did you meet her?
She was living in Berlin,
okay.
And she was the girlfriend of my cousin. And she was just, and my cousin was visiting my sister, and she was coming with her, and so we met. But it was a summer romance, and but after that, somehow I thought by myself, maybe you're gay. I don't know.
Wow. Okay.
But there are also so much gays where I would say, no, I'm not gay. So much dislike to some gays which I met in my life that I would also say, maybe I'm not gay. Maybe I'm bisexual, right, or whatever. But it depends on your feeling, on your mind, and with whom you feel to be together is good for you. And in this case, in this life, it's my friend.
Good. Your partner is the term we would use in America. Yeah.
Marcus Maciewicz.
Wow. Wonderful. I'm happy for you. I mean, love is hard to find, and when you find it, that's wonderful. I mean, that's we're happy for you. So yeah, in the old days, the most awkward expression I saw was in a horror book that was in one of the few horror stories. It's not like I normally read horror stories, but there was one that was recommended to me that was rewarding in its own right.
Like horror story, you don't need to read them.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's true. Absolutely true. But it was in the book The Conqueror Worms, which came out at just the right time, whenever it was published, where they were just transitioning using different terminology. And so one of the characters in there is referred to as Alternative Lifestyles Partner, I think, ALP, which I thought, that's got to be the most awkward term. It's like there was no need for that. They could have just said partner or something, or life partner maybe is what they said, but it still was awkward. But yeah, it's still I think partner is fine. And as for Brooke, of course, all I can say is that she says she's gay, but of course, probably maybe that's why she's attracted to me, is because I'm feminine enough for her or something. I mean, at least I flatter myself that she's attracted to me. Of course, I think Brooke would probably vociferously deny that. But all that being said, Andre, congratulations, and it's Pride Month over here it just ended. The Pride Month parade and all that just ended. It was the latest weekend. Before our latest episode, where I, thank God, was able to make rent, came home and made rent thanks to our listeners. And again, our listeners are to be congratulated, and I can't thank them enough. It's incredible. And of course, Brooke was trying to be helpful and sent me this blanket, and granted, it's doing its job now. I've made it somehow conform to my body, at least to the degree where it's not leaping off of me violently and levitating in the air away from me. Yeah, but exaggerating, Andre, but you get my point.
First of all, here's the thing, Andre. He's a picky little bitch. And the only reason is because he's more like a girl, and I can see him dressing up. Although, Douglas, you do need to know, I'm not sucking your dick either. It's just not happening. But, the rest, he's a little bitch. He's like, oh my God, it's like polyandrous. It's like, was it soft? It was soft. It's just too soft. And it levitates off my body, and I have to fold it up and put a weighted blanket on it. And I'm like, okay, so you got $100 blanket that's soft, but it's too light. It's levitating off your body. Maybe the blanket's scared of you, bitch. I don't know. But anyway, he's very. I don't mean bitch. I don't.
Yeah. No, it's all right. I'm fine.
I always say that when I say bitch, it's always a loving term.
Yes.
But I loving in that way. But yeah, I think he's sometimes a little picky. Yeah. A little bit picky.
Yes.
He only said that he had a couple microphones sent to him, hundreds and hundreds of dollars of them, and he didn't bother to send them back, and still bitched and complained they were completely free. Then he gets a free fucking blanket. He's fucking crying like a little baby. It was too soft. It was light. No.
So all of that being said, I want Andre, maybe you can explain to Brooke, one of the reasons you called me was that I used the term United Germany, and that you can explain to her that Germany is really not united, and some of the angst they're going through, but how after COVID it seems to be more of a family country. Maybe give her some of these examples. I'm sure it'll bring memories out from her.
For example, yesterday I was cycling with my friend in the hills.
Yeah. Your partner?
With my partner. Yeah.
Your husband, you know why? Because it pisses the church off.
Yeah, use the term husband to piss the church off. There we are. Yes.
Yeah, and everywhere, when you go here through Heidelberg, you see the families outside going with their children. Like in the Netherlands, it was all the time before, but after COVID, you see it here also, that fathers and mothers and children are together, and they're outside, and they're playing together. They're also cycling. Before COVID in Germany, family life was everybody's going to his television set and is happy. Nobody was going a bit outside or even cycling or having his time with his children. That was not usable in Germany. But after COVID, it made a change. People are somehow caring for each other here. Seemingly. I mean, to get your kids in front of the television set, it's also a form of taking care. But I mean, now they make it somehow real because, maybe they know the dangers of watching too much television. And we had here in Germany, we had big problems with the youth getting into this borderline syndrome.
But what does that mean?
That they cannot feel themselves anymore. They have no feeling for their corpses, for their bodies. And to get this feeling back, they start to make slices in their arms and in their legs, and that it really bleeds. Yeah? And some say that they get a warm feeling if the warm blood runs over their skin after they have made some slices in their arms. So you see that there's some emotional neglect. And when I was studying here in Heidelberg and I was making my courses at the psychiatry, I asked the teachers what they think of TV consume and the borderline syndrome. And then they watched me and said, we haven't looked that really right up and not faced it really. But I think now they face it. That television can be very dangerous for your kids.
Wow.
Even, especially if they watch very much and alone.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I mean,
yeah.
You sit the whole time. You sit in front of a television set.
Uh-huh.
Your mind is absorbed completely, and your body is like dead, sitting there.
Yeah.
You do not do much in front of the television. Yeah, and normally, if you are a young child or if you're a youth, you have to move. You have to excite your body. You have to experience your body. And if you watch television, it's like somehow an electric coma or something like that.
Yeah, well, that's why they had that one TV show where they had the one female character who was trying to get kids out to exercise. Everybody in the town was lazy and wouldn't move, and the villain was this guy who was trying to keep everybody lazy and not moving. Do you remember this children's TV show?
No, I don't watch television.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
But I remember that was the one with the colorful shit. It was like all colorful.
Yeah. It was actually Swedish or something. It was like, yeah. How do you remember that? The girl had pink hair.
Yes, he was fucking weird as shit. He freaked me out, man.
Yeah. You mean the whole situation? Everything was so colorful, looked artificial, and it freaked you out. Why? Was you were a young girl when you were watching it?
No, I don't know. I just remember seeing it. I think I saw that. I think I replayed it one time, it came on, and I played it with my kids, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Fucking weird. But, I assume it's the same thing. But anyway, yeah, I remember something like that. But I think what he's saying is, I think COVID, that was what with COVID, to be honest, you can look at, I could go back into astrology, I'm not going to, but also into just what COVID was meant to do. It was meant to actually do the opposite. It was meant to do the opposite of what he said, and it did for a lot of people. It locked them up. That's what they were doing. They needed to take control. They needed to lock people up. They needed to take control and dominance. They also want to kill a bunch of fucking people, by the way, because they think that 90% of the population is fucking dead, needs to be dead, or a good majority, a good half, and that was the first wave of it. But they locked people up. And a lot of people just got on TV. And then, you have people fighting in their houses and living on social media, adults and children alike, and children not going to school and not socializing. But the people that were able to get out and that decided to, we're going to make it, and it sounds like Germany did that well, we're going to get outside and we're going to hike and we're going to do this. So you could turn it into a positive, which is exactly backfired on them with that. For the people that were able to do that. And I think the problem is they know they're losing. They've lost the battle. You've got 6 more months in Capricorn with Pluto, and then they know their shit's done. They've lost a battle already. They can read timelines. They already know. And they're trying to rewrite timelines and do what they can, and they will. But the problem is, again, they came up with these plans like COVID. All that did also, by the people that were even inside, it raised people's consciousness, because the same people that they thought, oh, this is great, we'll kill people and we'll keep them out. Well, what happened was it did what they wanted, but then what happened was those same people weren't going to work every day and weren't so focused on their job and were paying attention to their children and their families, even if they didn't go outside. Like they were like, work isn't the most important thing anymore, and like, oh my God, like I have these kids and they're important and I can play with my dog and this is important. And like, like life is important. And so it's raising consciousness. So they just created what they didn't mean to because they already know they lost, but then they're trying to not lose, and their timeline's already been told to them.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. And yeah.
That may sound crazy, but I can just assure you that's the truth.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't agree with some of your premises.
What do you not agree with?
What is that?
What do you not agree with exactly? You don't believe COVID was manufactured? Because we do know it was now. That's been proven.
Well, I've explained the origins of COVID before, and in a sense...
Or come out since then, since you even said that, when I had already said it came from Wuhan lab, and now they have pretty much proven it came from the Wuhan lab.
Well,
like we got the original or the original person that got sick, they've now had the scientists come out.
Yeah, but it was it definitely came out of Wuhan, and it definitely came out of for what all intents and purposes was essentially kind of like a lab. Whether interestingly enough, there were elements of it that are pretty sinister. So. No, I'm not arguing with that. Of course, I've explained a context further beyond that led to the Wuhan.
Yeah, but wait.
Huh?
I think I just went into them. Like, you don't think it was, from what you've explained, like, you don't think it was manufactured purposely. You do not think that, you think it just accidentally went into these, and I
Well, I mean, I could qualify that so that I could say that it's not even so much that I was disagreeing with. I think that just so people understand, there's several elements of the. It came out of Wuhan. Okay, definitively, it came out of Wuhan. I've explained that originally it happened because of a further situation that almost made it inevitable it would come out of Wuhan. But the further situation behind that we don't need to go into right now. But I think it's more or less.
The market. Are you talking about the animal?
Yeah. The so-called wet markets.
That's not why they were actually the virus that was produced with COVID. That was a test virus. That was not a virus coming just out of the there. That's as much like what you're saying, and I've looked up what you said after that. Like that is much contradiction in that. And I know George Knight will be on here like, oh no, everybody's up too, because he agrees with everything you say. But I'm telling you right fucking now, you go look it up. Like there's no evidence. What? That would not be as much conspiracy as the fucking million kids that came out of fucking
Australia. She's talking about an infamous conspiracy theory that has become a running joke between she and I. So you have to know, you have to qualify these things for our listeners, of course.
Yes, we have Ian Knighter, and we have different. Well, not Ian didn't do this one. I said Ian Knight, Ian West, but someone this was.
Well, he may not be coming on later because he may be. I may be monologuing before he comes on.
And he saved hundreds of thousands. He says we've saved them.
Yes. Yes.
The one guy in Australia, and they brought 1 million kids out of Australia's desert last year. Have you seen any of those 1 million kids? I don't know how 1 million kids come out of the fucking underground desert. And
it's absurd. It's absurd. And so would I anyhow, George Knight has joined us, and George and Andre, you both met each other the latest episode, and Andre's with us, George, and Brooke is here with us, and welcome aboard, George. How are you feeling today? And of course, by all means, introduce yourself to any new listeners, and give us a lowdown on how your day's going, how your past few days are going, whatever you're willing to share.
Oh, lovely, Douglas. Thank you for having me on this, and I'm glad to be here with you all. And a good evening, Andre, and good evening to you, Brooke. It's lovely to speak to you all. And it's going very well. Unfortunately, I have the pollen count's very high in the UK at the moment, so I do suffer from hay fever during the summer months.
Oh, so, you sound fine. You sound fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
And I was really looking forward to coming on just to share with you, Douglas, that on Saturday night, the weekend just passed. Me and my wife, we attended a celebration of our friend's 30th birthday party, and one of the guys that were there, I was like, I need to ask you a few questions about how you publish your books. So he's on the verge of publishing his third book, and he was just giving me a rundown and insight on how to publish them. So that was wonderful. So I'm literally going to be on full swing now to get the book comprised and then to publish it. So
Great.
That's what I'm really looking forward to.
I'm so excited. Yes.
Yes, and I'll do it based upon the as we went through the last transmission. I'll base it around the Nexus magazine article that
Excellent.
that you published. Yeah, well, that they published on your interviewing yourself with that Kirshner, whatever his name is, Kirshner or Krishna.
Oh, I forget.
Down in Australia.
Yeah, that Gruber, Duncan Rhodes. Yeah, but the interviewer was a German guy. It was actually a German guy. Yes, his name was something like Kirshner or something like that. He later on blocked me on orders from Duncan Rhodes and shit. Yeah, what an idiot. So that was, it's just so disgusting. I mean, all of these just experiences, they're so negative. At any rate, but to purge that from my mind and get back onto a more positive note. Okay, that's exciting. What else?
Yes, no, I really wanted to come and share that with you, Douglas. So yeah, he did tell me the first time, because he was naive, the first time he published a book, it cost him around about £1,000, 1,000 English sterling pounds. And then he realised that there was alternative routes of publishing it. So he dropped that down to about half that money. So it does, to me, I was like, I really don't mind how much it costs, but I don't think it will cost £1,000. It would cost, I can make it far less than that. He was actually getting like freelancers and stuff to do the work for him, and using and he actually used for his images AI, which I won't need to do.
Right.
Yeah, I already have.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But isn't that a little cutting edge? He must have been doing this fairly recently.
Yes, that's right. That's what he was telling me very, very recently. So that was, I think, his second book he used. And he's using it the same method again this time around for his latest book. And he works in the NHS, so the books are based around his experience during COVID and during post-COVID, the post-lockdown restrictions. So that's what the books around his personal life experience around that as a local community health visitor. So that's the story around his books, which we had a great little conversation about it. And it's just ironic enough that that was the topic of discussion before I just showed up on the show. I wasn't reviewing the show before I jumped on. I just jumped on the call. So I wasn't aware of what's been going on, what's been discussion or who was on.
Well, what had happened was that Peter Moon was asking me to speak about my blood transfusion experience. And so when I spoke about that, I went in great depth. He remained completely silent. So I do want people to know that would be a time in which you hear only my voice. And so I'll timestamp that probably, and Brooke can review that later. Michelle Saldana says she's available for a short time. So I'll bring her on just for the sake of decency. And we will, I just saw that now. And that would be nice. We will, shall I say, anyhow, so that was what I was talking about with Peter. It's always very emotionally disturbing for me whenever I go into that. And so I'm still kind of like having to get over that in order to get into monologue. So definitely want to spend some time with a roundtable before then. And glad to bring all of you on. One of the things we found out tonight, which we didn't know before, was that Andrei Nemerzyzinski is gay. And so he shared that with us, that he has a partner he's been with for basically a lifetime partner.
He shared it.
23 years.
No, he just shared. He was like, he said, my friend that I've been with for 23 years. And Douglas asked if he was married. And then Douglas went into a boring monologue. Like, whoa, so what do you speak? And how do you speak this language? And I had to interrupt Douglas finally and be like, okay, boring. What you speak? Are you...
Yeah, Douglas. Douglas, but in our relationship, there's another thing vibrating with. I'm originally from West Germany and my friend is originally from East Germany, but we both have Russian ancestry, so to say. And the interesting thing is, after the German reunion, Deutsche Einheit...
Well, so were y'all together before the Berlin Wall came down?
Yeah, that's it. That's the German reunion. They tear the wall down and then
Yeah,
they
that's what I'm saying. Were y'all
reunited.
together before that?
Yeah, where the people were dancing on the wall and
Oh, awesome.
singing and we are the folk and all this. Yeah, that was 33 years ago.
Wow.
And still, you will not find any couple which is mixed between Eastern and Western German. Eastern German people, they married under each other, and Western people. But you will never find a couple which is mixed like us from East or West.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why those things are the indicators where I think, does it really exist? And like I said, you are the only one. You will never hear in Germany Deutsche Einheit. Nobody's remembering that anymore. Really.
Wow. And of course you spoke about this last time, and our man George, what does this bring up to your mind about Germany, or anything you want to speak of, anything else you want to speak about that this might bring to mind?
Sorry, Douglas, was that addressed to me? Beg your pardon.
Oh, no worries. It was just he was speaking about something that just a general observation, and so I was just trying to kind of bring you back into the conversation. And was there anything else you wish to mention to us aside from getting a bit of knowledge about how to go about publishing ultimately your book? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, very excited about that. But yeah, I just want to say, it was great. It was great to speak with Andre on the last transmission. I did see in the chat room that there were people that were very intrigued and interested into what they said what a fascinating conversation these two gentlemen have, and so I just thought that was very much appreciated. And so yeah, and I did listen actually because I carried on listening to the show after I dropped out, and it was a very interesting set of topics and conversations that was being had between Andre, Ian, and yourself, Douglas, and particularly with how, because we were discussing how the parents responded to Andre whenever he would things, and they would respond by, "Oh, you're smoking too much," and when he mentioned about 9/11, he was. He had this cynicism or skeptical about the mainstream narrative of what we were told about 9/11, and rightfully so, because that's something I investigated for over 12 years. Yeah. And so, yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's probably a discussion that we can talk about in the future, Andre, if you appear on the show in the future, when I have more time, of course, and yourself, we can go into that discussion. But it's very much appreciated. And I think you're certainly, your presence is certainly appreciated, and what you share is very much highly regarded. So really appreciate you coming on and sharing everything with us.
No, it wasn't even that I was making some criticisms on the 9/11 event. It was I was watching it on television when it was actual with my parents, and for me it was obvious that it cannot be like this, because it's a plane made out of aluminium, and it completely vanishes in a house which has the outer skin made out of steel, and if you see the plane is completely vanishing, completely. That's not possible, and that was for me clearly obvious. And even that I said, yeah, that's really strange that the plane completely vanishes into this house, and that was enough. And then the discussion started, and with the end that my parents had, there's something not going right with our son.
Okay. Oh, that's so what about, how did they respond to you, George, when you brought anything up about that?
Oh, do you know what? They very much were, they were in the same, they had a very open mind, and they were the same. My dad's response initially, I remember back in 2001, as soon as just in the aftermath of the incident, or I refer to it as atrocity, but we'll refer to it as an incident, the 9/11 incident. He said it was all for, he back then, this is his premise, back then, he said it was for oil. It was for a justification for an invasion of the Middle East, and he said that prior. That was prior to the invasion of Afghanistan. Right. That was just before that, because that was what they were talking about on the news. back then, of course, everything was broadcasted through the television sets and in the newspaper articles. That's how all the information was shared back then. So that was what he alluded to that. Because obviously he was, my dad was born, he's now in his 60s, so he's lived through some of these conflicts, these post-World War II conflicts, so he's aware of the situation. So, but that's what he was saying. So he knew it was a smoking gun, so to speak. It was just a smoking gun, so to speak. I hate to use that term, but that's what,
yes. Yeah. Yeah.
That is essentially what it was sort of like a preemptive, a pre-strategic or preemptive incident to happen in order to justify an invasion of a foreign nation state regarded as a renegade or rogue state. That was what ultimately happened, but we can go into that into some great detail. I can go into some of the dynamics of the construction with you, Andre, about how engineering works. I can go into some of that. I'm not an aviation expert, so to speak. My wife, on the other hand, could definitely tell you a lot more about the components or the dynamics of the engineering structure of an aircraft, certainly a commercial airline, but the structure of the building itself, it's very highly unbelievable for jet fuel, which is majority kerosene, that can ignite. The flames will reach a temperature hot enough to even weaken steel, let alone melt it.
Thank you.
So that is where.
That's not possible.
Yes, it's impossible. Completely impossible.
Because everybody has seen a car burning or a burnt car. And those cars, sometimes they burn for hours. Everything is burned, the tires are burned, but the steel is not. You will never see a melted steel on the street after a car was burned. You always see the car maybe black because of the fire, but it is not melt.
Right. I mean, no. I mean, of course, these days cars are different because cars are no longer made of steel like they used to be. Of course, now they're all fucking polyfiber. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, I mean, they also have jet fuel on them, not going, 200 miles an hour into a building. So I believe the fact that I agree in the fact that it was obviously a way, as George said, to get in. This was planned. This was an inside job. But at the same time, to say the plane couldn't disappear into the building, I believe going at that speed with that jet fuel could totally do it. Now, whether bombs set off intentionally inside the building to continue to implode the building, yes, that's probably a good possibility. But the plane disappearing into it, I think at that high speed with that jet fuel, I think that was legit. Like I think.
Thank you. I agree. So just so that Brooke and I agree on this, and I'm sure we agree on most of everything concerning the Twin Towers. The planes were real. First off, we do want people to understand that we came to somebody like poor John Miranda. Poor John Miranda he lost himself into Q and all that horrible stuff, and it just destroys these people's lives. But in his case, he came to believe that they were holograms, that the planes were holograms, and we're entering the realm of true insanity at this point. It's just awful, it's just you don't know. Yeah.
People that I got so mad when I got on Facebook, the people that would tell me that Sandy Hook wasn't real, that all those kids didn't die, that was all fake.
Thank you. That's so horrible. Thank you. It's beyond offensive. It's beyond offensive. It's just
imagine being all their kindergarten getting shot. All those kindergartners, like your 4-year-old getting shot in the head, and then they're telling you your kindergarten wasn't even real. It's fake. Fuck everybody. That's like I had to get off. That's when I got off Facebook for years because I was so angry with someone that had said it, and kind of let them have it.
Yeah,
I can't imagine people that do this shit.
Thank you.
There's one mistake in this movie 9/11 scene, so to say. If it really was that hot that steel would melt, that is 1,400 degrees, then you would not have people there were jumping out of the windows, because at 1,400 degrees you immediately go to dust.
Yes, you would be vaporized. Yeah, you burst into flames and combust. Yeah. So
People, if people did combust or hit it, where the plane originally hit, but the problem is it didn't hit at the very top, and so the people that were stuck in that fire above it, those were your people jumping.
yeah. I mean, okay, yeah, no, that's appreciated. It depends on where you were at the time the plane hit, etc. Yes, yes. I mean, yeah, those people would have, probably burst into flames when the plane hit, just kind of disintegrated. Do me a favor, all three of you. What I'm going to do is take advantage of all three of you being here, and I'm going to refresh myself a bit. I did that earlier when Peter was here, just because I was so, it upsets me sometimes to relay these stories like the blood transfusion affair. Apparently that wasn't the experiment Peter was talking about, but I'm not quite sure. I guess he could tell me what he really meant on Wednesday. But when it comes to that period of time that I was talking about it, yes, I do ask people to review that. I do want... so let's see, a conversation. What do you all think a conversation topic would be that would be... I think all of you can handle a bit of a conversation now that doesn't need to be too neutral. But certainly we have to remember there's no need to be too adamant about our stances. When I come back, of course, I'll presume everything will be copacetic when I return. But okay, so before I go, Brooke was... she did express, okay, so she was talking about Wuhan, and of course, Wuhan had the wet market, and Brooke felt that there was a lot of investigation now that gives people... Getting off as soon as you get back. Honey, why? Oh my God, why? Hey, oh, you just gonna go to sleep? Or, Brooke, you can talk. Brooke, yeah. Oh, I mean, maybe, yeah. Honey?
I'm getting tired, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Well, you and I will talk later. You don't want to tell the story about Amazon.com?
Mm-mm.
What? You don't want to share that while I'm gone?
No.
What? Oh my God! You don't want to relive the horror?
Douglas wrestled a package from an Amazon delivery after running down the street chasing a flying squirrel truck, and he literally and cussing the man who lies, and he's like he literally went PTSD, and I had to wrestle. I had to calm him down. I was like, stop, and he's got the package. I wrestled the man who lied and said he didn't have the package to begin with. Then he says, well, I do have the package, but I did knock on your door. And Douglas was like, no, you didn't. And then he's like, it was just a complete 3 different lies of this man. And then he finally Douglas wrestles the package.
Yes. Yes. And so, honey, and she was with me all the way on this, and she fought all the way. And, we made certain that we got the package together. We did it with the help of this one Pakistani guy or Asian Indian guy, we don't know. One of those types who was...
I'm pretty sure he was Spanish.
Really? CJ?
Yeah. CJ, yeah. CJ said in Spanish to me. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Maybe.
I may be wrong, but I wouldn't. He was not Indian.
Yeah, I mean, they all kind of blend to me.
All I knew was the line fucker that hung up on us was fucking white as shit in San Francisco.
Yeah, that son of a bitch. Yes, that's right. Who himself was wearing long johns. He made us know that. Basically, I guess because he could taunt me that he was staying warm while I couldn't. But
lived in a basement in your neighborhood at some point.
Yes. He said he had friends who lived in a basement. He probably kept kids in a basement at some point in San Francisco. Is what he was trying to tell.
Yeah. I mean, y'all see me lose it on show. I didn't even raise my voice nor to Douglas. We just went, can you look him up? And then he just went, I'm gonna need to hang up. You're gonna have to disconnect the call.
Yeah. Oh no, it was awful. It was just awful.
That's what I'm. I don't think I can give it justice right now because it's just it's kind of you have to give it justice of reenacting what they actually did, and I just don't have the energy to reenact that shit right now.
Okay, we'll do that maybe Wednesday. And but we'll do it together on Wednesday. It's more fun when we do it together. We can relive the horror together because it's comedic at that point.
I don't have energy to do it by myself right now.
Yeah, but one of the things that I do want people to know that was very trippy about Wuhan labs or it's either they, and I think it's they, or now, if anyone's familiar with the Resident Evil video games, Brendan Zoget pointed this out to me. The Resident Evil video games, which were produced originally by the Japanese, and then they have this whole franchise of films that stars a Serbo-Ukrainian actress. And George Knight is pointing it out. The symbol is the same. Yes, the symbol for Wuhan Labs is the same as Umbrella Corporation, which is the villain evil corporation in the Resident Evil franchise. The actress, of course, is... Yeah.
All kinds of movies. Almost all these movies have signs and symbols for what's going to come.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, predictive programming films or the like, yeah. So, honey, say that again because you're a little glitchy there. You miss all these movies that have all the symbolism in it, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying so many movies have symbolism in them to what's going to come, I believe. Like, they're showing things to kind of prepare people.
Predictive programming.
Yeah, and so people aren't quite... Yeah, exactly. So that's all I was saying.
Yeah. And I mean, there seems to be hints that Wuhan lab, not just the wet markets, might have been involved in the production of the virus. So it's not. I'm not denying it as impossible or even improbable. It may very well have been unleashed in the wet markets by Wuhan labs, for all we know. But it's hard for me to imagine what would be their purpose. Either it's an accidental leak, or it was produced organically in the wet labs. So it's one or the other. I mean, that's how you would see it too, right, Brooke? I mean, you would see it as an accidental...
How would you not see the purpose? The purpose is obvious. They produced the virus. They may have very well released it into the wet labs, but the purpose was very clear. I mean, it has been known that, first of all, your elites have been saying for years, like, this is a thing. You can call me Ian West if you want, but this is a thing that at the end of the day, that they need to reduce the population. And then China... Number one has the biggest aging population because of the way they screwed themselves up with an aging population and not having children, and then people didn't have children and they only had male children, right? But they wanted to reduce population in the world. This was a complete test subject. You don't think you're going to get another COVID or something similar that's going to come. This whole fucking thing about aliens, which I do believe aliens are real. The only reason you're fucking, or however you want to call them, aliens fucking from different whether you want to say they're from our dimension or extra dimensional, however you want to say
I would say relic populations from past evolutions on planet Earth or neighboring planets.
That's a whole different subject. My point is, government's done it for a while. You have to question why are things slowly being leaked now. That's a whole diversion tactic because you're going to see another probable major release. I'm not trying to be a fear monger here, but I think that was only a whole testing. And I think you're going to see probably another virus or something similar come out. Or they're going to try to start a war with fucking fake aliens just to kill it. And they'll be like, they're killing us. And they're going to make people think it's aliens killing them and bombing them. And it's not aliens. It's your own fucking government.
Or it could be the Third Reich in Unterland that they'll claim are aliens and claim it's an alien invasion, or that these are aliens living under the ground that we need to kill.
Fuck you, Third Reich. You're not fucking coming to kill me, okay? I already wrote a good paper on Adolf Hitler. Off his sake, okay?
What she's talking about, she actually wrote a report on Hitler when she was young that was a favorable report. What grade did it get again?
I was actually in 7th grade, so you think I would have known enough to be like, oh, yeah, I didn't kill a bunch of Jews, but I was just like, he was born in this, and this is what his parents did. I was like, wrote it like he was Marilyn Monroe. You know, like, I didn't put anything about, like, his bad personal stuff.
And what grade did it get?
I don't remember. I'm pretty sure, like, a B or C. Like, I was a good writer, but I probably could have got an A if I had mentioned death camps or something.
That's so cute. Oh, my God. Oh, that's adorable. And so darling. Yeah, it's just now, without getting, shall we say, militant about it, I do, first off, we do have climate change. And you agree with me, there's climate change, right? Brooke? Brooke?
Climate change?
What?
I'm voting for Donald Trump because it doesn't agree with climate change.
No, but you believe there's climate change, right?
Oh my God! Yes, of course.
Okay. So look, we have climate change. This is a catastrophe of major proportions. But since climate change is probably going to breed new diseases, in fact, we know it will, by increasing tropical climes, increasing the range of mosquitoes, etc., which are the most deadliest animal in the world is the mosquito, carrying all these diseases. I mean, and with people being forced to, basically, billions of people are going to die anyway. So is there? I mean, there's a certain logic to what you said. I mean, I could see the communist Chinese because they're so fucked, because they're so insane, because they've done everything with maniacal. They're so dysfunctional that I could see them. Wow, we really fucked up and we got this aging population. Let's unleash a disease and then kill as many old people as possible because they're really a drain and a burden on the economy. I could see them doing that. That's actually something I don't find too far-fetched. But the problem is, it also kills. It's you can't really control a thing like that, and it might control mostly old people, but it kills enough of the young people too, where it's kind of it's just really.
You know what it does? It kills old people, and it kills people that are sick that are taking up insurance money. It kills people that are high, like, oh, you're fat. You have extra, like. You think it was just that one country? The fact of the matter is, it's not like the president of China was like, "Hey, let's do this."
But wouldn't it have to be?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I can't believe how clueless you are on this one thing. Like, you think that there's some like one president. Joe Biden knows what the fuck's going on. Even that Qing guy don't. Xi whatever the fuck.
Jinping.
They're all fucking ran by somebody. Like, they don't know what's going on. There's higher powers. Like, even the Bilderbergs. Like, hey, there's a fucking video I watched today. Like, fucking 2008, the bitch came out, and she was interviewed by that guy, and this was a legit video because I know, because it was that Jesse Ventura who was crazy and he was doing like conspiracy shit. 2008, this doctor, she was leaving the fucking country. She was getting out that day, and she said she was getting out because she said, you're going to see these come in. This is 2008. She said this. It's going to come in, or I think it was 2008. She was like, there's going to be mandatory vaccinations that are going to be seen as voluntary vaccinations, but th're really going to be mandatory. And she had this all from somebody, really, she couldn't give the name because it was a patient of hers. They asked her if it was like the Bilderbergs or whatever, and she said that she knew their names and like that it was not the head of the Bilderbergs or anything like that, but yes, this was a person and they were a head of state, a female.
Okay. What about yourself, Andre? Do you feel that there's a plan by the elite to depopulate much of Earth?
Yeah, of course. Look at COVID.
Okay.
Thank you. So you have somebody that gets it, okay?
Well, but I'm still wondering how this benefits. So you feel that the elite is above governments, that the governments themselves really don't necessarily even know at the administrative level, like Xi Jinping or Joe Biden. I mean, I can see in America somebody like Joe Biden because these are elected officials that are just figureheads for America. But when it comes to the communist Chinese, you're talking about a dictator who basically holds total power. And yet you could imagine maybe the lab is contracted without his knowing it. Is that possible? I'm not quite sure that's the most efficient way to do this. It would if it's just general depopulation. Maybe, Andre, what are you going to say?
There's one thing I read in an esoteric book, that there's a mathematic phenomenon that the number of 10 times 10. Then every time, if this thing is, how you say, overcome, if there are more people, for example, than 10 times 10, then something in our consciousness will happen. And I think they try to avoid that we will be 10 times 10 people on this planet, because then we will get another consciousness, and this they try to avoid.
Okay,
they want to control us.
So what Andre is speaking of is the concept that was affiliated in some ways with Rupert Sheldrake, where we have morphogenic fields, and that if we get a certain exponential in the population that we have a consciousness expansion, that we basically raise a degree in awareness and consciousness as a species, and that they might be trying to prevent this next step in evolution where we reach a higher level of consciousness, probably because we would be less manipulable as masses. Okay. Before I let George in on this, Brooke, does that resonate with you? Or maybe she fell asleep. Or...
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I just muted it while he was talking. Sorry, I was downstairs.
Okay.
It does resonate. I mean, I think that's what I'm saying. They've already lost because the planet's consciousness is raising, and that's what they needed to stop the power. So, not everybody's consciousness is raising, obviously.
Plenty of people we could name, yes.
People are, and they tried this thing, to like kill off people, but what it did is it backfired. So they look in timelines. They're able to do that. We know about the research where they try to go forward and read timelines and people that, can do remote viewing and people even that, things like that. These people have these powers that, the average person doesn't have, or even that a lot of us even know that exist. But at the end of the day, those are the people that are trying to control. There is free energy out there. We don't have it. But raising the consciousness takes the power away from these people, from these beings. And so the number of people, the more people that are raising their consciousness, obviously, that's energy. It's complete energy that completely that's what stops them, is the energy. Like every time we are in fear, so when we were afraid, when we watch the news, when your parents are like, oh my God, oh my God, you're going to die of COVID. Or, oh my God, like fear, number one, feeding, because you're not in a positive consciousness state, right? Mm-hmm. Or number two, anger. Like I hate, that's the other, what I keep telling, just like analysts or anybody, like stop saying I'm Republican and I'm Democrat and I'm going to fight them. Oh, they're pro this, they're anti this. Like you're both being played. They just need you to hate each other, because at the end of the day, you both lose as long as you're fighting each other.
Right. So with that in mind, this kind of resonance, I'd like you all to discuss while I take a short break. And when I come back, we'll see if Brooke wants to go to sleep then, and that would be fine. And I'll say my, good night to her at that point. But maybe we could discuss the riots in France in that context there. I'll be back in a few minutes. George, what do you think of the riot? Let me hear what you have to say a little bit first before I go. What do you think about the riots in France in this context? I don't know if you've been following any of that, but I'll do a monologue, starting with that analysis.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. No, I really appreciate that. No, I can't share any other information than that, I'm afraid. I'll look forward to listening to your analysis on it, Douglas, because it was something that was discussed last week amongst my colleague peers at work, because Eric's my colleague I've worked with for a year. He's left, but he has he has dual nationality with France and Britain, so he's a dual nationalist, and so they were just basically being a bit facetious about it all to him in a respectful manner without trying to be too insulting. But that was just what I was listening to in the background. But other than that, I have no further context other than that, Douglas, I'm afraid. Wow. So I look forward to listening to it. Yeah, and and when it comes down to the there are several things I do want to speak about. I don't have much time, Douglas, so I think when you come back, I'll wrap up my time on the show. And then, and then we'll move on from there, I'm afraid. But please take your time, and we'll cover the stage as best we can.
Thank you.
Without your presence. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And just before I leave, Brooke, you can get started. I'll leave while you're talking, but I want to hear a little bit of your start. What do you feel about what's going on in France in context of everything we were saying?
France, I'm pretty sure, what did it say? DeSantis just said, they didn't even go to war. They'd all been killed. So I just go with the Republican Party.
That's cute. That's funny. Okay, but do join in on this. I
think France is doing a great. I think it's the same thing. I think it's people uprising. I think you're going to see more and more of it. I've told you that you're having a breakdown. That's what Capricorn's been doing.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's a breakdown of people fighting against the systems and wanting to change the way things have been done. and to fight government and to fight and to stand up and say. And so government's seeing that, and the power structures are seeing that, and they're trying to fight back or fight the way they can in different ways. But yeah, there's going to continue to be breakdowns of institutions, which are government institutions. People are going to uprise, and once you move into January, February of next year, then you're starting a whole new cycle of where you're really going to see the people have to figure out what they want and really stand up and do it. But the breakdown has already started, and it's continuing, and they know that.
Okay, thank you. And so what I'm going to do is go take my breaks now. I'm going to go mute, but Andre, get started. And I mean, come on, I need to hear a few words from you before I go. You're bordering France, of course. And so what do the Germans in general feel about this?
Yeah, I'm very glad that I only drive 40 minutes by car to France, because I like France very much, and I did this very often when I was living in Mannheim.
Yeah.
But they avoid you to go to France. So, for example, every time when you pass the border to France, there are huge antenna buildings. And every time when I have to go that way beneath these antennas, I always got very, very tired, exhausted. And when I arrived in France, I nearly was able to go to sleep. And it was just 40 minutes. So, and I was always exhausted, like I had driven 6 hours or 7 hours. And it is not really, German people do not like if you go to France. They do not appreciate that.
Interesting. Why?
And even if you are here living near the border, you will not really see French influence. Sometimes you see French cars.
Yeah.
You will seldom hear French, even here in Heidelberg, where you hear every language on the street.
Yeah.
But French you will hear very rarely. I don't know. The German people, they are not really into the French.
Right. So they may as well be separate planets. Or truly, that's amazing. I that's incredible. I'm impressed. So by all means, all of you continue speaking. Oh, Joe, before I go, I must introduce Joe to Andre. Well, Joe Tai. Andre, this is Joe Tai. Joe Tai, this is Andre Nemezhiski. And with that, the two of you begin a conversation, and I'll go mute.
How you doing, Andre?
Hi.
So what do you? I think it's the failure, France is failing because of they got Le Pen, and they got a right wing that's more aligned with Trump and the Russians. And plus they're really a semi-communist state, because I think Deng Xiaoping came from the communists in France. What do you think?
I'm not that big into politics, to be honest, but what I'm very impressed, so to say, is that they have changed France, and especially Paris, completely. I mean, when you were there in 1998, before the big year 2000, you had the typical Paris. Yeah, nobody was watching at the traffic lights. Everybody was parking like they wanted. Everybody was driving like he wanted. And they were parking in 2 lanes, in 3 lanes. Every car had a damage because they were bumping when they were parking and so on. And after the year 2000, it was completely changed. They stopped at traffic lights. For normal French people, that is impossible. Yeah. And now they park in 1 lane. They do not bump the cars when they park in and out and so on. Yeah, it's completely controlled. That was really, and it was made very fast. And in 1 or 2 years, they got it under control. Yeah.
It was. I guess France was really lawless before the 2000s. I guess.
Hmm.
Okay, but it became more lawful after the 2000.
Yeah. It became like in Germany. The street was looking like in Germany. Everybody was driving in lane, parking in lane, stopping at red traffic lights, and so on. This I only knew from Germany. And in France, they had a complete other traffic system, and everybody knows it because the French people were notorious for that. But now they got it in complete, so to say,
Opposite.
German conditions. Yeah.
So what do you think about the riots, though? The riots are
If he
because of
was here, he'd be telling you blue lights. Have you heard about the blue lights? That's ENOS conspiracy. Like, we have the blue lights here.
all the special lights and
like putting up the technology,
roads. Well,
like controlling.
The worst part is you heard about Florida and the radioactive waste in their roadways. As the Sanchez just signed in. It's typical of the Republicans.
No, I hadn't heard about
getting rid of the EPA. Trump got rid of the EPA for a year.
It sounds like them.
Yeah. But that's gonna, that's even worse. He signed it into legislation allowing these radioactive waste to be paved onto the roadways of Florida. I guess I'm not going down there for sure. So what do you think about? Go ahead.
So what exactly happened there? I had no.
Oh, they DeSantis put a bunch of new laws into play, and one of them is putting radioactive waste into the roadways of Florida.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So. Yeah. This shows you what the Republicans are all about. Getting rid of the EPA and putting radioactive waste onto your roadways. I'm not going down to Florida. I feel for Ian West, but maybe I told him, one good thing about it is maybe he get radiated and don't worry about contraceptives. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe they want to raise some special alligators.
or even if you get pregnant, right? You probably the people will end up dead before they collect child support. You know what I'm saying? This is how crazy these Republicans are. I mean, but what are you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? This proves to you there's something wrong with the
What's funny about that is, what's funny about that is two things. Either, number one, it's just a deterrent, which is what I think it is. Because otherwise, DeSantis doing this, right? You have to realize you're killing off most Democrats, which is we want to kill off Florida. Like, Florida would be nice to just fall in the fucking ocean right now.
Well, they're going to do it right themselves, with a radio.
That's what I'm saying. So he's going to kill his own population. I think this is just a deterrent that he's probably too stupid to realize by higher ups. But again,
Brooke, remember the Fauci thing? You were just talking about it, right?
Yeah.
And actually, they I'm hearing from RFK Jr.'s that's trying to be president.
Oh my God! Everybody should vote for that man. I'm telling you what.
Yeah, they killed his uncle and his father. That's for sure. But I don't trust him
he
because
could be a better president than anything else we have offered right now.
Yeah, you're right. No, I mean, Andrew Yang would have been a better, would be a better candidate. I mean,
JFK?
RFK, Robert.
That's what I said. Robert Kennedy. That's the best candidate we could vote for.
Oh, he was a heroin addict, and plus he's got his information wrong about the Russians winning World War II. So I thought he was a good candidate, but after I heard that, I said, "My God, this guy can't even differentiate what World War II was about."
I don't even think Donald Trump knows when World War II was, and I'm pretty sure Joe Biden was alive in the Civil War. So you want to vote for one of them?
No, I don't want to vote for any of those old geezers. I'm gonna. Robert Afghani is old too. I'm for a younger, either Tulsi Gabbard or even though.
Oh my, Tulsi Gabbard, hang up, Joe Ty. Just go away. I'm gonna hang up if you fucking say that again. That Republican fucking bitch that's fucking like doesn't know shit in a hole in the ground. Oh my god. I mean, like, she has a couple of comments that are okay. Other than that, she's a complete racist bitch.
Is she? I mean, why would you say that?
Woman, she's anti, let's see, abortion, like taking away women's rights. She's one of the people that would totally vote to put that shit in the road that you're talking about for. You know, like, she's
what?
Yeah.
What?
Tulsi Gabbard is a fucking Republican bitch.
She's trying to become one, yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard's been a Republican bitch for quite a while. I don't know where you're getting that.
No, when? You tell me when. It was just probably this year it started.
But I mean, she's been one for a while. She's been on the main circuit for over a year, spouting her shit. Probably she's been on the circuit for a while, but she's been spouting her shit very loudly for over a year.
Yeah. Well, it's a better choice than what they ever had. I prefer her.
You just prefer because she's a woman. Robert Kennedy is much smarter than her, and if you think, because he got one thing, like something that you don't agree with about Russia or whatever, he made
Well, he's a good environmental lawyer.
And if you like, I don't know, like I could argue with this all day, Joe Ty, but you and I don't argue well either. Like I don't argue with anybody well, but you and I get into like you just repeat the same thing over and over and over.
So, what do you think his ideas are? I mean, I like his environment.
I like the fact that he's Democrat, right? But he's also coming out and standing up against. That's why Democrats aren't falling for him, because he's not trying to play the field like every other one. That's just Republicans play to their one side and the Democrats play to their other. And he's like, come out and he said these vaccines didn't work like we thought we did. Like we're having problems. They need to be looked at. Like,
yeah. So what was he spouting about? You know what he was spouting about on the Moderna and the Pfizer?
I mean, no, that's what he was saying. I mean, the exact details.
I'll be specific on that. He's claiming that in 2016 that they already had the coronavirus, and that it's a military experiment from America, and that the vaccine was licensed out to Pfizer and Moderna. So,
I have no doubt that some of that's true.
Yeah, so
I mean,
I'm just asking
but if you don't think America or higher powers played into it, meaning the military-industrial complex or whoever runs that.
Yeah, because they had a military games during the Wuhan virus thing. You know that? It was a military, international military Olympics in Wuhan when this thing happened. So
yeah, I think it's been pretty much proven it came out of that lab. Like that's non.
Yeah, because it's also funded by Fauci. That lab was funded by Fauci too. So
Fauci's just another like small player in a very big game.
Yeah, but you heard about this what in Atlanta, the guy that got killed in Atlanta, Georgia, when they built this $2 billion CDC and they found him in the river. It was a Harvard grad. It was 2016.
No, but it was funny you say that because I was reading some reports today that were talking about COVID and like experiments on it. And this was like in 2016, 2017. So I'm like, why were they talking about COVID then? Like, I know we had SARS, but they actually said COVID. So then I'm like, are these dates wrong?
No, they just, the thing is that the head of the CDC in Georgia, just ended up in the river for no reason. He was,
I assume you mean dead in the river.
Yeah.
No. I mean, that's what happens when you stand up to the state at that point until people start standing up together. But yeah, I'm assuming he stood up to somebody. I mean, the doctors have tried to stand up. I've watched doctors online, people that keep saying the vaccines are safe.
Well, in a sense, you're right about the aliens if we're talking about Cthulhu, right? We're talking about, but I wouldn't say they're the aliens that would look like us, bipedal. So.
What do you mean?
I mean, they will not be humanoid in a sense, like bipedal. They might be other worldly things, but not bipedal like humanoid. What do you think?
Like the Greys that they talk about, or
Greys or like.
There's two different types of Greys. There's tall Greys and there's short Greys.
Well, he's talking. This is the Cho thing that Douglas is trying to give us information about the Greys, but in a sense,
they're from dimensions, like dimensional beings, right? From a fourth dimension, which is where I would say the Cho would come from anyway, which is fourth dimension. That would be my belief on the Greys. But I don't know. There's nobody that Douglas doesn't know for sure either. So.
Well, from his DOD information, he's trying to spout that there's no aliens, right?
Yeah, in some way, he says that there could be. You have to ask him.
So you're claiming to be a dimensional alien or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, he claims a lot of swing third right, and then I believe he also believes that there are things that are other dimensional. Like meaning like not from like other galaxies or whatever, but like things that are in our own world that we don't see. I don't know, like demons, aliens, but like shit like that. Like he's also show like different names for that. I mean, it's again though, that's Douglas and I would probably disagree on some of that. I know he's read stuff, but I also know it was read by, I mean, I would actually discuss that with Douglas personally when he was back, but if he wanted to, but
that's what I would explain to Douglas about the Cthulhuids, the relic populations, but, that would be something of an alien, right?
The who voice?
Cthulhu. Lovecraft stuff. All these, relic populations.
Oh God, Douglas is not taking anything Lovecraft. Don't bring that up. He's just
So where are you claiming that these aliens come from the fourth dimension? Is there an author or a person that you're watching?
No, I just know the fourth dimension is, so if you're talking about things that, so if this is my look at it, so you have different dimensions, or I call them dimensions, although some people have heard of them differently. Fourth dimension, fifth dimension, so you have different beings from those planes, because we came from a one being, we came down, so different realms there. A fourth dimensional being.
So we talking about the UFOs from the Reich? Flying on these,
I just give my opinion on this. This isn't something I know for sure. I just have to say what, like, enough, I've studied enough of it and read enough about it that this is my, if I had to make a theory on it now, this would be my best theory, and yes. But I'm saying I think they come from the fourth dimension, meaning the fourth dimension has no, so if you have evil ones, and that's why I say evil in the context that if there are, although Dolores Cannon, if you believe in her, like she said, none of them were evil, and they're from different planes or worlds. Planes is another word for dimensions, also. So, and that they're all good, and then the experiments that they were doing were blah blah. I think a lot of the experiments were done by humans, so I don't think that it was them. I think maybe they were all good, and they can only come in to help because we have free will when they're invited or when it's needed, and when our consciousness raises enough, which is another reason they don't want our consciousness to raise, which is why they know it's raising. They know they're going to have to. Like, I think this is all like seen like this disclosure. They've known that something's going on for a while. It's not just the Third Reich. It's not just Americans doing it. They know they've been reversing technology, and it was not just German technology they were reversing. And like, I know that for a fact. So at the end of the day, because the Germans were reversing technology. Okay, so we know that from German scientists have said it. So at the end of the day, when we know all these things, then okay, this was all kept undercover, and now it's slowly being released, and we're slowly hearing aliens. Well, is that because number one, they know they're not going to be able to figure them out if consciousness is raised, maybe, or is it because they need to divert us from something else they're trying to plan? I don't know. Or they just know, like, enough people are, like, or all of it together. I think it's probably a combination of it. People coming to awareness, people coming to higher consciousness, the higher people's consciousness raised, then that's when you can invite in higher beings that are of good dimensions because your consciousness is raised. At the same time, it also can be a diversion tactic because, yeah, we want to know, and they know people are already, like, by now, like, believing in this shit, and they're like, well, we need to divert them. I think it's a good combination of the two. But I do not believe, like, obviously, like you said, like, I don't believe it's all Third Reich, and it's definitely not all German technology.
So what do you think, Andre? Andre?
Yeah, I hope this rising in consciousness will happen, because in my eyes we shot before the end. So here, for example, here in Germany, nothing is working anymore.
Oh yeah, because it's the energy and everything is affected because of COVID, and also what, inflation is going high over there in Germany too.
Yeah, the prices are getting higher and higher every day. They cannot even make that fast new price shields like the price is rising.
Okay, so it's a failed state basically too.
Yeah, so 2 months ago, I paid for half a kilo of meat, normal meat, which you use for hamburgers, so minced meat. Now I pay the price like I paid 2 months ago for a steak, you know.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, that's inflation, and that's COVID for you. But you would think that the European Union would be far better off than we are, because they have better standards for food. It seems like they can't get their acts together too. Huh?
Yeah, and the people don't have the money anymore.
I think it has to do with the war as well. Like, I think the war in Ukraine with Russia, like, they cut off a lot of the energy supply, which ups, from what I understand, Germany's energy sources.
Yes. Of course. I mean, how do you feel about that, Andre? Should Germany have continued with its nuclear power plants?
That's a difficult question. I mean, I was risen up next to one of the first nuclear plants in Germany, in Lingen-Ems. That was, when I looked out of my window, I could have, or I still can see it when I'm at my mother's house. It looks exactly like the beginning of The Simpsons. Really.
Well,
and
well, I have a coworker that lives in Jersey, in the shore where they had a nuclear. And his kids have like heart problems, and he has a bunch of skin problems. Did you have any of those problems? Or
they use it also. They have to be exactly 2 nuclear plants there, and the first one, which they started in the 50s, they used it also as a experimental reactor, and there happened lots of things, you know.
Amazing.
And,
go on.
If you have a nuclear plant in your neighborhood, you will see that the trees are not looking very healthy. You will see that lots of children will get blood cancer. And they waste the nature, of course. And you can see it if you're in the vicinity of a nuclear plant. And all this discussion that those nuclear plants are a clean source of energy. That's a complete lie, because just to produce the uranium, you need so much energy to produce it. There's so much nature wasted because of getting this uranium. And if you have this uranium, it makes even more waste. And there's nothing clean about nuclear power. That's a lie.
You're right.
Oh my goodness.
And the funny thing is that we get uranium from Russia.
I mean, certainly the Germans were getting... were you getting the uranium from Russia? No. You were getting the gas.
America was.
America was? Okay, yeah, probably. That sounds stupid enough. But the Germans were getting... Yeah. Go on.
I don't know where we got our uranium, but... I mean, we have also these transports with the used uranium, with all those trains getting through Germany to France, because in France they have even more and bigger nuclear power plants, and they make they try to reuse the used uranium, and for that we have these castor transports that are trains with big safe containers going through whole Germany, mostly in the night, and transporting the uranium from Germany to France.
Wow. I mean,
maybe you have heard they have lots of demonstrations. If they have those trains, people are binding themselves onto the tracks so that the trains cannot go, and sometimes they just override the people.
Ooh!
Yeah.
Greenpeace, right? Greenpeace.
Oh, yeah. Go on.
But you have to know the nuclear power lobby is very big, and one of their biggest actors was Angela Merkel. She was very heavy into the nuclear industry. I mean, she was even if she has officially studied physics, and I think she is somehow her specialty is nuclear physics.
That makes sense. Yeah, well, the nuclear physicists are all paid by the nuclear companies. I mean, and nuclear power. That goes without saying. So she's just basically an employee. She was their representative, their front. So, Brooke, honey, can you hear me? Let's see if she responds before she goes to sleep. Honey.
What?
Yeah, that's so friendly. That's so sexy. I mean, I just want to just jump right in bed with you with that tone of voice. That what do you want? Yeah, like I got a headache kind of voice. It's like
because I know what we're on, and if I actually get into it and what I think, we're gonna disagree.
What about what?
That I believe that we have reverse technology that we can reverse, that we are run by a crude oil. Like I told you before, we're run our energy. We are run, number one, by the energy powers to be, number one, crude oil, and then petroleum, and then obviously nuclear has come into that and hand in hand, but smaller. And then you have your pharmaceuticals and your military, meaning our bombs and our weapons, and making sure we stay at war, and making sure we have somebody to fight and take over, and keep our oil, to keep our crude, right?
Why do you think I would argue with any of that? Why do you feel I would?
I think that we have technology, like what's his name said, like it's been proven. Has come from, whether you want to call it extra dimensional, you can call it under right fucking third. I don't think it's a third fucking right at all. But we have reverse technology where you could literally like when cell phones first came out or computers first came out, and we were like, oh my god, a computer in your own home, where you could run your own energy for fucking own your energy for your car, own your energy for your house, small little fucking box, run everything for fucking pretty much free. Buy it like you buy your fucking computer. And that's it. And you're done. There's no bills. And there's no crude oil that we're destroying our planet with. And there's no fucking need for nuclear shit. Right? Now, do some of these technologies, there are some technologies that can't be have to be protected, because there are some that would be dangerous in the wrong hands. And so there are reasons for governments to protect some of them, but not that type of technology. And the person I got that from is the person that you put down, and I don't understand why.
Ooh.
I mean, one thing about
Dr.
the thing is, you cannot produce atomic weapons without nuclear plants. That's the thing behind it.
Yes.
I'm not talking about atomic weapons.
Right.
I don't know if you thought I was referring to. I'm not talking about.
Oh, well, you do understand. Andre's not effusing here. He's not saying that out of. He's not saying that out of enthusiasm. He's pointing out that states are interested in the potential to build nuclear weapons, and so the nuclear power plants give them the ability to do that domestically. In other words,
Right.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
exact hand of what I said. It's all about money. It's oil, and it's about defense and the military-industrial complex throughout the world running the show. And then obviously pharmaceuticals is tied into that as well, because the drugs control us, and they'll make heroin illegal, but then just make it legal as OxyContin, right? So they can get the money. So it's a complete, and now they're, going to start doing, they've been doing it. They control us with all these things. And again, conscience has to be raised. But like when you put Dr. Stephen Greer down, I didn't appreciate that.
That's cute.
Yeah, and to get back to the
That's
point.
why I'm hanging up now, because you say that's cute, like I'm a little fucking idiot.
To get back to the
that's
point.
Cute, honey. That's sweet. Oh my god, you're such a cutie. That's so little blonde trying to think for herself.
Honey, you gotta admit, I'll tell you what. I'll draw a little picture of Dr. Stephen Greer for you to make up for that, okay? And then you can tell me whether you think I've gone over the edge or not in terms of. I'll try to make it complimentary. And then I'll yeah.
When's the last time you watched anything that Stephen Greer said?
Oh my god, honey.
You and I know you haven't, so tell me.
When I first saw him, I personally knew I'd seen enough. Yes. Oh my god, it's. So I won't say any further than that because I don't want to, anger you. Don't want to anger you. I like to see you happy. And as for, by the way, it's a pity that George Knight left. I was actually going to go in a different tangent. That was he angry about something, or did he just kind of like, oh, I got to check out? It's just
Joe Ty took over the conversation. I responded to Joe Ty.
Oh my god! So.
No, I'm not. I didn't mean to. I'm just saying Joe was talking about something, and I don't know. He just never came back home.
And then he just checked out. Oh my god! What were you going on about, Joe?
I was talking about Fauci. I was talking about the military games in Wuhan.
Uh-huh.
I was talking about how JFK Jr. was claiming that Pfizer and Moderna weren't the real people that were who made the vaccine, but our military industrial complex was a part of that, and how they licensed it to these two companies. And
you were saying all this as an example of something to be deconstructed, or something that you agree with?
Oh, well, it sounds. It's not that I agree with, but it does make sense now.
I agree with
when
it,
you have
and I said I agree with it, and I'm sure that's when he fucking hung up.
Robert F. Kennedy. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was claiming these things, and his father got killed and his uncle got killed. So, but
when they got killed, they weren't claiming those.
I don't agree with him when I found out he was an ex-heroin addict. I don't know if he's done or not. And plus, he believes the Russians are the winners of World War II. So I do question him on that. So.
I think he should be questioned on quite a bit, personally.
Yeah.
But
I'm going. I'm out. You better.
Well, are you a fan of this guy?
Yeah, it's the only person I would vote for in this fucking election. Only. Kennedy over fucking old fucking man running us into the ground that could be, like, you could literally, he's the only person that would be fucking able, and I'm voted for Biden, but he can be fucking assassinated just by somebody walking over and punching him hard in the stomach. First assassination like that.
Well, Brooke's right about that. I mean, I don't want to vote for it.
And then we got Trump on the other hand. I mean, those are your two options. Or you got Kennedy. At least Kennedy is standing up. He's a Democrat. He stands for people's rights, but he's also coming out, which you have not researched enough, Douglas, on these vaccines and what they are doing, because you were so pro-vaccine that you refuse to look at what the vaccines are actually doing. They are killing people.
Really?
And you need to do some more research on it before you just come out and say, oh, no, I'm just pro-vaccine. That was what the media sold you, and I think that you're bigger than being sold on pro-fucking vaccine.
Anyhow, Kennedy is a Dino, D-I-N-O, a Democrat in name only. He's a Republican in all but name.
Okay, well, if you'd rather vote for Biden, you go right ahead. We will not be.
It's only a question. It's not a question of liking Biden. I mean, Biden's obviously a pedophile from footage that we've seen, but it's simply a question of throwing away one's vote. I mean,
and that's actually not true. You're talking about as far as Kennedy goes. Kennedy is not a Republican Democrat. Like he stands for gay rights and he stands for things that Republicans don't. And he's not trying to do away with blacks, the black history out of schools and all these kind of things. So that is actually untrue what you just said. He is not just some Republican, another right-wing Republican.
Okay, still he's, shall we say, very problematic in many other areas. As for but he's still a problem in the sense that you're throwing away the vote, in the sense that it's not going to help the Democrats by voting for him. It's a wasted vote. It's not a question at this point in history what we.
Well, I got a feeling he's being paid off by the Russians too, like Trump. So.
First of all, it would.
That's why he would say that the Russians won the war.
First of all, that's stupid. He's not even paid off the goddamn Russians. I am hanging out with this stupid conversation, and you saying it would be a wasted vote. First of all, if he was the running Democratic against Donald Trump, it would not be a wasted vote. You can't.
Yeah, but he's not. That's the.
You don't know that because we haven't had our Democratic primaries, and so to say it's a wasted vote is just you have vote in the primaries first.
I mean, if he comes up to be running against, say, obviously Trump, then there's no choice. Then you vote for him. But if Biden survives to the primaries,
choice is to vote for Nikki Haley or fucking Biden or fucking him. I'm voting for him in the primaries.
Okay. But if Biden survives.
But Nikki Haley's fucking running Republican. I was trying to think of another Democratic one. But, I mean, at the end of the day, if it's between him and Biden running the primaries, I'd vote for
forget about those guys.
How can you say, Joe, let me goddamn finish. How can you say that's a wasted vote, Douglas? It's a primary.
Well, it wouldn't be in that case, I suppose. But if Biden survives to the primaries physically, then they're probably gonna make him win the primaries. It's pretty much
they're not gonna have a debate this year.
Yeah.
They're already kicking everybody out of the contention.
Yeah.
So basically, you only have one choice.
Biden. Yeah. We're basically going to be stuck with the last thing on earth we need, which is a race between Biden and Trump. I mean, that's all we need is two old white men.
One time, and I think pretty much both parties ended up agreeing that they voted for Biden because it was the lesser of the two evils.
Yeah.
And at this point, I'm pretty sure some of those people are like, fuck, let's just get Trump back because at least he's fucking entertainment.
Yeah, the comedians are for that.
Biden will be
the comedians are for it.
Yeah.
The comedians are for it.
I agree. Joe's right on that. Yeah, Joe's right on that. The comedians are for it. I mean, honestly, Brooke, okay. So that being said, we kind of know where we stand on that, but do you believe all vaccines? Now, of course you don't believe all vaccines kill people. You're talking about this mRNA. I'm
talking about that I believe COVID was manufactured and planned, and the vaccines were manufactured and planned, and to not believe that any of this was planned by the government or in the pharmaceutical had anything to do with any of this. Like, I just think if you look at, there's too much data out there to look at. And when you want to sit there and look at the data and then come back and tell me this is the data you looked at that I've looked at, that I've tried to send you that you have not.
You do.
I told you about the numbers. He only does numbers. He doesn't even have a Republican or Democratic opinion. He just said, look at the numbers. You just look at the numbers of death. Like, this was the people that had the vaccine. Like, we make fun of, like, Ian West saying this shit about the vaccine. Like, a lot of it comes out of Ian West is, but, people that say, I don't believe in any conspiracy theory, well, you can't not believe in any conspiracy theory. Then the people that believe in every conspiracy theory also don't believe in everything you fucking hear. But this is strong enough now. I mean, it's pretty much known. They're backtracking. They're even having now Mark Zuckerberg's coming out admitting that he lied and kept truth out, that was factual things out of Facebook because of the government about COVID. Like, that's just came out in the last day or two.
Ooh, okay. What are these things?
I don't know. I didn't have time to read it because I just saw it on the thing. But apparently it's something that he's admitted to. I was actually
just so our listeners understand, Brooke did work for the pharmaceutical industry, and Andre, you can tell Brooke your experience tell Brooke about your own experience with the vaccines and how they pretty much destroyed your employability. I'll be back in just a second. I'm going to go mute for just a few minutes, but tell her about that.
Yeah, it was in Germany. If you were vaccinated, you were like in the Third Reich Aryan. If you were not vaccinated, they were treating, or still, well, maybe not yet anymore, but 1 year ago when I was working at Volkswagen and the people knew that I was not vaccinated, they were treating me really like an Untermensch. And they felt like Übermenschen just because they were vaccinated. That was the end of the game in COVID. And through my studying, I know that vaccination cannot prevent an epidemic. It is more the opposite. It can even hide it because the people who are vaccinated, they don't have symptoms, but they can still spread the virus.
They can spread the spike proteins, right?
Yeah. And because of that, I knew that this vaccination can maybe have a prosperity for yourself, but to prevent an epidemic, that's not possible. And this second thing was, which made me very suspicious, is with these mouth caps, that, okay, if it would have been a bacteria, this COVID thing, then maybe these mouth caps have some kind of use. But if you have a virus and you want to prevent your vicinity getting infected with it, then you have to wear something like they wore in the movie Outbreak. Only in this way you are somehow able to prevent a virus infection.
Yeah, and they pretty much hadn't that come out finally too. We were all sold on that, and I think now pretty much they've proven that it doesn't help at all. Like, you have to wear like 4 masks. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But we were sold, stay in your house, wear a mask everywhere you go, or it was all a control tactic, and just like making people vaccine. I had I had people that were working at like Michelin here. I remember the girl at Michelin. She was still breastfeeding, and they told her she would be fired if she did not have the shot. Mm-hmm. She didn't want to have it because she was breastfeeding, and she had to take the shot.
Well, yeah, I mean, people were forced to get their inoculation. So I know here from Germany, if you are not inoculated, you are not allowed anymore to work in the health system. Of course, there are working lots of inoculated people. I don't know how they make it, but officially you are not allowed to work. So that is like in the Third Reich, if you are Aryan or not Aryan. Well, and they make a new system with this COVID, and they filter people out who are not welcome anymore. And the mass who just says yes and doesn't make their own opinion, they get somehow, in a better way. They get a privileged situation.
Yeah. And I mean, there's other conspiracies out there with it. Some of them have not been proven 100%. Some of them, they try to debunk it, like the graphene oxide, that's in that, the main media has come out now, but the main media is only reporting what basically they were told by NIH, which is and NIH is like, well, we were told this by Pfizer.
Mm-hmm.
Pfizer said they didn't put graphite oxide. Now you have other tests that were run. There's a sample like that they did a small sample in South America, and they put there, and I believe Britain as well, and they've asked the government to go back and do a larger sample study because they found, like, out of 30 samples they found 12 samples of the vaccine with graphite hydroxide in it, and then graphite nanoparticles showing in some of the others using some kind of test that they do, which that was all scientific in the words I don't understand, but they were asking, this needs to be further reviewed. And is it being reviewed? No. But people like, Ian West will be like, oh, it's got graphite oxide in it. I mean, to say that it doesn't is also just an assumption. It's just as much a conspiracy theory as to say it does, because it hasn't been proven. And if you just want to be like, I work for pharmaceuticals, if you're just be like, well, Pfizer said it doesn't, so we're going to go with that. Okay. I'm sure Exxon would have loved to say we didn't do the oil spill. We didn't have huge years of oil.
So, honey, definitely, I appreciate what you're saying. I would like to. Okay, so the numbers of people who. What do you think might happen to me? I've had several shots. The first one doesn't count because it was Johnson & Johnson, and that was just a regular vaccine, made the old-fashioned way. The booster shots I had were probably mRNA. Am I in danger of something?
So, actually, there's one other video I need to finish watching, but I don't know. That's the problem. Nobody knows for sure. You can sit here and I can ride you out different conspiracy theories, but at the end of the day, it's either when they put this out, they put out vaccines. Some of them may have been testing, and some of them may have had a graphite hydroxide mRNA, where they can where they're testing is to see basically if they can, what is that technology I forgot, where they have basically a microwave that the technology to program people, kill people or program them.
Voice to skull technology or something might cause auditory hallucinations that might convince people to do something. There's all kinds of different theories like that because it's so new and the technology is so new. But the problem, the reason I'm going with it, I'm not going with the conspiracy theory exactly. My daughter's had the vaccine. I just called her and I was like, please don't have another one. Please just never have another one. What does she feel about your stance on this?
She just doesn't want to talk about it at all. She gets very scared about it. I think she's just like, well, I can't take it back. But she knows there's only been a couple of things that I've ever told her I felt 100% on. I told her, I said, hey, honey, when I originally told you not to get the vaccine, or I told you I wasn't having it, and Noah wasn't having it, and that was a feeling. That was my gut, okay, because of working in pharmaceuticals, that something wasn't right. I said, but I didn't say you can't have it. I didn't try to stop you. I wasn't gonna tie you down because I didn't know. But when I start to know something, then you know it in your soul. And so I don't know what's wrong with the vaccine. I don't know if it's going to kill anybody right now, but I know that I do not trust what's going on with our government.
Well, you did say that Kennedy in particular was sourcing some numbers. Apparently there's some numbers of people who have apparently died because
Kennedy made numbers, but no, I was talking about the guy that wrote the book that worked for BlackRock or Blackwater, the one that's the financial company.
Okay, the financial company I believe would be BlackRock. Blackwater would be the former mercenary company which had to change its name to avoid lawsuits, like Shell Oil Company. But by the way, for when I do start the monologue, how is the quality of my voice, Brooke? I want to trust a woman's sensitivity about this. How's my voice sounding? Is it okay, or should I be bringing the mic closer? What do you feel?
I'm fine.
I sound fine? Okay.
Yep,
So in terms of the vaccines, I will let you know that there are very, very few people who I've had on my program who are pro-vaccine. Almost everybody on my program is pretty anti-vax, especially when it comes to these new mRNA vaccines. Basically, it's only a few who are like myself, pretty positive about them. But I would be the first to acknowledge these are so new because they were rolled out with an emergency program, Operation Warp Speed, no less. Started by Donald Trump, no less, that to get the vaccines out finally. So we don't know the long-term results of these vaccines. There may be long-term side effects, some kind of collateral effects. It's not anything I lose sleep over. But in terms of overall, I understand people's concerns. So let's put it that way. It's not something. I'm very militant about vaccines in one sense, but in another sense, it's not that big a deal at this point. Like I said, the majority of people on my program are simply they wouldn't be taking it. They just have not been taking it. But your daughter got it, and I think that's certainly, personally, I support her decision. But it's one of those things where I could see why you would be concerned. That being said,
young, healthy, like 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds, like I watched the ER doctor just like crying on like within the documentary, just like saying this is ridiculous. Like he came in heart failing with myocarditis. He was perfectly healthy, had the vaccine. 2 weeks later, he's got myocarditis.
By the way, I want people to know I've seen people die because of vaccines. As a matter of fact, my father.
But the risk of myocarditis and pericarditis after the COVID-19 mRNA shot, I'm reading this right now, and this is in the news, vaccination in the USA, a cohort study in claims databases. All of these studies supported the risk of carditis after the first and second doses of BNT162b2, which is apparently the vaccine itself, name of the vaccine.
Okay. I mean, I can go into stories later about what my father saw, what I saw in military service about people dying of vaccines. And
you can have a risk of vaccine. You can have you're talking about an allergic reaction of a risk. This is not like, this is causing people to have causing people to have complete heart failures at 18. Like, it's just not, it's not the same. You haven't read the numbers. I mean, I'm not telling you what your father saw wasn't right. Like we've all seen. I mean, there are problems and risk with anything. You can take, I'm allergic to penicillin. I was allergic to, I almost went to anaphylactic shock when they went to give me iron the first time, because the type of iron they were giving, which now they pulled off the market, sent me into anaphylactic shock. And I found out later another lady had just died in the hospital for being given that iron. So, that was give me iron because I needed iron. So yes, there's a risk for everything, but this is way outside of that. And to not see, like, I just see the planning in it. And again, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. My opinion is that both were planned.
Oh, that I find a little. So you feel that this was planned in coordination, the vaccines and the plague?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so I disagree with that. But it's okay. It's there's no point in getting militant about it or arguing about it per se. Of course, we can debate about it another time, civilly, of course.
It was made in a lab in China. The vaccine, the disease, right? So to think that if somebody has the power to do that, and people have the power to do that, that the same people that are running pharmaceutical complex would not have a hand in something going on in there would be, to me, naive.
Yeah, well, it's very seldom people call me naive, but you do give me credit for knowing a little bit about communism in China, of course, right? You do give me that. And you do understand, I've gone into excruciating detail about what happened in China, and you've heard me say I'm not arguing against the potential that this was, in the end, potentially lab created.
We're not going there again. It's since, that's what I'm saying, you're not keeping up with current news, because it has since been proven that even if you were right that it
proven, that's a strong term. Proven, you mean okay, wait a second, what are you saying that I'm not keeping up with current news? On what?
A lot of reports in the last 2 or 3 weeks that have come out more about the Wuhan leak and and what they were doing there, and the first people that got sick were the scientists coming out of there. So when you say it started in a market, they may have
Wuhan. It started in Wuhan, so it's if 6 scientists are coming out of Wuhan, they're being exposed to the disease in Wuhan. I mean, that's there's nothing.
How does that play into your theory of?
Wait a second. Now you notice your language here is very selective. You use the word "prove" in one sense, and then you're using the theory when you're talking about me. I don't deal in theories. I deal in facts. So when it comes to,
it's not factual that it came out of where you said it came out of. You do not know.
Whoa! Wait a second. That's absurd. It's absurd. Because they did the tests on the pangolin and found that there was a 99.8 match between the DNA of the virus and the DNA of the pangolin. It came out of the fucking pangolin.
So you trust they. Who is they?
Now you're just being ridiculous. I'm not going to give you names because I don't have the names. We're talking about the people who were analyzing the pangolin. Yeah, now wait a second. Don't degenerate this into a shouting match for no goddamn good reason. We're both saying that came out of Wuhan, and we're both saying that what?
Who is they?
Look, I can look up the source. But in terms of the pangolin experiment and the extraction of the DNA from the pangolin, it was proven. The match was there. Okay.
Because Fox News.
Oh God damn it! I'll look up the fucking thing. If I don't look it up tonight, which I'll try to do now, if I don't find it right away, I'll find it later. But this is stuff I dealt with years ago. I covered this years ago. Pangolin DNA match COVID.
Because it was put out years ago for you and everybody else to read and believe.
Okay. Don't be absurd. In terms of everything you're saying, if it matches with the pangolin, why on earth would that contradict anything that you're saying yourself? Why would they not use the pangolin in the lab? They would have to start with fucking something, right? So why does that upset you that it comes from a pangolin?
Pretty sure it was bats that they were testing on, but whatever.
Look, I explained all this before at excruciating detail, so you're having me repeat myself again. It was fucking bat shit on the cage on top of the fucking pangolin. The bat was shitting on the pangolin because that's what happens in wet markets is they pile animals one on top of the other.
They were making diseases out of this lab.
Anyhow, so here we are.
We're going to
This is the link. Yeah, this is of course what you wanted to leave early, but when it comes to this, here's the link, and I'll put the link in your messenger box.
Wrong. You studied it.
Whoa, say that slowly, so we can hear what you're saying, because it glitches.
You're going to be right, and I'm going to be wrong because you have some facts that you read somewhere that you're calling facts.
You do realize I have the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism, yes?
You do realize that a degree means, do you realize that Fauci has a fucking degree too, and he lied through his ass, right? Saying that the mask would save us when, if you ask your man.
Actually, that's not what the idiot said. At first, he was trying to get people not to wear the mask, which is why I hold him responsible. So have you gotten this? It's in your message box.
I don't have, I have a message from you, and I'll read it after we hang up. I'm not going to.
It's just a link. It's just a link. So if you go there, it takes you to multiple articles that identify the SARS-CoV-2. I mean, you don't need to look at it now.
If you start wanting to read what I send you, then I'll read what you send me. How about that? That's fair.
Well, I mean, if that's the attitude you take, there's no going anywhere.
If you won't read anything I send you, then there is no anywhere.
So here we are. The researchers found a coronavirus in smuggled pangolins, 99% genetic match.
Who wrote this?
Nature Journal. It's in Nature Journal. It's pretty reputable. Yeah, multiple lineages of pangolin coronavirus and their similarity to SARS-CoV-2 suggests pangolins.
Is that your belief that it just accidentally showed up? Just like
No, I told you the whole fucking narrative behind this before, and of course, whenever I go into it, you start bitching about how long it takes. You can't win with you. so here it is in brief. I'll say it again, just so everybody hears it, okay? And we'll see how long Brooke can stand. I'll try and make it as short as possible so that she doesn't go into various conniptions and convulsions. But basically what happened was it started with what was essentially kind of like a win-win setup for the Russians initially. The Russians had set up a big pig farm experiment in which they had bred pigs for food, where they bred them to enormous size, which you can do with pigs. And they make them the size of fucking cows and shit. And they raised them on several stories of concrete in basically like little pig skyscrapers where they produce entire toxic pools of their shit and all this crap. And so they had a great alternative food source that they could sell to people like China. And China, of course, the overwhelming amount of its protein comes from pigs. It's like they devour pigs at such a rate that when all their pigs died off because of the African swine flu, they basically started buying it from all over the world. And all of the world could supply all of their pigs to China, and that still wouldn't equal what the Chinese had in terms of pig die-off. It's just basically the overwhelming amount of pigs live in China, and the Chinese eat them on a daily basis as their major source of protein. So what happened was the Soviets, and this is, of course, anybody can look this up, the Soviets first, and then the Russians inherited the legacy of that bio-warfare program, had developed Africanized swine flu as a weapon. And so they unleashed that in Ukraine. They also unleashed it in...
That's the problem with it. I think anybody that eats pigs should die.
At that point you lose all kinds of people in terms of, okay, that's just not something you say in a rational argument. I can appreciate your moral sensitivities.
No, and I am a vegetarian, and I do think, number one, that I think people eat way too much meat, but then on top of it...
Yeah, but you understand, you're saying something like that puts you on the level of Nemo Albano the other day saying, kill all Pakistanis!
Well, no, I said, like, I have to, if you can't tell, a dry joke, but at the same time, I don't believe they should all die, but I do think people need to start looking at what they're doing to themselves and the world. And a lot of these people believe in the Bible, and the Bible plainly said, don't eat meat. That's why Islam doesn't eat pigs. So, I mean, like...
what? The Bible says don't eat meat?
Pig? Huh?
The Bible says don't eat meat?
Islam, the Bible says, but remember, because in the Bible it says to not eat the split-hooves animals, and it said that, and then also when Jesus cast out the demons, he cast them into the pigs, and then that's when they ran into the water. So that's why Islam does not, because they're in the Old Testament, they still have the Old Testament, same as the Jews.
Yeah,
so
it's all Old Testament stuff. Go on.
Pork, and they
As
don't.
I explained before, that's for economic reasons. It's because pigs don't sweat, and
that's not economic reasons. It's in the Bible, and it plainly says it talks about.
They've made a virtue of necessity. It's basically the rationalizing. They're trying to get people not to.
That's an opinion. That's your opinion.
No, that's not an opinion. No, pigs don't sweat. That's a scientific fact. And because of that, if you raise them in the desert, you have to hose them down with water all day, every day. It takes enough water that you're starving off several villages.
Know that pig farms, how much just in the U.S., how much waste they produce, like the amount of damage.
Well, wait a second. You keep interrupting what I'm saying. I'm simply explaining myself as to the economic reasons behind not raising pigs in the desert is you're depriving entire villages of water.
I mean, if you want to say pigs help cause it, like, or them the way they're producing pigs, I mean, at the end of the day, when you said, oh, I'm horrible for saying people that eat pigs, I'm not saying like everybody truly that eats pigs should die, but the people that are just eating bacon and eating their meat and their pork chops daily and not realizing, or just like the people that are in these wet markets, not realizing what they're doing.
Well, hold on for a second. I was trying, you see, they take some context as to why the wet market exploded. The wet market phenomenon.
But the wet market has been exploding. That's the one that started the bird flu, the original SARS.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, look, all flus come out of Asia. All flus are Asian flus. All flus are avian flus. All flus are swine flus. This is because the largest concentration of subsistence farmers is in Asia. So in Asia, where people have pigs and chickens in particular living together, it becomes inevitable that the chicken roll, meaning waste from the chickens, piss, shit, and feathers and all kinds of crap that they shed, gets somehow into what the pigs are eating and then gets into the people through the pigs.
That wet market live, like I have seen wet markets, watch the videos of people in the wet markets live, things I wish I could get out of my head right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's unbelievable that people do this on a daily basis.
Well, it's it's been discouraged and then trimmed down and
the Jews are doing it. There's Jewish wet markets in New York and up north.
Well, yeah,
they're not just out there. We've got the same kind of wet markets that the Jews go to. I say Jews. I'm pretty sure that's what I watched.
I'm sure you're right, because there's this Orthodox tradition where they do things kind of like in Chinatown. Yeah. Chinatown's really cut down on that.
New York just looked like China, and blood everywhere and guts, and it's horror. It's to me, not like, for them to be kosher, like the least kosher thing you could do is a wet market.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
You know,
I'm not arguing with you. so okay. That having been ascertained, where, as I said, so what had happened was that in the case of the narrative for Wuhan virus, what happened was the Russians unleashed weaponized African swine fever in Ukraine and Chechnya, various borderlands where they were trying to control conflicts. And it, of course, got out of hand, and it spread through Central Asia into China very quickly. And so I had maps that I showed Brooke before. She looked at the maps, and it's quite plain. It is so plain, it hurts the eye. And it's just, you see all the outbreaks all around Russia of this African swine fever, and you see just one big outbreak way up in northern Siberia near the fucking North Pole practically, and that's obviously a lap where they had an outbreak. So when it comes to the African swine fever, that wiped out the Chinese pig population, and therefore they began to eat everything they could find. Then the wet markets exploded. That's when they expanded, and that's when they started selling everything, probably up to and including people at some point, because it got to the point where they were eating the national animal. Some people were selling pandas. Of course, that is a federal offense, and if anyone was caught, they'd be executed. But people got to the point where they were risking it, and this was because people were desperate for any kind of meat protein. So in this environment where they were packing all the animals together, then you had obviously several cases where bats were placed on top of pangolins and were shitting on top of them, pissing on top of them, and this was the ultimate inception of this unnatural assemblage of animals in an environment where they could not escape each other and were exposed to each other, where it was inevitable something like COVID would emerge. There's nothing far-fetched about anything I'm saying. Nothing that I'm saying is, all of it is immediately, it's all proven because the maps that I showed you where they were marking the outbreaks of African swine fever, and obviously African swine fever happened. Millions of pigs died.
SARS break out then you had SARS break out in the wet markets.
SARS was specifically in Hong Kong. What you had was a bunch of broken sewage pipes in an area that had absolutely no real restrictions on how to safely build or construct buildings. Everybody's bribing each other, and it's the ultimate, was until the communists took over, the ultimate capitalist society. And so literally they isolated that to the pipes of sewage that were running up along the sides of buildings that were just cracked and broken and spraying shit, aerosolized shit, human shit.
It's fine. You win.
Wait a second. This is but it shouldn't be taken like that. It shouldn't be taken as this, I win, you're wrong. I mean, it's nothing I'm saying is should be something that somehow is, we all agree it came out of Wuhan.
I believe it came out of a lab in Wuhan, and it was intentionally created by scientists. And you are saying that it wasn't. So that's the
What
difference.
did I just say about the Russians and what they did?
They had created it, but then I think the Wuhan lab, whether they were doing the ganglion, whatever they are.
Let's just put it this way. Wuhan lab is obviously in Wuhan. The first people who would have to respond to the outbreak of the COVID would be the scientists from the Wuhan lab and various other specialists in the medical field. They would also be the first people to be exposed.
Now and admitted that they were researching these diseases in the lab.
Yeah, they did admit that. Yes. Yeah. But that doesn't mean it necessarily leaked out of the lab, though it could have. You haven't heard me deny the potential for it leaking out of the lab, did I? Did I not qualify that from the beginning?
What I'm saying is that they were mixing it to see if it, because it had not crossed over to humans at that point yet. They were mixing stuff to see. They were trying, ganglion or whatever the hell it's called. They start creating diseases and mixing them. They say to see if it could cross over to humans so they can get ahead of it. When a lot of times, a lot of people think they're also setting us up, whether they think they're doing that or not. Yeah, you keep mixing it till you get it cross over to human. Now you made a disease that crosses over to humans. Congratulations. Even if it accidentally got out.
Right, but where the conspiracy truly comes in is when the communist Chinese paid that house nigger from Ethiopia in charge of the World Health Organization to never declare it a plague, to never declare it a world-level health emergency. So he kept holding it off because the Chinese had him in their hip pocket. So that's the conspiracy. Now, you could say, the Chinese are doing this on behalf of some nebulous elite, but they're just doing it out of pure selfishness. They didn't want anybody to... everything they did was wrong. The Communist Chinese Party was trying to deny the existence of it instead of responding to it openly, immediately, with emergent status and shutting it down. They pretended it didn't exist. They denied it. And this is partially because of the tremendous corruption and incompetence of the Communist Party. And then they paid the World Health Organization to never acknowledge it. And that, of course, is beyond reprehensible. The Communist Chinese, this is legitimate cause for war. The world should declare war on Communist China for COVID. This was, yeah. So and our man Andre says scientists can be corrupted too. That almost goes without saying. Yeah. But when it comes to what I'm saying, that makes just as much sense as what you're saying, right? Except without the shadowy cabal necessarily coming into play. Yet I allude to, of course, shadowy networks. They seem to be of a different flavor from what you're speaking of. As I said, but does that make it?
I think that you like to throw it onto one country, like, okay, the Russians did this and they're better than the Chinese did this and they're bad.
Well, how does that? Is that bad? Did I do that when it's true? How is that? Is that bad?
I'm entitled to a different opinion. You can have that opinion, and that's fair for you to have it.
That's not an opinion. It's a fact.
No,
it's fact. It's fact.
I'm just gonna hang up. You're not even allowing me to talk.
Yeah. Oh, pot kettle black. Honestly, honey. So go on. Yes. So do you somehow feel that's unfair? That when I point to who's responsible, if somebody commits a murder and I say that man committed a murder.
I'm really tired tonight, Douglas. Really tired.
I'm tired too. I'm tired too. But okay. Go on and say what you were gonna say. So I point out one country, another country. But you somehow feel that's wrong. Do explain that.
Easy to look at it as one country or another because that's what they want you to see. I believe, yes, that there are powerful elites running and they don't give a shit about really China or America. They're not like some of them maybe invested in one country or another, like it more. But I believe that at the end of the day, this is not about one country. I believe this is about they're figuring out how to control the population. That's what their ultimate goal is. And so you can blame it came out of China, whether the president was paid off or it paid him off, or he was paid to pay him off, or he paid off the fucking WHO. It doesn't matter. Like, yes, it can come out of China, that can come out of Russia, but it's like you're just taking down a ladder of evil people. Like, you can be like, well, the scientists were paid off. Okay, they're shitty for being paid off, or they're corrupt. I mean, these people are corrupt. But you're looking at it as like a one thing. When I'm telling you, the people behind the Russian shit, if that was happening, are most likely the same people behind this, and there'll be more shit, and they've been behind shit before. I mean, like, so it's. I look at it.
So what's the solution? What's the solution?
I think our consciousness has to raise. I think that as our consciousness raises, which is what they don't want to do, that's where they feed on people not coming together. And the more people are conscious and come together, and like, even me, that I'm normally arguing, I'm like, well, that's your opinion. We can differ. I'm trying to raise my consciousness and not argue as well, and just say, okay, it's okay. We don't need to argue. It's fine. Because that's what they want. They want fighting. They want disagreement. They want people to be at war. They want people to hate China and Russia hate China. They want Republicans to hate Democrats. Any fighting they can get is great, because you're not raising your vibration. You're not raising your level of, like, you know what? I'm okay either way. And these people aren't going to win. And, like, I'm just going to send love and light out and know that I'm stronger than them, and that we together are stronger than them, and that we've already won. And they're going to continue to just try to destroy, and we're going to win, because for the raising of the consciousness means at the end of the day, what you want is war. Wars have never won. Wars just kill. That's what they want. And you can continue to war forever, and you'll never get anywhere. And eventually you'll have nuclear bombs go off, and we'll just blow our planet up. Or you don't let them control, and you realize you have more power as a human than you could possibly know, but it's your own energy field. And that's what they don't want people to realize. And I believe that our friend in Germany was alluding to that earlier.
And Andre, your response to this?
Yeah, it is. I want to know, Douglas, have you ever been in a scientific laboratory or something like this?
Yes. And
yes.
And what about it?
I guess you have a too high opinion of scientists, because you are yourself a very good and precise scientist, and I think you automatically think that all scientists are like that, but that's not true.
No. No, oh God, no. No, scientists are people too, and as you said, they're easily corrupted and flattered and bought off. I mean, it's not. No, of course. What would make? I mean, so what would make you think that I have this naive view of scientists? I did when I was young.
Yeah, exactly, because I also had this a picture of scientists. Because me myself, I also was am a good scientist, but I know that one tends to make this mistake, that you think that others are automatically like you.
No, did I not just say that you had these, scientists that were, oh my God, that they're responsible for all kinds of problems, just for the same reason of corruptions, human failings, all the rest of that. But you see, so what alarms me, Brooke, is this. What alarms me is that when it comes to what you're saying, it reminds me a bit of Dr. Leonard Horowitz. Dr. Leonard Horowitz is this. Basically a Jewish dental surgeon. I think he's or at least a dentist, but he began along lines that are really how would I say it, not necessarily anything that I have any argument with. He was talking about emergent viruses, corruption of scientists. He was talking about massive corruption of scientists. They were, but if you really press them for a solution, it's like, okay, so you say the scientists are corrupted. We're developing all these emergent viruses. We're they're gonna wipe out half humanity at least. What's the solution? And then he comes up with, everybody get together and do this incredible love in, hold your hands and resonate, and we're all going to, come up to some certain decibel level of sound, and we're going to vibrate at a higher level and emerge to a higher level of consciousness, and this will defeat them. It's kind of like Nicholas Roerich or one of these other Russian people who believe that if they could just get the ley lines right and get to the right place in Tibet where they set up all the musical equipment and play a tremendous symphonic number that will do this for humanity. It's kind of like it's hard for me to buy into, Brooke. That's the solution.
Well, I mean, I'll respond to it and then I can go. What I would say to it is that we have the information about our bodies and what the power that we have in our control has been kept secret. The occult, and by occult, I just mean secret knowledge, not
understood. Understood.
Yeah. But a secret knowledge has been hidden in that power that we have purposely. And so what you're saying is, yes, in the last, it's slowly been coming out because people have been slowly learning about things like having to learn about ley lines and didn't know. And I'm talking about me or you. I'm talking about the people that were trying to even figure out what ley lines were, and finding this out and then thinking this, like, or like you said, this dentist said, if we vibrate to this level, those people started out because they're learning about it, right? And then that's how more and more people are, and they are on the right path. The path is to raise the consciousness, but it doesn't happen all at once. When you like whatever he did, when you have people come together in these love parties, that you would be like, oh my God, this is stupid. Okay, yeah, it's not going to suddenly stop a war like at that moment. But then if it raises consciousness enough for another 200 people in the world or another 1,000 people in the world, they feel that love because you're just sending energy out. It's an energy thing. And so once you have enough people in the world that can maintain a positive vibration, at that point, then what they're doing can be stopped, okay? Because we don't have the money and the power to stop them at this point. It doesn't work. I don't care who you vote into office next year. Either way, we're screwed. And it's they're not going to.
You can't think like that. If you get that defeatist, then we're.
No, I say we're screwed if we don't raise our consciousness. If you believe that Biden is going to make our life great or make things right in the world, or any other president of any other country is just going to make things right without consciousness raising of the population, and then them doing things that say, hey, wait, we're standing up for ourselves. These things don't make sense anymore. They don't make sense. It's just like changing the world. When it'd be like if you were still riding horses and buggies like they do, what are the Amish, right? And there's cars, and you're like, wow, you're speeding past them in your Porsche, and you're like, you could just probably get off the horse and buggy. I mean, they have the right to ride the horse and buggy, but to sit there and eventually say that that things don't change, that we're not gonna come out of where we've been, that the economies that we have had, the way that we look at money, the way that we look at each other, and the way that we look at power structures and power dynamics in wars, that's not going to change. It'd be like saying, well, there was never going to be a car. We were always going to ride horse and buggies, because people would have never envisioned a car back then. So that's what I'm saying. I think that I understand, and I completely understand that you don't have to believe it or feel it, but I do believe the consciousness raising is part of the dynamic power structure that will change, because as consciousness raise, that means by consciousness, I mean people are changing. So as the human being changes and is able to, and enough people have changed to stay in that vibration of togetherness and coming together against power, deciding what they want, knowing what they want, and coming together in that, then those old power dynamics die. They have to. And that's what they're holding on to, is the financial power that they have over these few things that they have, and they have been lying about. And it has been a complete power dynamic that they've had for hundreds of years, if not more. many hundreds of years that it was created, just like the Catholic Church created a power structure. Like these power structures have to die off. That would be the last thing I would say.
Okay.
Andre.
Well, honey, love you dearly.
If I can.
Of course, please, before she leaves.
Over,
yeah.
I think the easiest way to make the biggest money is with fairy tales, that you tell people big lies, which they can somehow believe. And for me, this COVID thing is nothing more than modern horror fairy tale. And I think the virus itself, it does not even exist. It's the perfect crime. And the only thing which exists are the vaccines and the symptoms. That was all normal cough, normal flu, normal cold. Yeah, but they invented this fairy tale of COVID, and everybody wanted to be a big doctor, and everybody saw when you were sneezing or coughing, that you had COVID, of course. I mean, with COVID, the flu vaccination vanished. Nobody was talking about a normal cough or a normal flu or a normal cold. Everything was COVID.
People were talking about it certainly here. I don't know. I know what you mean in a popular sense. In a popular sense, people became very concerned about the COVID because, of course, that was considered the more lethal phenomenon. At any rate, there were people who were getting flu and COVID simultaneously. It was really bad. I appreciate, of course, what you're saying, but I disagree with it. But then again, you have a very holistic and kind of homeopathic perspective, and it would be interesting to hear what Don from Netherlands would say about that as well. By the way, he hung up the other day. You all hung up, because I left you all alone to talk, and when I came back, you were all hung up. That was what was the conclusion of that conversation with Ian West, yourself, and Don from Netherlands? What was the conclusion of that conversation? Andre? At any rate, Brooke, it was...
You wanted to speak to Don, huh?
No, I was saying
no.
you. When I came, I was just saying it would be interesting to hear what he had to say, because he's also, like yourself, very homeopathic, very holistic. But I said the other day, the latest episode, I left the three of you alone to talk, Ian, yourself, and Don. And then I came back and you had all hung up. So how did the conversation end?
Yeah, because everybody was saying goodbye, and I don't know.
Okay.
And then I hung up. Yeah.
Okay.
But I remember last time Don said, like I also can say it, that in the Netherlands they did not make a big thing about COVID. Mm-hmm. That was a really strange thing. I was working in Amsterdam at that time, and nobody was caring about a mouth cap or something like this. Nobody wore a mouth cap in Amsterdam.
Wow.
And when I was going to my mother, in Germany, they terrorized everybody with those mouth caps. You cannot imagine in the trains what the people arranged to get you your mouth cap on. Yeah, and in Holland, nobody was caring about that. So, for example, when I was going in Holland in the Albert Heijn in the supermarket, I once forgot my mouth cap. Then I recognized it somehow, and then I thought, okay, now. The people start shouting and everything, yeah. But in Amsterdam, nobody was caring about it. And when I went one day later to Germany, and I also forgot my mouth cap because I was used not to wear a mouth cap, the German people, they shout at you like the SS people. Really. And I have seen it in Germany. They were sitting, police officers were sitting next to a normal passenger who even had a mouth cap, but he was drinking coffee. It was allowed to drink coffee, and but you had to wear your mouth cap. And then they were counting how much sips of coffee he took in which time. Really, this is Germany. They make it every time they make it to the top and into bloody ridiculous.
So they were counting when he was drinking. Did they Did they? So what happened? So they're counting every time we took a sip?
Yeah, then they said some fictive numbers. So you have worn your mouth cap only 2 minutes, and you have sipped on your coffee 7 minutes, but you only took 2 sips, and because of that, we have to throw you out. And then they threw the people out.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh my god.
Yeah.
At any rate,
this is and the Dutch people, they a bit more intelligent, and they somehow questioned this COVID thing. But of course, the COVID terror, if you were at work, that was also very harsh. So if you were coughing in Holland at work, also then the people looked at you like you want to kill them with COVID.
Oh wow. Yeah, I can imagine. It's yeah. I mean, there you go. I mean, everybody has these different reactions, and culture, of course, plays a large part in response. So, Honeybrooke, dear, yeah. I mean, there you go. I think that there, you see, it wasn't that bad. I mean, you expressed what you expressed, and you know, I'm not coming down on you terribly. You know, personally, I think you know, my own solution is that. I don't look at it with this kind of shadowy cabal at the top, on this global scale, like you do. But you know, it's definitely something that, and of course, I do want everyone to understand that when it comes time to vote, by all means vote. We don't want to discourage that and feel that it does nothing, because you know, even though you know, obviously, Brooke, you understand we're not voting for. Anyone with the expectation they're going to save anything or improve anything. Right now, at this point in history, all we're trying to do is make it so that things don't get worse. That's basically what voting is about. You do agree with that, right?
No, I believe that's an old mentality, and if you're going to stick with your old world mentality,
well, I don't want it to stay that way. I don't want it to stay that way for.
So I look at Robert Kennedy, and I think he right now, unless you can come with somebody better.
But doesn't that kind of impose he can save us on him, kind of?
But it's a step forward out. So you have to take incremental steps. He may not be perfect, but he's a step forward from both of those people that right now are those front runners that you're talking about.
Okay. I don't see him that way, but yeah.
Because he's stepping out of both the Democratic and the Republican side. He's standing up for individual rights. He's standing up for the things that I believe in the Democratic Party. He's standing up against corporations, but he also is saying he's honest, just like what we see, what we were just discussing with the vaccines, and the companies just lied. I mean, they didn't protect us. It's like, the president had all his vaccines, and then Biden had it, and then he got COVID, like they were promising all this, but then at the end of the day, we don't even know what they may do to us or not, but they didn't really protect anybody anyway.
Well, I would argue against that personally. The statistics.
Well, the statistics show differently. I mean, why don't you find out what happened to Jamie Foxx?
What happened to Jamie Foxx?
I don't know. That's what his doctor said. He's waiting. He's told Jamie Foxx that he needs to come out and talk about it. That must have something to do with the vaccine, though, because that's what the doctor was hinting at.
Okay, but he, whatever it was, Jamie Foxx seems to have survived, right?
Yeah. I'm not going to go into detail about. I don't know exactly what's going on with him, but yes, he happened to survive. He's a star. There's plenty of people that didn't survive.
Well, there's plenty of people who didn't survive COVID, and it's mostly the people who didn't get the shots who died of COVID.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna hang up. I love you. Have a great night. Good night. Bye.
Yes, honey, we love you, and speak to you soon.
Great talking to everybody. Good night, Joe. Good night, guys.
Yes.
It was very nice to meet you. And I'm gonna hang up.
I love you. Okay, bye for now. Yes. She said it was nice to beat you. Did you hear that? She said it was nice to beat you. Freudian slip. That's yeah. So like her. Yes. So Joe. Okay. And so how's things going with you? Before I go into monologue and suck all the oxygen out of the room and everybody dies. Yeah, tell us what's going on with you and things that are going on in your life and the like. You there? I hope you didn't fall asleep. Oh my God. So it's just you and I, Andre, for the moment. Tell us a bit about. How you said that the wall fell when the Berlin Wall fell. That's how you met the individual who ultimately became your partner, right?
Oh no. The wall fell 1990, and with my partner, I'm together since 2010. That was 10 years later.
Okay. Then your partner's from the east, or what?
He's from Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. That's the eastern North Shore, so to say. And we met there through the internet. And I guess because of that, we can be still together because we missed all these gay, gay metrics things. You know, normally gays, if they see that somebody's together, they try everything to rip this off because they got envious and such things. And because of the internet, we were always possible to communicate in a independent way, so to say, and not like it was before. Like in a community or something like this with all the negative aspects. And maybe also because of that we were, in general possible to make this liaison because there are lots of differences between Eastern and Western Germans still today, like I told. And because of that, I'm pretty proud that we are still together.
Yes.
I mean, it's unusual that gay couples stay together longer than maybe half a year or something like this.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, well, female gay couples tend to stay together longer than male gay couples because male gay couples, most of the time, the men are just looking for friction. But when it comes to, but I know some male gay couples who stay together basically forever. So you seem to be that pair, one of those pairs. So that's great.
I hope.
And what does he feel about, obviously you share with him everything that you share with us, I presume. What does he think about your listening to me?
When I was last time on your first broadcast, he made it as a record that we have it as a remembrance, and he was very proud of me.
Oh, great! Yes.
But he likes to listen to your show also. But it's a bit different because we are both, or meanwhile only him, working in the home office, and if you hear your broadcast in the background, everybody will hear you laughing, and then they will think that somebody laughs at them.
Interesting.
And because of that, we are not, or he's not that possible to listen to every broadcast of you.
Okay.
But he's. The thing is, the people from Eastern Germany, they have another look to the system because they were risen up in a system which is completely other kind structured than the normal system. They grew up in the NWO. Maybe he can tell you if he has time, like they were grown up in the German Republic, German Democratic Republic. It was like science fiction, horror movies or show it. This is the way they were risen up. And because of that, and because their system somehow fell down, they have another look at our system. And some things were, like you discussed, if COVID exists or with those things, I do not have much to discuss with my friend because he sees it that it is manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
And this binds up us together, and because of that, he's also, he does not find your themes too strange or something like this.
Okay. Yes.
And I mean, because you're really, like I said, a very good scientist, one can follow you because it's logically.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And I'm, of course, that's touching. And in terms of your science training and everything that you've been through, I know you've been through a lot. I know you've been in these labs. And yes, sometimes ego, sometimes scientists will formulate or reformulate. They'll change data, just to prove their point, that sort of thing. This sort of thing does happen. And so there's ego involved. There's other things involved, corruption. No, scientists are very vulnerable. And worst of all, scientists have to eat. And so because they need to make a living, they're ultimately slaves to whoever sponsors them. They really can't live without sponsorship. So they're extraordinarily vulnerable. And
it's and they are pretty vain. They are very vain.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Very much so. And they're vain, vulnerable. It's a bad combination. So it's When I was young, of course, they were the heroes. In my mind. And I thought that the world should be run by scientists. That's so you thought the same way. Yes.
Yeah.
And but how would I say it? Obviously, aside from that, though, when you said you were going in, how do you feel about 5G? What is your opinion on 5G? Because you said you felt how tired you felt going into France, passing all these giant electrical stations. So how do you feel about 5G concept?
Yeah, I think it's in the concept of the mass manipulation through waves, in every kind of waves. And you have to know, the Montauk project here in Europe, it has its main center in the near Strasbourg, and that's not far from here. And if you go into this region, where's also the city Kaiserslautern, K-Town, that's also located there. So if you want to go to direction of France, you have to pass the region out of K-Town, and K-Town was or is still military occupied from the US. Now they slowly change it, but here in this region, there's a lot of this, you can say Montauk activity, and they do not hide their antenna buildings and all this stuff, and it's really massive. And if you are sensible to it, you feel it. Like I was really, every time when I went to France, I was like somebody hit my head. I don't know.
Wow.
And and they try to get you a bad feeling going to France. They want you to stay in Germany and buy your things here and not in France. And of course, you should not get in touch with other cultures and so. And I think the 5G is part of this concept. And they do this manipulation. I mean, the most obvious thing, like they manipulate your mind with electromagnetic waves, is television. Mm-hmm. It's also a kind of wave, and it's completely artificial. It's completely technological. And I mean, they make the minds with the television. What comes in television, that's right. You have to wear the clothes which they were in the series in television, and so on. I mean, television is the modern Führer. What television says, that's true. And nearly everybody watches television and believes it, of course. Yeah, that's, in my opinion, it's the electric mono eye of the buffalo. That's television. And and it's making your opinion like Adolf Hitler was making the opinion for the German people in the 30s. And now they got it automaticated.
I don't know if I like that particular analogy, but yes. So Michelle Carmela Saldana and Mark H have both joined us. Let me introduce you. If I haven't before, I forgive me. I don't remember. I make a lot of introductions and I forget everything. There's so many people to deal with. So Mark H is our fixer involved with the casino industry in America, gambling industry in America, which is really probably one of our largest industries. And Michelle Carmela Saldana is someone who, of course, has had a lifetime of adventures and challenges. And so she joins us tonight. I tried to call earlier, but apparently she got involved with some of her busyness. So both of you, this is Andrei Nemzhezhinsky, and Nemzhezhinsky, he is Ukrainian descent, but lives in Germany, and so he and all of you say hi to each other, and we'll kind of catch up before I dive into monologue soon enough. But hey, say hi.
It's a pleasure to meet you again.
Yeah.
We spoke briefly the last time I was on air.
That's right. Yeah. And Mark though didn't. Did he? Or did you, Mark? I don't remember.
No, I haven't. And just want to say hello, Andre.
Hi.
Nice to speak to you.
Hi.
Yeah. And great. And so Michelle, glad you were able to spend some time with us. Go ahead, catch us up on a little bit about what's going on with you, and then we'll catch up with Mark. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Douglas. There's a ban for right now about travel ban for me to go to Chicago because there's the fires in Canada are affecting the air quality. So my friend that is willing to help me once I get there has asked that I wait another month. So that really puts a crunch on me in gathering or doing what I need to do to get reestablished or to build up another part of the case against the argument that Social Security has against me with the accusation of self-inflicted Munchausen. But what I could do here, I'm trying to do. So,
but by the way, this case, Social Security, is to try and get you. They're trying to get you off Social Security.
Ideally, in my perspective, it's to. It would be really great to go back to work, but and I've never been against work. It's just that I need to be in an environment that's not going to put me in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to affect my immune system where I'm on life support, which has happened in the past. But according to, because my primary doctor a couple years ago accused me of fraud, so there's a fraud charge against me that I could face 5 years of felony prison for.
But you'd get housing, you'd get free medical care.
Yeah, that's what I told him. I said, 3 hots and a cot.
Yeah.
I'm not going to bother about that. But it does bother me because healthcare in prison is horrible. And I don't have a lawyer to advocate. So it's not like I'll be able to get the Benadryl when I need it, But that part about the antihistamine levels always being high bothers me. But as far as the rest of it goes, 2 middle fingers and a butt crack to the government as far as that is, as far as I care.
Yes, good, good. Be good attitude to have. But go on, yeah.
Thank you. So, I mean, hey, mafia upbringing, they work for us. Mm-hmm. We're taxpayer dollars plus, they've been in our pockets, so they work for us. And I'm not going to worry about that part. But the other part that bothers me is USC. One time when I went to them, they determined self-inflicted Munchausen. Well, UC Irving, which is on par with USC, has confirmed that it is systemic mastocytosis that I've had for so long that it has morphed into cancer. And so there are these, these diagnoses that are warring against each other, and Social Security is like Munchausen and fraud, and I'm like, no, I know what it is, and if you don't want to acknowledge it, as long as I can keep myself safe, that's all I care about.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's what we were trying to do with Chicago. Some of my friends that
what was going on in Chicago again that would have been helpful in this?
So me getting another workup, joining an agency, that I would get a complete workup, and then join job training, that would allow me to be safe, in an environment that would be safe for my health, as well as the premise coming from post-traumatic stress, deal with human trafficking and a traumatic childhood. So most of the people that are helping me in Chicago are former mafia, former child slaves, former child prostitutes, like growing up like myself. And some of them are in the gay community, people that I've advocated for, and they want to repay the favor. So a family, basically, that I've created for myself over the years are wanting to help once I get there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so aside from that, before we turn to catch up with Mark H. for a little bit, what else do you want to share with us? Your living conditions okay otherwise right now? I mean, are you in the past, the opening hour of Wednesday was best for you because of, less people around you. Is that how?
Well, yeah, that's the nice thing. The other thing, once I get to Chicago, they're like-minded. They've already they've either shared my adventures or they've had adventures of their own that are similar. So I can talk freely. Mm-hmm. I don't have to be incognito. They're not civilians who have not dealt with these kind of topics that I ever normally talk about on your show. Mm-hmm. So that will be nice to be able to speak freely and do advocacy. And like we talked, I mentioned the last show, maybe I could be a roving reporter on the streets of Chicago. Mm-hmm. But that's about it. I came across a family the other day on my way to the doctor. I got lost because that happens sometimes. My cognitive abilities get affected by the pollution in the air, and but in that I met a family that they were saving for. They were fundraising for a funeral, and I'll have that information on my Facebook page. But some people, Ian had offered to set up a GoFundMe. We didn't get that together yet because he's been busy, and I had a doctor appointment, and then today I spent time with some friends. So when he and I get together, I guess we'll do that. But if people want to help me get to Chicago, I do have PayPal that people could go donate to, and I could make that available. Mm-hmm. we have the people here in California and in Chicago that are still wanting to help with the movie studio and multimedia company, so that survivors from organized crime and the underworld could tell their stories without being exploited, and tell the stories our way. And when I say our way, I mean a little bit more to our truth as experiencers. So, which I think is important, that it's because Hollywood kind of sanitizes it, or either sanitizes it or romanticizes it, or exploits it. So in this way, we can eliminate a lot, or there's a naivety in there that just does not make any sense. So in this way, we're hoping that we survivors can get our stories out without those elements in the formula, and that we can actually have more legal impact against perpetrators.
I'm sorry, go on. Yeah, please, continue. Yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, please finish what you're saying first. I'm sorry, I was just...
I just... because in many... Over the decades, in many interviews, when I'm asked what would be the number one element or change that could help end child predators against child abuse or any type of sex slavery, and my number one recommendation, besides families and communities being strong, is that the lawmakers actually hold themselves accountable to the laws that they create and break. Mm-hmm. And that we taxpayers and we congregants of religions stop funding these predators, using our donations to help build each other up, neighbor to neighbor, and community to community, instead of giving them to these institutions that just end up paying out for purchasing of children or hush money, or the military disappearing money, so that even just recently, the military in the United States disappeared several $1 million allegedly that went to the Ukraine but never made it. And let me tell you, under these trade agreements, the money disappears, organized crime thrives, and that disappeared money goes to procuring children. It sure does. Or setting up orphanages that end up being slave markets. Mm-hmm. So we would really like to hold these governments accountable, these politicians accountable, and these predators accountable. And also the idea of people being rescued, because there's so many of these movies that come out in the name of educating human trafficking, against human trafficking and child slavery, but it puts out the religion and the cult of one day my prince will come and rescue me, one day my savior will come and rescue me, and 9 times out of 10 the rescuer is the actual victim who just gets a backbone and survives each and every day, moment by moment, until they can turn on their captors or earn enough money to put that horrible life behind them. But then they end up having health issues for the rest of their life, like myself, that they're trying to and I'm telling you, until you're really healthy, you're not really free. You're doing the best that you can with your, with what freedom you have, but the total freedom isn't, and liberty is not truly there until you, like they said, if you have your health, you have your wealth. Mm-hmm. So we're trying to, those are the goals that we have in mind with these, with this multimedia studio that is very survivor centric. And over the years, I've helped in healthcare reform to make it survivor centric, geared towards taking care of adult survivors and children who have gone through child abuse and violent PTSD that was non-combative, meaning it's non-military.
Mm-hmm. Thank
and
you. That's an important point. Yeah, go on. Yeah,
we've had really good results, and also fighting for the rainbow rights, mm-hmm. and which we're continuing to do that. But now in doing that, it's the celebration of people who are, because there's quite a few people who have been calling out the predators throughout every genre of the world, both male and female. And unfortunately right now, they have the louder voice, and they're kind of taking over the rainbow movement, and it's always been conflated since the ancient times that gay people equal predators, but that's not the truth. That's not the truth. People are allowed to love who they want to love, and God has never been against that. But predators, they're really casting a horrible shadow all over the place. So that's the other thing I want to do in Chicago, is really double down on the predator aspect. So I'm looking forward to that.
Okay. And yes, and of course all those wildfires in Canada are affecting us profoundly. How about, thank you so much for that, Mark. Is there anything you have to say to what Michelle was saying? Or yourself, Andre, either one of you gentlemen, before we catch up with Mark on what was happening to him. I was wondering, because Mark is close to those Canadian fires, much closer than Michelle. I don't know. Have you been impacted by them in any way, your breathing quality?
Well, personally, I haven't noticed it, but it definitely you can tell. I mean, there's warnings on your phone. It says, this is not a good quality of air, especially for people that are extremely sensitive. So I can only imagine what some people are, reacting to in that way. And honestly, people in New York, and New Jersey, I'm Joe Ty, I'm sure he's getting a little bit piece of that as well.
Yeah, he's sucking it in right now in his sleep as he snores. So Andre, anything come to your mind when you listen to what Michelle said, or yourself, Mark, either gentleman? Anything you want to pitch in with that as to what it brings to your minds, what she's been talking about?
No, not really. Sorry.
Yeah. And,
I do have a comment for what Andre said. Is I'm so happy that you have found somebody that you can have a very solid relationship with. One of my favorite couples here in the United States is a comic, and his husband coaches children for gymnastics for the U.S. Olympic gymnastics, and I just love them. They're my brothers. They've been together for 20 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, yeah, it is possible for gay men to have a good, loving, solid relationship. In my I've come across in my life, I've come across some that, like Douglas said, only want friction, and they're the ones that scare me, because I'm like, if you guys are jealous of each other, it just takes one good right hook for one of you to send the other one to the hospital. Doesn't that? I worry for you, but my sons are gay, and I'm like, I told them, even when they were little, and we thought maybe they would be straight, like, whoever you choose, make sure that you can give your life to them, and that you can trust your life with them, and they can trust your life with you, their life with you, because jealousy can kill.
Yeah, that's true.
And so I just love when I come across people that are solid in their relationship. That was really beautiful to hear how you support each other.
I mean, we are both witnesses of our very, very disturbed life. I mean, if I would not have my friend, nobody would be there to believe what happens to me day by day, and the other way around. Nobody would believe what they do with my friend every day, and how professionally and really there would be. Even if I would tell it to my mother, she would try to believe me, but it is so unbelievable that she cannot believe it, and I cannot be really worried about it, because I would react the same way. But Marcus sees it, and he sees what they do with us, and he is on my side, luckily. But we have to fight very hard together to get our life somehow supported and to stay together. That's also very energy costing, because if you contact with other people, especially other gays, then this jealousy game starts, and this doesn't make it more easy. And I mean, Marcus is pretty good looking. I mean, I do not look that fresh anymore, but he's pretty good looking, and that makes it very hard sometimes. And for me also pretty dangerous, because in the gay scene, if they want to have some friend or sex with some people, they like I experienced, they do not even they try to kill you even to get your couple. And I mean,
they will go that far?
Yeah, they have gone that far several times.
Oh yeah.
They tried to poison me in front of Marcus, and to let me look like an idiot, something like this. Yeah, and really, and like I said, sometimes I think, no, I'm not gay, because it's so avaricious and cruel what they do, that I cannot identify with them anymore.
Wow.
No.
Well, you know what? That makes me love you all the more for the relationship that you have.
Yes.
Yeah, otherwise I would have been lost 20 years ago. I guess then they would have killed me really, but now they do not dare it so brutal that like they did, because they know I have a witness. And but when I was in Amsterdam alone, they tried again to make it in a very professional way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So we're our own angels, so to say. We have to take care about us every day, and we live like two James Bonds, like this.
Yeah, you poet warrior, you keep up that good work of saying, I am here, darkness, I am still here.
Yeah.
Keep going for it.
Yeah. And so, Mark, what were you going to say about what Michelle was talking about, and then catch us all up on whatever is happening with you, please.
Absolutely. It's fantastic to talk to everybody. What I was going to say about Michelle was that I really liked the aspect that she said about the family thing.
Uh-huh.
I think that was really cool because I think she understands, because I think a lot of us do actually, that family is extended. And some of the most important people that you come in contact with are extended family and friends, because sometimes blood falls short. And that's an unfortunate thing, but it does happen and it does exist. So I think that was really cool. And I think it was cool that she has this group together and she has this type of family. So I wanted to give her props to that. That's what I want to say to her about that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank
But
Yeah.
go ahead.
So the one that is really working hard to get me there is one of my former interns, now a colleague. And he's a gay man that grew up also mafia. His dad had a hit on him, had the contract for his hit for a lot of years. So if you can imagine that your dad has the old contract to kill you, and there's a movie there. There's a movie right
Absolutely.
there. Anyway, he went to college for psychiatry, and I helped to make sure that he stayed in college with having transportation and food and times where his rent was tight, to make sure his rent was paid. So he wouldn't have to worry about those things, so he could just concentrate on his assignments. And then what he did for me was he's been my therapist, as well as the times that I got summoned to testify before Congress about organized crime or trafficking or anything else that fell along those lines. I always said I would not go because I'd have to shake hands with snakes, and I don't shake hands with snakes because snakes don't have hands. And the one time I said that, and I was even offered a position on Obama's cabinet for an anti-trafficking group that was I was one of the first picks, but so it exists, but I never took the position because, again, snakes don't have hands, and I don't want to touch snakes. So, but the week that I said that to that position, it was funny because it came out on the news that in the basement of the White House they found several nests of snakes, and I was like, oh, well, there you go. So, but he has gone in my stead to testify before Congress, and it was fun that the first time he went, he was like, hello, it is so good to see you again, and you again, and you again, and the reason why he was saying that, and he would mention all the Congress, this is how he opened when he introduced himself, and he's like, Senator so-and-so, good to see you again, Senator so-and-so, good to see you again, and you could see on C-SPAN where he was testifying, and they were looking at him, and then he would say, good to see you again, and they would put their head down. It was because they were his former clients. And he started off with his speech. Before he even started addressing the topic, he was acknowledging that these congressmen and senators had been his clients when he was a rep boy.
Mm-hmm.
So I was so proud of him. He was like calling out their hypocrisy and calling out their adultery and their enslavement of people all at the same time, and that's how he started. Before he even said hello to the taxpayers. So that was pretty awesome. Before he even started addressing the topic, he was already calling them out.
Mm-hmm.
Very politely, but very clearly.
Wow. And so thank you for sharing that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to prepare myself for monologue. But what I'll do is grab another liquid Coca-Cola and just kind of make certain that I'm prepared. So I want all of you to continue speaking while I do that. I'll be gone for just a few moments, then come back and prepare to take over. But real Ian West is with us. He's joined us, and it was, hopefully Brooke will be with us on Wednesday night, and you can be together with her to speak, and both of you can have some fun with that. But tell us a bit about what's been going on. How was your work today? You were working till 4 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So tell us a bit about, you must be exhausted. Tell us a bit, Ian, about what your work was like, whatever you're willing to share, and catch us up. You said you had something very important, but I'm afraid to read it out loud. It was something, Negro this, DeSantis that. It was like, what on earth were you even alluding to? Or is this something I'm really afraid to ask? I mean, of course, be very careful how you phrase it. We want to make certain, of course, you know the whole score. I have to play hall monitor. Are you there? Ian? It says he's there.
But before he speaks,
Yeah.
Douglas, I want to say I really like how you specify you're drinking liquid Coca-Cola
Yes, of course. I have to.
instead of just any other Coke.
Yes, I have to do that. So, darling, how did you meet Ian West? The way you spoke, both of you, the other day was like you both kind of knew each other, sort of.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I met him on your show. Now he thought that you and I knew each other like a good 20 years.
Well, you
Can
and
hear
I.
you now, yes.
Yeah. Yes.
You can hear me now? Oh,
Yes.
thank God.
Yes.
Thank God.
Yes.
I was going to say, I don't have shit to say to Brooke. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, but the two of you have so much fun together. It's kind of like it's like peanut butter and jelly, or kind of like.
I called her today. I told her I had to work all day, so she could just go on. I'm not gonna give her any shit. But
I mean, it's kind of like the horror stories of H.P. Lovecraft, where madness and horror are mixed together. It's just one of those inextricable ingredients that one just has to have to just. Go on.
Well, I appreciate it. But I'm glad Michelle's here.
Why?
Okay, that's what I was waiting for. I was waiting to bait you in on that one.
No, I mean
So
specifically. I mean, what
Okay.
specifically?
No. Do you remember a few months ago, whenever we were all like, talking about the goddamn derailment and shit and all that stuff?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, Michelle, you were absolutely 100% correct and right. And all that bullshit I said that this train derailment and chemical spills and everything was about, I just got confirmation that we were right. The trains were right. Everything we said was fucking true.
Oh my God.
About the train derailments and all this other stuff.
We'll remind the listeners
Please.
and the rest of us, including me, what we're right about.
Actually, Michelle Carmela was very much on it. She brought up the fact that there was that town was called Little Palestine or something. It was very strange that the derailment took place in. That she was pointing out also the connection to a certain warehouse or something that ultimately Ian identified on a map. He actually found the train rails leading to a specific place that Michelle Carmela Saldana intuited they would lead to. So, yes.
And not just there, not just there, but in other states, right, Ian?
Yeah, all of them. Everywhere where there's a train derailment, everywhere there's a chemical spill, those were all fucking kiddie torture chambers. Every single one of them.
I'm not
I've been
quite
doing this for too long. I've been doing this for 40 years.
Wow.
You did good. You
Almost
did
40
good.
years.
Incredible.
Yeah, and that one in Leeds too. The one in Leeds, that was one of them too.
And so, I mean, honestly, so Michelle, you go along with this then, and you feel that that what Ian's saying is true. You're not contesting this.
I'm not.
Okay.
It has to do with, it's another reason why we have war any way you can disintegrate community and decimate communities and families and keep people impoverished, it reduces the it creates vices. It creates a market for vices. It creates a desperation and atmosphere for abuse of first children within the homes, and then throughout the community, as well as vulnerable people, be it poor, outcast, people that are marginalized. I mean, if these communities were left to their devices, they would thrive. And I grew up not all that far from there. So these are rural areas where everybody knows each other. There's grass, there are trees, grass, bushes. You could go out in the woods and pick berries, grow your own food. But can you do that when the water's contaminated, the air's contaminated, the soil's contaminated?
No.
Not
all the time.
Can you do that? Can you do that with? I mean, first thing. Now everybody over there, and
by the way, you're doing this so well. I want you to continue this. I'll be back in a few minutes. So, and it looks like they're on a safe space here. I can trust them.
Totally.
Yes.
Totally.
So everybody maintain no protected populations.
No. We don't have time for that right now.
Excellent.
No.
Okay, so continue, Michelle.
Don't worry. That won't happen here.
Thank you.
Not on this watch.
Thank you, Carmela.
But that also is my point of there's so many layers of community in these areas within a solid community base that now have health issues. And these health issues are going to go for generations.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So that's going to keep them marketable to and vulnerable to the medical industry and criminal activity, as well as the prison industry. It decimates. That's what they're going for. If they could keep people under a darkness, because God forbid anybody except those chosen should achieve who God says they actually are, and their empowerment, unless it's actually fits the social justice warrior narrative or the manipulate, or unless they're manipulated to the area that it needs, that energy needs to be in by the so-called powers that be. We need to get back to good old-fashioned take care of yourself, take care of your loved ones, and strengthen your community. Make the area safe for children, because when the area is safe for children, it's safe for everybody. Or make it safe for the children and the elderly, and then it's safe for everybody.
Yeah. Well, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, you ready for this?
Oh, go ahead.
Here's the confirmation that everything we said was fucking true and right and real, and we're kind of like, I don't know, psychics or something. I don't know. I don't want to.
No, we're not psychics.
I don't want to claim.
Ian, there are patterns. There are patterns,
thank you.
And then there are also trade agreements that override government constitutions.
Well, you ready for this?
Go ahead.
Here it is. Are you watching your screen?
I'm on this. Yeah.
Okay, you ready? Here it is.
Jesse Sabata, you sent me an amazing article about train derailments. and I would love to get you to talk about that.
Yeah, so the article is from Timothy Charles Homestead. So this one he titled "Blood Beneath the Tracks."
I can't really hear.
Can't
Maybe it's my audio. I'm on my phone.
everybody else hear it?
Mark, Andre, are you
It's
there?
kind of low. It's a little bit low, bro.
Ah,
Can you give us a synopsis, Ian?
here it is.
And yes, it all leads.
Can you just give us like a condensed nutshell version? Like you say what
That all the train wrecks, all the chemical spills were all kitty tortured spots.
Okay.
All of them. And this chick backs it up.
Well, that's good. That's
and
good.
the first one, the Palestine, Ohio. Guess what's in that area? Try to guess.
What?
The Victoria's Secret's warehouse. Guess who owns it?
I hate riddles, Ian. And go ahead. Just say.
Jeffrey Epstein's financier, Les Wexner.
Oh, okay.
So congrats, we cracked that, before everybody else did. So congrats.
Yeah, we did talk about that before everybody else did. So
I'm sorry you guys can't hear this, but
see, guys, this is why I want to have my own multimedia show. And use it, and also use it for training, because we could actually get leverage this for because I've done this in the past. We could actually get laws written, bills written, and moved into law, and hold officials accountable. And just about anything can link back to child abuse in some form. I used to.
Dude, she's talking like fucking rip the skin off the kids and shit.
Okay, we don't need to go into all that.
Well, that's what they were doing.
We're not going to go into all that, because that just is topic that is way over the top, sensationalized, and actually undermines. Abuse is abuse. Everybody goes through some form of abuse. Everybody has been mistreated all over the world. Every individual, if you live here on the earth, you're going to be mistreated. That's just par for the course, because earth, whether it's creation every day, going through its aches and pains of tidal waves and earthquakes or whatever, is violent, as well as being a human being. That's why I told Andre, he's a poet warrior. If you're a living, breathing human being surviving on this planet, you're a freaking warrior. Because it takes a warrior to make it through the day.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we don't need to talk about the over-the-top sensationalized abuse, because that's going on a tangent that actually does undermine the credibility.
Okay.
So satanic panic. The satanic panic, they say, oh, all that evil never happened. It was just a panic. No, the evil happened, and it's well documented.
Uh-huh.
But what happened was the wrong people were accused, and the wrong people went to jail. And in the meantime, since those people were made scapegoats and used for deflection, the real people like myself that were being tortured, the children like myself, because I was a child during that age of the 70s and 80s, going through that torture, our captors, our torturers got away with it. And then we were made to look like we were making things up when we weren't.
Yeah, they gaslighted. Yes.
They gaslighted the public and they gaslit the victims.
Yep, that's true.
And the other thing with the Pizzagate thing was very similar, but what they did was the adults that survived the satanic panic were now hunted.
Okay.
And some of them killed. And it became a Holocaust. Pizzagate that was politicized and kind of treated like it was a pop culture type silliness was actually a Holocaust.
Or genocided.
It was a genocide or Holocaust, however you want to call it, of survivors from the 70s and the 80s, from the children of the 70s and 80s that survived that and grew up to be survivors and activists and know how to hold these politicians and predators that have positions of power. We know how to hold them accountable, and we've created laws. So what did they do? They had to discredit us. They had to find another way to discredit us. They had to find another way to justify parent alienation and get the children, the children from this current generation back into these cults and sex rings. And that's what Pizzagate was about. So while do-gooders who meant well but were naive were on the computer trying to find predators, they did not know who the predator was from the victim. And so they were doxing everybody. Everybody. So they were doxing victims, and they were like, they're right here. I had victims, I had activists that they couldn't take their kids to school. They couldn't take their kids. They couldn't go to work. They couldn't leave their house, but they couldn't stay safe at house. They couldn't go to the grocery store because they were that targeted. So that is why these multimedia companies and why movies and other forms of media that are created by survivors, that are survivor-centric, need to be made. So we could really educate everybody about this is what we do, this is how we do it, this is how you could help us hold these people accountable. If the law isn't strong, let's strengthen it. We could strengthen it this way. This is how we protect our individual integrity and autonomy. This is how we protect our families. This is how we protect our community. This is how we put the predators away.
All right, Michelle, do you know when the new season of Oprah starts?
I don't pay attention to her anymore.
Do you know when the new season of Ellen DeGeneres starts?
No.
You know why? Because we're holding fucking accountable. That's why.
I love you, Ian. I love you. Why. Oh my gosh.
That's why.
Something's on me. Just okay. And you and I have to talk after or sometime this week. I know you're busy because you're back at work.
Yeah.
But
I'm not bullshitting you. Like you see, I just got off right now. I just got off.
Well, and Friday I had the doctor appointment, and like I said, my friend has asked me to wait a month before I go to Chicago, but I still need to get to Chicago.
Well, will the institute let you do that?
What's that? I called them. I called them and they said yes, that I could go. So, but as soon as you have free time, can we please call me so we can, because that would be a great help to me.
Yeah, we could do that. So,
but gentlemen, Mark and Andre, Um, how? What are some ways that each of you would like to see some kind of change in the world? It could be anything. It could even be different colored light bulbs for all I care. What's just something that you would like to see different in the circles that you're in, that you have expertise in?
You want to go first, Andre?
Oh, I think the train is gone. I do not have much hope. Sorry.
Well, what is it and why? No, because
I don't know.
that comment intrigues me too much to let it go.
Because
What is the topic and why? What is the topic and why has the train passed already?
Yeah, they are really very powerful in my eyes, and every 20 years they knock out the complete humanity with their gigantic lies. Like if you maybe recognize it, that COVID was nearly exactly 20 years after 9/11. And I don't know if I would see what the next big lie in the next 20 years will be, but my doubt is that they will always gain control.
Right there, everybody. Right there. Patterns. Patterns and lies. And any argument, any way that they can manipulate the masses to start arguing with each other, to create a chaos, so that they can keep control. And our real control is when, Andre, when we as individuals keep a level head, right? And care for one another, care for ourselves and one another, despite whatever the chaos is.
But I have to spend more and more time to fight against them, and it's eating my time, so to say. I'm not really coming to my own things. I'm always fighting against their lies and the follows of it.
The greatest way that you could fight, because I think of, so I grew up in a household where my parents were always fighting, or if they weren't fighting, then they would cause friction between me and my siblings for us to fight. Then what I learned, if I take care of myself and just resolve that, or sometimes they would even say, "You're just shit, aren't you? You're just shit." Just say it, and I would learn.
Oh my God, that's like MK Ultra programming.
You know what I learned? I might say the words. I don't have to mean the words. If that's all they want is to shut them up as I say the words, what really matters is, do I say the words and actually believe them? Or do I say them just to shut them up? And if I say them to shut them up, but I know that I am a person and I know that I'm powerful and I keep that knowledge, doesn't matter what I say. It matters what I do.
Like David Icke said, you're not finished till the point you say to yourself, "I'm finished."
Exactly. But if I give them what they want, who's now the master? I am. I learned that when I was a kid. So one of the chores I had as I was 9 years old, and before I go to bed, my last chore of the night was I had to scrub the kitchen down. So one night when I was scrubbing the kitchen floor, I had this epiphany of, maybe my mother and father just do not know how to be kind people. Maybe they weren't taught, or maybe something happened where the kindness was kicked out of them. Well, I know how to be kind. I'm a kid. I know how to be kind. It changed my motives. I started scrubbing that floor because instead of seeing myself as a victim and exhausted and my parents hated me, which I still had moments of feeling that, of course, but I started to have more moments of, I'm doing this because now I'm my parents' educator.
Yeah, this is like I felt also all my life.
And I'm the one taking care of that house. My parents might have the money and they might have the job, but I'm the one running that house.
Yeah.
And then even when I was a child prostitute, I learned how to manipulate these men because I would look at their slogs and I would go like, oh, yours is different than so-and-so's. And then you'd see them up the street fighting. I was a little kid. I was 10, 11, 12. I couldn't fight these men, but I could get them to fight each other.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Yes, a survival manipulation. Yes.
You learn these things. You learn to play their game, to turn it on them, on their own game, on them, using their own tactics. And you know what? They're so arrogant.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes they're so abused that when you figure out, they either are so proud and abused that the victim has now understood the game. They'll change it up again. Of course, they'll change it up again. But at the same time, they're so arrogant. They're like, you can't get us. Or if they understand that you can, they'll change it up. But then that's when you have a running challenge.
Yeah.
So how about you, Mark?
Mark, yes, please, by all means, join in the conversation. Just trying to.
What is something that you would like to see in your area that would to be different?
Well, two things, very clearly, two things boldly, is compassion, and the other thing is accountability. I just nonstop see just people that just don't take accountability for anything, any actions at all. And aside from that, like I said, it's just like this cold, apathetic, just non-compassion. It could be with anybody. It could be anybody in your world. So that's very important, I think. And I think once you take care of that and you start spreading that yourself, you know, it spreads with everyone else. It literally is contagious. So that's what I'd like to see.
Now, is that within the gambling genre, or is it just everywhere in life?
Women in general.
Well, I'm specifying because there's not going to ever be empathy and compassion in the gambling industry, because the gambling industry is set up where, I mean, I've seen people have heart attacks while they're pulling the lever on the slot machine.
Yes. But go on, Mark, before I try to bring Ian in a little more participatory fashion, because he sent this incredible image he produced that has all kinds of stuff on it that I cannot even see, even when I enlarge in that thing, and said this is her trophy for Michelle for, I guess, kind of a reward for her tribulations. I'd like him to explain a little bit of that, but Mark, finish your thoughts by all means first.
Absolutely, and kind of just like elucidate on that. I think if anybody needs it, obviously, the thing is, it's like I think everyone needs it. I understand it's hard for people in the casino industry or in the industry that I'm in, because you know they're the ones I feel like need it the most. As hard as that is to say, just because of what I've seen, and I mean, Douglas has alluded to, you know, the similarities between these things as a drug addiction almost, and some of it, you know, I think it's actually worse, because in some of these cases where, you know, they're draining their family's accounts, they're destroying literally everything around them, and in at least with a drug addiction, you kill yourself, you know, so with this addiction, it kills everything around you. So I don't know if healing can help it, but it would be nice. So
yeah, Definitely. By the way, were you able to hear the opening part when I was speaking about my time with the blood transfusion and all that earlier in the show?
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. I've heard that. I've heard you say that before. Absolutely. And by the way, thank you again for sharing that. And I hope it wasn't too hard. And I heard how you felt about it. And like I said, thank you for sharing that again live on air. And I hope everybody else can appreciate it the same way.
Yeah, thank you.
I only heard a little bit, like every once in a while, because I had other things going on. But I caught a little bit about it. I want to say, I appreciate, because I know how it is when I tell my story, and I have to, all the preparation that goes into the mental preparation and all the work as you're telling the story also. So I really appreciate you doing that, and all the effort that went into doing that. But I did hear a little bit about experiments and animals and such. Made me think a little bit about the experiments that I came across that you and I had talked about, and what you mentioned the first time I was back on your show about the different experiments that I came across, and I'm kind of leery about listening because I was experimented on as a child, so that part is that's the part that I keep locked up the hardest. I mean, I'd rather remember the satanic ritual abuse before I remember the experiments.
Why? Why are the experiments so bad? If at the risk of triggering some memories, and were they ultimately contributory to your fire starter abilities, your pyrokinetics?
I had the pyrokinetics and other gifts beforehand, but so it was actually the abilities that that resulted in me being experimented with and upon, and when I saw other people being experimented, and that was the hardest, was not just what I endured, but the sounds and the smells and the sights of what other people endured, what other children and all the way to young adults endured. It's a lot easier to remember all the sex abuse and ritual abuse than it is to remember these things.
Okay.
And it's very to watch Stranger Things was a big deal, and a lot of these, like the mutant movies, and with the Storm and Wolverine and stuff like that. It's if I could watch those movies and not have severe flashbacks, I'm very proud of myself. But something happened several years ago that was a freak situation where I got locked in a storage unit facility when it turned out it wasn't a real accident. It was the manager was a sister. Yeah, it was a sister of a drug dealer that I offended, and when they learned that I had a storage locker there, as a message, they locked me into the building for a few hours. And I just kind of wrote it out. I had water, I had my medicine, and I knew somebody was coming to pick me up. So I didn't panic. I just, made the best of my time under the situation. But when I got home, and that night when I went to sleep, I had such horrible nightmares that I actually, so for 4 days I didn't go to sleep because I was afraid that if I did, I would continue to remember and just break down completely and be sent to an asylum. So I didn't sleep for 4 days because I was just afraid. And it wasn't until in those 4 days I went over every spiritual and mental or exercise that I had to get my brain under control, because every time I closed my eyes for longer than just like a blink, I saw something from way back. And I had people from, I had prayer warriors from Africa, I mean, shaman, and anybody that I knew that was very strong spiritually in the ancient arts. I had them, I contacted them and said, I need you to help me through this. And so I had shaman from Australia and different parts of Africa and Asia and India and Indonesia and South America helping me through to maintain my mental ability and not get locked up in asylum. Because what am I going to tell the therapist or psychiatrist? Oh, I was experimented on as a kid. You know, nobody's going to believe me. Nobody's going to help me through any of that, you know, in Western civilization. But unfortunately, in these ancient cultures, they recognize people are born with these spiritual abilities, and they know that people are taken and experimented upon. So that was the community that I called to help me through. And they did. So
I appreciate that. Thank you. And
that is one of the ways that I maintain my sanity, because one, Western civilization is too compromised, because it is the powerful elite who are the predators, and they do prey upon us and those that have the giftings, as you well know, Douglas. So we have to rely on the shamanic and the ancient and the, you know, as you yourself have testified, Douglas, you know, there's times where you do the ancient rituals or what have you to you know, bring the spiritual balance back in whatever your assignment is. And so those are the people that mostly I call upon, that when I am that vulnerable, they're the ones who help me.
Mm-hmm. So I know that this is emotionally taxing on you, so to give you a little break for your emotions to gather yourself, Ian, perhaps you could explain to us this image that you provided. What is this?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, so cute. Yes, go on.
Well, did you read the goddamn headline?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'll have to go back to it again. Your headlines are always so lurid and salacious. I tend to forget them because it's like looking at the headline or the header for a gossip rag or something. Blood beneath the tracks.
Long story short,
I can mysterious see a bunch of handsome faces and me.
Yes.
That's all I see on my phone.
Cool.
I don't see any headlines.
It's in the chat. I sent it in the chat.
Yeah.
In the Skype chat.
I'm not sure how I'm going to get into chat.
But basically that day, me and you and Carmela were on.
Yeah.
And we were sitting there discussing the train derailment shit in Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that conclusion that we came to.
Yeah, by the way, explain to people Palestine, USA, please.
Yeah, Palestine, Ohio, where the Victoria's Secret's warehouse is. Right there. Hint, hint. But anyway, yeah, that article backs up everything we said. We were totally right. We did it before everybody else. So, you know, we kind of like figured it out first before everybody else, which makes everybody else stupid. So it's pretty good. Pretty good.
That's cute. So okay. And
Okay.
so it's in the chat right here in the text box on Skype, honey. He's not talking about chat in the live stream. So you're afraid of looking at that, or?
Yeah, I see the one in Skype, right? I'm
Yeah,
looking
yeah,
at it
yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I see it.
So that being said,
There's the trophy, Mrs. Michelle.
yes, there. See, I try to tell you. Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay, Ian. Oh my gosh, Ian, you're such a character, but not me.
Well, I was very proud. I got a little too.
I see that.
I got a little too enthused when I came across it, and I was like, God damn, everything I said was right. I was like, so I was on cloud 9.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And so aside from all of that, certainly both of you have something to say. Andre, Mark, do join in with this. I'm glad that. Thank God Ian didn't show any kind of clips or play any clips while I was gone, I presume, and that keeps us safe. But both of you gentlemen, again, participate a little more here.
Absolutely. No, I agree. I got to re-emphasize what you just said, Douglas. I was kind of worried, Ian, about the protected peoples, if there was some, some issues going on there.
We got to stay on him. We got to stay on him.
No, that's true. You know what? You keep him on his toes, and you can literally hear the blood rising in his veins every time you even get close to it, Ian. It's incredible. Like, I got to say, Ian's got a gift in a few different ways, and that's one of them. Like, it's pretty impressive.
Thank you, Mark.
My pleasure, my man. My pleasure.
The honor's all over here.
Oh shit!
How he could run full speed to the edge of the cliff and stop on a dime.
Yes.
What's up, Andre?
Yeah, Ian, have you found this CDL?
Oh, something.
No.
Yeah.
No, I have not. I have not found that CDL yet.
Okay, I will send you something.
Cool. Did you find the Atari Teenage Riot?
Yeah, because it's too important to miss. It's revolutionary.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
That's amazing how both of them have an appreciation for radical music. So, are you much of a musical person, Michelle and Mark? Mark, how about yourself? Much of a record collector or anything like that?
I like death metal. I like everything from Carlos Santana to death metal or throat singing to heavy metal. Like the Who, HU is one of my favorite bands. They're Mongolian, that like the 1950s music. Anything that you could sing a bop to. I'll listen to Buddha Bar because when I'm like wanting to get into deep spiritual warfare, for some reason I listen to Buddha Bar. And belly dancing is one of my ways that I dance and pray. When I was in high school, I belonged to a group. I wrote most of our music, and we covered a lot of Amy Grant songs. And we opened for Amy Grant, so that's why I had to write music.
I'm so sorry. So sorry.
Sorry about what, Ian?
About Amy Grant. She's terrible.
Well, at that time, she was award-winning. So we opened for Amy Grant, Michael W. Smith, Mylon Lefevre, and DeGarmo and Key, and several other bands. And it was also
okay. I've never heard of them, so it's all good.
Mylon Lefevre actually used to write songs for Elvis Presley, and
And they
it
still
was-
ain't got shit, or
it was around the time that I was coming out of Satanism, and I was an actress and a musician at the time, and a singer, and that helped me heal out of. It started helping me heal out of the trauma from Satanism. Was getting into the arts like that.
That's a big leap.
Yeah, it is. And it was around the time that I also became an ordained Bible teacher. So that was a huge leap in just a few short years.
Well,
so,
anyway,
yeah,
Michelle, good job. Good job on that.
Music and art helped me. And at that time, thank you. At that time, for years I talked like Albert Fudd, Astro, and Porky Pig, fighting for the last word. So it was actually singing and acting that helped me talk in sentences, talk clearly like I talk now.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I was like, my name is Michelle O'Connell Wesley, and I hate saying my name.
What was that a product of? A speech impediment or some kind of mental conditioning?
The speech impediment was because of mental condition. It was because people telling me that I was shit, and that finishing my sentences for me, and mocking me and beating me instead of letting me talk. So
Jesus, there's somebody saying something in the background. It's Ian and Mark. What are they saying?
Mark is corroborating what I'm saying.
Okay. Oh.
So yeah, he was saying that it was part of the,
Oh, by the way, Andre's just
agreeing.
entered some images in. Okay, so are these dick pics? They call him Andre the Giant. So.
Oh, it's the CDL.
Oh, there we are. Yeah. Anyhow.
Thank you.
There we are. Okay.
So, yeah.
By the way, Ian said thank you over the dick pics. Michelle said thank you over the CD.
So the arts and being musical helped me a great deal.
Are you still able to move with any great ease? I mean, how's your movements?
Well, long distance walking, I walk with a walker, but I try to keep up with my movements and things. That's what I like belly dancing, because it requires all your body to move. It's a very sneaky workout because, again, all your body is required to move, so all your body is moving. And so it's very good physical therapy. I do Tai Chi and a little bit of Qigong, well, very similar. And I walk a lot. I'm not as... I used to be able to throw a good high kick and karate kicks and chops and, be pretty formidable with just a look or had hand strength where I could press pressure points. I can't do that right now. I can't. It's going to be a while before I get back to that point, but I'm working on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Michelle.
Yeah.
I miss it. I miss. There's a lot of things I miss. Go ahead, Mark.
I was gonna say, do you live near? Are you near like the ocean or any place like that? Oh.
Yeah, fairly close.
Do you know how to swim?
I'm not a strong swimmer.
Okay.
And I'm not really big on. I don't. I used to. I don't know why I have an aversion to the ocean anymore. Maybe because I lived on the Gulf Coast and I saw too many oil slicks on the Gulf Coast. there's like way more oil slicks on the Gulf Coast that ever get reported in the news. So, but go ahead, finish your thought, Mark.
I was just going to say, I mean, if you had a good access, I feel like the ocean is a good access for strong it's one of the best therapies I think is out there, and it's literally if you're next to it, it's perfect. To be not even if you don't know how to swim, but just to be in the salt water and absorb the minerals and nutrients that is allotted to all of us. And I know people will say, "Oh, there's pollution, stuff like that." Well, the ocean itself is a sea of consciousness, and I think it has such a redeeming and healing quality inside of itself. And I think spending a good amount of time in the salt water and in the bodies of ocean is extremely important if you have that access to that resource. I mean, I see it immediately, and I strive to do it as much as possible.
That does speak to me, but I don't trust the water in California, and I don't trust the water in the Gulf Coast. There's areas on the East Coast and probably in from Northern California onward north that I would trust a lot more than I do these waters. I mean, there's so much sewage in these waters. A lot, in California, sewage runoff, and then on the Gulf Coast, there's oil slicks because of the drilling. I do miss being in the water, though. That speaks to me, though. That does speak to me. I mean, I do a lot of Epsom salt soaks, and it's not the same. It's a little helpful, but it's not the same as actually being in the ocean. And I do go to the beach as much as possible to at least breathe the salt air. But you're right. It's totally different to be submersed in the water and even to walk along the beach and have that all those nutrients absorbed.
The reason why I say it also is because if you ask it to, this is what I've been doing for many, many years now. If you ask it to, if you go into the ocean before, you meditate a little bit, and then you go in the ocean, you ask for the healing qualities, it will give it to you. And then if you do it correctly, if you float and you lose, your senses, so to speak, and then go into a different plane, it'll show you other things. So it's all basically what you want, but if you ask it to, that's what it's there for.
That's true. I have experienced that before. And I even had one of my near-death experiences. I was in this little geode quartz that was filled with water. It felt like a Tempur-Pedic bed, but it was filled with healing water. And after I had this experience, it was like 4 days later, there was a group of scientists that visited me, that they were studying the string theory, and they visited me to interview me about my near-death experience. My herb master, who has a degree in biochemistry, was friends with one of the scientists who was an astrophysicist. So he got his colleagues together, and they found me through her and interviewed me. And so when I explained to them about this geode, they told me it was a quark, and I explained to them how it worked and everything, and they told me that that's how a quark works. And anyway, to your point was that it was salt water and it was energized, and it did have a healing effect. It also had a hyperbolic chamber, and I've been in a hyperbolic chamber before, so it had a hyperbolic chamber effect as well as ocean ocean effect. And I experienced that spiritually, but while I was experiencing that spiritually, it was very tangible. And when I came back into my body, as I was experiencing that spiritually, it was rejuvenating my body physically, and it's a well documented case. And what was really interesting was this hospital where this took place. They partner ancient medicine or integrative medicine with modern medicine, so it was well documented. The whole what I experienced on the other side of the veil, as well as what my body was experiencing. And sometimes I was waking up in the middle of the whole situation, and I was saying words. They even had me flatlined, but I was still having conversation. So, and they checked the machine, and they showed that the machine truly was working. It wasn't misrepresented. I was flatlined, but I was still speaking. So it was a very, very strange sci-fi ordeal. But the scientists said that they believed that because of that, Geode was charged with the saline, and the saline had that electrical charge in it, and it's very similar, they said, to the ocean. The ocean can give you an electrical charge.
So the ocean has, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but you're making such really strong and amazing points, and I just want to piggyback on that, is that the ocean is charged with such life, so much life form. Regardless of pollution, the life form is so strong and overpowers everything. So that the benefits that you receive from it far, far outweigh anything negative. So this is something that should be considered, Michelle, is that when you're in this consciousness body of water, you're soaking in all of this life form. And it literally, if you make it what you want it becomes that. And you can feel it as you're going through it, and you show respect for the life that's in there, even the seaweed, because everything has its purpose, and it's just an amazing gift. It's free to people, but you see people that actually do it, and you're kind of like, oh, well, that's kind of crazy. It's just such a great little hidden gem, you know.
All right, during this month, while I'm waiting to go to Chicago, I will take more trips to the ocean.
Yes, please do.
Yes, and
thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Mark.
Yes,
oh, my pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank you, Ian and Andre and Douglas. Thank you all, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like a princess.
Well, good job, Gumshoe. You did good. You did good, Gumshoe.
Thank you.
And
you okay, Douglas?
I'm fine. Okay? No. I'm just pulling my head out of my ass thinking of what to discuss tonight, because there's obviously going to be a lot to cover. So I'm just glad you're buying me time.
Doug, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I was thinking really hard about this, but I think I'm going to go try to join 1st Earth Battalion. I'm thinking about
it. And why would you even consider this?
I'm just fucking with you.
I understand that. I understand that.
I thought it'd be funny.
But I was waiting for. I thought there was a punchline. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Okay,
well, I was. Well, you know, when he said, you know, they like, well, you know, we have the blacks because they bring us the soul. And all this,
that's right. Yes, you remember that. That's, by the way, in St.
So I was going to say, well, you know, maybe I could bring the Jew, you know.
Jesus Christ, what did we say? What did we
there it is.
Ian, there's the cliff. There's the cliff, Ian.
I had to.
Ian, you just knocked a few rocks over the cliff.
Yeah, it's
you just scuffed your foot a little bit. Don't go past. Your foot is hanging over the edge.
Come on, calm down.
Oh,
Christ.
And so in terms of with our dear friend Andre in Germany, of course. So, Andre, when you, what else do you have to add to all of this? Have you ever experienced a supernatural phenomena? I'd like to hear about it.
Yes, several.
Please share some that come to your mind.
I think the first one was also the most impressive one. It was I was at my mother's house, and at that time I had a shepherd dog, and I had a bit free time, and I just finished my studying in Rostock, and I wanted to make some holidays at my mother's home for cheap. And I went with my dog on the fields, which are, because my mother lives in a very rural area, we have lots of fields.
Mm-hmm.
And you can go for a walk for hours. And we went for a walk. It was 11 o'clock in the morning, nothing special. Nobody outside really, but this is also normal. And then normally my dog always was next to me, but for some reason he looked very strange at me, and then he went off into the garden of one of the houses there, and this is what he never does. And he looked at me like he wanted to say, "Yeah, you should do the same." And I did not know what happened, but he somehow knew it, of course. And then 2 horses showed up with a horse wagon and 2 people directing this, and all in black. Horses black, wagon black, the people in black with black hats, which is not that unusual, because if people marry in our region, they like to get driven by horse cabs, so to say. And they were going into my direction. I thought, everything is okay, but for something strange was that there was a big silence. I mean, you could hear the horses, but there was nothing else. No bird sound, nothing. Everything was completely quiet. And for some reason, the horses went through, and they went directly into my direction. Then the 2 people on the coach, they were jumping off, and I was like a stone thing. I could not move. I was so paralyzed that I could not move, and they were really heading to me really fast with this wagon. And in the last second, I mean, I could even smell the breath of the horses. They made a 90 angle degree, and then they went over the street with the wagon, and there was somehow an electric trafo, some concrete building where they have these electric compensators inside. So this house was not small. It was maybe 2 meters high, maybe 50 meters long, and it was out of concrete, and inside there was pure metal from these transformators. And they were running against this thing, and the concrete was burst around. The complete thing was maybe 2 or 3 meters moved. It was a bang when they banged their heads on this building, like I have never heard before. And I thought, okay, the horses must be dead. And they were not even unconscious. They just shook their heads, went to the street back, waited for the 2 guidances, which jumped on the wagon, and then they went off. They did not even bleed on their heads.
Oh. Wow!
And then my dog came back, and he also looked at me like, nothing happened. Let's go.
Wow!
Wow!
Yeah. And then they removed this concrete transformator house and replaced it with a very, very small thing, so that nobody could trace what has happened in reality. And but it was also in the newspapers. And of course, you can. I have red hairs. Our village is very Catholic, and the mindset is more in the mid ages. So you can think yourself what was going on there. You know that I'm the devil and the black horses are, and of course the people have lots of fantasy.
Wow. That's a great story.
Oh my God.
That's a great story all the way around. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was my first supernatural experience. And after that, really, it was hard to get an orientation. It was short after the World Trade Center accident, which was disturbing for me enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And yeah,
amazing.
And then
go on.
Then the second thing was also very impressive. It was me and my cousin. We were making holidays in Zandvoort, that is the beach, so to say, of Amsterdam.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a normal day, sunny, not that windy. And they had windshields on the beach where you can lay yourself in. And they had pretty big metal frames. Mm-hmm. And they looked like eyes, like big eyes. And all the people used them to get a bit windshielded. So, and we sat there, talked. Then I guess I smoked a joint.
Of course, yes. Oh, go on.
Yeah, and then suddenly the weather changed. Then it got windy and more windy and extremely windy, and suddenly all of those heavy windshields, they flew in the air. I mean, they were pretty heavy,
mm-hmm.
and pretty dangerous because it was they had pure metal edges. Yeah, and then suddenly all these windshields were flying in the air like butterflies.
Mm-hmm.
And we were pretty much to the water, so we to get to the shore, we had to pass through this flying ice, so to say.
Mm-hmm. Wow!
And somehow we managed it.
Mm-hmm.
The people were stunned. They were not really grabbing what was happening, and we also not. But we were very lucky when we were at the shore. The funny thing was that another boy who got really excited from it, he ran into the ice, to the water, and was praising something that this was happening. I don't know. He was going mad, I think.
Wow.
And then we arrived at the shore, and shortly after that, the wind was gone.
Mm-hmm.
All the shields fell down,
mm-hmm.
and the weather was again normal. And then my cousin said, "Yeah, Andre, have you recognized? The wind was not coming from the sea; it was coming from the city."
Wow!
And I was not recognizing it, but it was like this. It was not coming from the sea; it was coming out of the city,
mm-hmm.
blowing on the sea. And
your friend, you mean your lover, your partner?
No, it was my cousin.
Oh, okay, yes, okay, all right.
But they're in the same age, and
okay.
But meanwhile, my cousin, he has killed himself.
What?
Ago.
What?
I guess he was deeply programmed.
Oh, jeez, that's so terrible. I'm so sorry to find that out.
Yeah. He just finished.
Sorry.
He just finished his exam. He was a physician, a young physician,
mm-hmm.
and 2 weeks later or so, he was dead.
Mm.
And he hanged himself. I don't know what happened.
God. Oh, God.
But this was also some kind of supernatural. But in Zandvoort, this thing, that was also mostly you have these supernatural experiences when you're alone. But in this case, in Zandvoort, that was with witnesses. Yeah, everybody has seen it.
Mm-hmm.
So with the horses, I only had these two drivers of the wagon who were witnesses, but I did not know them. Maybe they did know me. But there I had witnesses, and this makes it on the one side more easy because you have someone you can be part of this experience, and you don't have to handle it on your own. But on the other side, of course, if you're with the wrong person, they declare you immediately as possessed or something like this.
Yes. Yeah, it's incredible. What about yourself, Mark? Certainly there must be some paranormal experiences you've had, aside from, of course, what happened the other day in the car, which you're welcome to reiterate in summary, if you wish. There must have been other things besides that, but that is impressive enough. Relate what you wish, yeah.
I haven't. I think a lot of what I've had, aside from that experience, which was definitely different, some of which I have mentioned before on the show with actually with one of my ex-girlfriends, and to this day I don't know if it's her. I think it's mostly her, a little bit of me, but we had this psychic dream thing going on where she would see things that were going to happen, and they actually did happen vividly, and she could actually describe everything, the room, everything that happened. And then at one point, one of my family members had passed away, and I had reached back out to her because we still remain in contact, and she told me that she already knew, and she had a dream a night previous with me, with my family member, and the exact thing that happened with the encounter. It was astounding. Because I had already known that she had this gift before, but she had explained that I guess it didn't always work. So I'm wondering if it's the connection that we had, or if she's just has this crazy ability, which I think that might be the case.
It's both. It's both.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was one of the most. It was very validating because we had this back when we were together, and I had validated that with her, even though we had our problems and issues, and that was one of those things. But what I was going to ask, and I've had other similar, different experiences of a paranormal nature, but I was going to ask either Andre, and I know Douglas has had these, but I was going to ask Andre and Michelle if they've had this sort of experience with, if you've had sort of a psychic phenomena where you come to a point where you may have a higher influence on other people, more than usual, in a state of possible fight or flight or panic. Have you any of you had sort of a vasovagal head rush response where you come to that point and you have a vasovagal sort of body chemistry response? Does that make any sense to you? Any of you?
Yeah, it certainly makes sense to me because of my past experience with vasovagal syncope in my family and in myself. But go on, just had to get that out there before they respond.
Absolutely.
Yes. Since I was a toddler, I've tend to live both in the physical realm as well as the spiritual. And so to me, the spiritual is just as real and natural to live in as the physical realm. So, but yeah, I've had a lot of those different types of experiences, and then again, too, being a Bible teacher, and there's times where I've spoken to crowds, and I've spoken on TV, and in different formats, and just have been able to, whether I'm alone and I'm sleeping, praying, or like a meditative state, doing a certain type of what could be called intercession, but it's a form of astral projection in a way, to speaking in a crowd and having some kind of experience with the crowd, or having an anaphylactic reaction and experiencing a near-death experience. It's, yeah. Or there's times where somebody's crossed me and I'm like, demon, you're gone. And like the one time I was crossing the street and this car was, it clipped me. I mean, it nearly ran me over. And I was like, demon, in the name of Jesus, die. And
then the driver died and veered off and killed a bunch of women and children.
No, but at the next light,
yes,
the truck got T-boned.
Ooh.
And I mean, it happened that quick, within like 10 seconds, and I kept crossing the street. That I did not feel bad, because I mean, I hope the driver lived, but I mean, there was no reason to. I had the right of way. There was no reason for that car to keep driving. They should have stopped.
Believe me, some people do deserve to die, and some people do deserve to have curses put upon them.
And there's some people who deserve to die, and you wonder why the freaking hell are they still breathing?
Yes. Oh, well, because, like my daddy used to say, only the good die young, and it's one of those things that, that's why he used to say, I should have died as a baby.
But,
a bit self-indulgent there.
I don't know. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, you definitely did.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
And
you're welcome. Thank you.
And Ian, certainly there must have been some paranormal experiences in your life.
Jesus Christ. None that come to mind that quick, but
you've got to be kidding me.
I want to say congrats to Michelle on the train shit. Mm-hmm. And thank you.
Why?
Yeah, I was about to say for what?
Well, it's kind of because we figured it out before everybody else did in the fucking world. And your show was the first one to hear it,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the train. You're still going on about the train. Oh, my God.
Like I said, I was on Cloud 9 about it. I'm happy.
So remember when I was going on about the exorcisms that?
Which time?
The last time, because
on here or on the phone?
Yeah, I was supposed to take a writing break, and I got sidetracked by three exorcisms, 2 that are pretty much done and one that's still going on. But I was in this meditative dream state, and I saw this woman that was about to be sacrificed in a graveyard in Chicago. And so I came out of the state, and I called my friend, and I said, that family that you told me about that has the daughter missing and is with this violent guy, this is what I saw. And he goes, we just found out. We just heard that this happened. And so at the same time, he and I are describing the scenario. Mm-hmm. And he's like, I said, well, where is she now? And he goes, she's alive with him as far as we know. And I said, well, this is what you do to get her out. So very happy to say that, she got free of the captor.
Yeah.
And she was about to be humanly sacrificed, but I had seen it being interrupted by somebody that came to visit the cemetery and walked in on the situation and saved her. Yeah.
Have you read? I know you're familiar with William Cooper's books.
Oh wow, I haven't heard that name in a long while.
So Bill Cooper, he explains. I don't know if it was in the Behold the Pale Horse, or might have been even on one of his shows. But he talks about this guy that encounters what he called the lizard man, or the lizard-eyed man, where this detective or something, he came across an attempted sacrifice of this girl, and I guess he saved this girl's life. And supposedly the head was this guy who had lizard eyes or reptile eyes, and he killed a bunch of people. He saved the girl, and then I guess he reported it, and then he became the target at that point.
Jesus, what was that in the background? Was that Ian? Anyhow, go on.
my bad, y'all. My bad.
Jesus. Go on.
That was definitely scary.
That would not be surprising if it was a supernatural thing, but always go for the most logical first.
Of course, yes. Continue, Mark. I mean, the man with the lizard eyes. By the way, you do realize I have some reptilian blood in myself, but you seem okay with me, and I'm glad that you're not David Icke racist about it. Go on, honey.
No,
not all reptilians. Not all reptilians are the same, and we do, from the time of our, from all existence, have a little bit of reptilian and mammalian in us. So,
yes. Absolutely.
There's the yin and yang there, but it's the ones that are full blown and they're just outright assholes that that you want to take them by the tail or take their tongue and yank it out their backside and create another tail for them. That's my saying to the devil. If the devil be real, one of my favorite things to say is, I will dance your tongue out your backside and give you a tail if you don't have one.
Well, Michelle, snakes can also go, they reproduce, spontaneously there, so they can just go fuck themselves anytime,
There you go. Oh, there was plenty of when I was part of the disaster relief for Hurricane Katrina. Here's a good example. On my lunch break at work, I would network these churches. So I would drive to these churches and I would network them. I would do these assessments for individuals as well as churches. And so I found out that this one church, so there were two churches, they shared one parking lot. One church needed a kitchen because their kitchen had been decimated. The other church needed a spot for their youth group. Turns out the one that needed the kitchen had their auditorium for the youth group still intact. The one that needed the youth group still had the kitchen intact. Do you think that they were willing to cross the freaking parking lot that they shared to get what each other needed? So I was like, fuck yourselves on the way to hell. Have fun doing it. I spent an hour walking back and forth in the southern heat, humidity, negotiating this. Was very close to, I'm like, I found a church for you to do this, and guess what? Your neighbors. And they were like, oh, well, they're Baptist. And they're Southern Baptist. I said, well, you're still Baptist. I mean, Baptist is in the name. You share the parking lot. You can all say hi to each other on Sunday, and you can't cross the park. If I can cross the parking lot, and I have asthma, at that time I just had asthma. I said, I have asthma, and I can cross the parking lot in the southern heat. You can't give up, And I'm like, Jesus said it best. The traditions of man make the power of God all void and powerless because you're like too stupid. And I said, so you know what, gentlemen? Fuck yourselves on the way to hell. Have fun doing it. They're like, oh my God, that's why women are not allowed to speak the gospel of Christ. And I'm like, okay, well, in the name of Jesus. And I let out a string of every cuss word that came to me. And I said, and that is a quote by the Holy Spirit, gentlemen. Goodbye. And then I had a television show at the time, and I cussed them out on TV. So from the panhandle of Florida into Oklahoma, down into the panhandle of Texas, and across Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, everybody heard me cussing out these two stupids.
Where'd you live on the Gulf Coast, Michelle?
When or where?
Where?
At that time that I had the TV show, I lived in Picayune, Mississippi.
Okay, so you're right there. Yeah, you're in the heart of it where Katrina hit.
Yeah. But
so
I lived in Covington. I lived in Covington,
I'm sorry.
and Katrina. I mean Carrier and Picayune at that time.
Yeah.
But before that, I've lived in Mobile and Pritchard.
What part of Mobile?
Oh, what part was that? All I remember is the Quiznos was nearby.
Oh, okay, so you lived there after I left. Okay.
Yeah, my second husband had a car dealership. I worked at the Mobile Greyhound Park.
The bus station on Government Street?
Well, no, it wasn't a bus station. It was the dog track. But I tell you what, it looked like a giant bus.
That's the one in Theodore.
Yeah. So I lived in Theodore too.
I'm so sorry.
So when I got this job at the dog track, I thought it was a giant Greyhound bus station because that's what it looked like. It had all the betting booths were closed. So I'm walking around and I'm like, I'm like, may I have an application, please? Sure. And I'm like, wow, this is the largest bus station I ever saw. But where do buses come in? And where they park? And they're like, aren't you cute? You are so adorable, young lady. And this security guard, he goes, ma'am, what are you here for? I'm like, oh, I'm just looking around, and I've never seen a bus station this big before. And he goes, bus station? What are you looking for? And so I see it says uniforms, and it says this, everything is perfectly labeled. And I'm stopping at all these places, and I'm chatting these people up, and there's, what are you here for? I said, oh, I'm looking for a job. So each place, each store is handed me an application. So I walk out of there with a stack of applications. I turn them back in the next day, still thinking it's a bus station. The general manager calls me in. I interview. I think I'm interviewing for a bus station, and I'm like, and then he at the end of the interview he says bus station, and he hands me this list of like trifecta and and all this jargon, and I'm like, what is this? And he goes, memorize these and come back in 3 days.
Oh,
You're
wow.
going to take a test. Like, okay. So I take the test. I pass with 100%. And the lady, I said, why do we have to learn this for the bus station? Are these codes for because some of them were codes for the different race tracks, whether they be dog tracks or horse tracks or, the different tracks across the country. And I said, so these are the codes for the bus stations? And she goes, where? Oh, you're that girl that. Why are we hiring you? You're like the Legally Blonde dippy girl. Why are we hiring you? And then she goes, oh my God, you got 100%? You got like a photographic memory or something.
Amazing.
And I said, well, what is the job? She goes, honey, you're working at a gambling establishment. Whatever. So, but that ended up being the place that they actually hired me. I mean, within like a month or two, I ended up in the money room, weighing out money, and nobody could figure out why was the ditzy girl who should dye her hair to match the color of her brain weighing out money and being trusted with money when she didn't even know where she worked.
Oh my God.
But I would guilt these pastors. There were so many pastors that were gambling. And I'm like, oh, Are you here to multiply your congregation's money? Does your congregation know how much faith that you have? That you trust a dog instead of God? Oh, I hope that nose and tail win for you. And then, like, they leave. They would get so guilted and leave. And my general manager is like, you can't do that. I'm like, I'm a preacher. And I'm seeing other preachers gambling money that the congregation just collected in like an hour ago. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to guilt them out of it. He's like, you're costing us thousands of dollars. And I'm like, I think the ditzy girl was God appointed to be in this place to call out the pastors that are taking the congregation money and betting on the nose of a dog.
Wow. So Mark, how about do you see pastors or religious people coming in to gamble, or is that kind of? I guess you see it all, but
never.
Never.
No. Yeah. No, we see everything but that. That's one thing we have not seen.
That's in the Bible Belt. The Bible Belt is the area of the country that knows how to sin spectacularly. They're the ones who shine their hypocrisy the most beautifully.
This is true.
And unashamedly.
And so, honey, what about? Just curious. Just what about the people around you in that place in which you live? Are they able to? You seem to be talking pretty freely, and you're not waking anybody up.
Oh, because I'm not there. I'm staying overnight at a friend's house because they had like an inspection and maintenance and stuff that they were doing. So I'm outside, and the air quality is good. And yeah, my friends are cool. They're in the house sleeping, and I'm out on the back patio just chilling with you guys.
Wonderful. So we do need to take advantage of that and give you your opportunity to talk. And so when it comes to
I have to say, mega churches also are really good at sitting, and but they're pretty hypocritical about it.
They're horrific.
But the Bible Belt, no shame in their game.
Oh, I mean, why would there be? They're just...
I've seen it firsthand. They're ruthless.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
I mean, they'll lynch you for being the wrong race. They'll lynch you for being the wrong...
Well, not anymore. They don't do that anymore.
Sexual orientation and...
no, let's still do that, though.
No, I did come across people who were killed for being the wrong race.
You come across people who were killed, meaning that you came along and they were hanging over your head on a tree branch or something? What do you mean by you just came?
Found them in a gutter.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Found them in a gutter.
This was in Louisiana?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Covington, yeah.
Isn't Louisiana overwhelmingly majority black?
I don't know. Oh, what was really weird is when I lived in Picayune, and there was a KKK march and barbecue.
March and barbecue. What is a KKK barbecue like?
Okay, well, what is really mind-blowing was there were black people marching with the KKK.
Good. Okay, tell us the story behind this.
There were some that were marching against, but there were some that were marching with. And even attended the barbecue.
Yeah, well, of course that's stereotypical, isn't it? The blacks wouldn't say no to that, but
to this day, it still boggles my mind that I mean, there was a photo in the Times-Picayune where there was
wait, what was members. Why the cooperation here? Can you explain that first?
Still to this day, I do not know or understand.
Okay. Okay.
I-
Go on. Then
I
back.
mean-
Well, I can tell you why.
While he chews, of course. While he chews.
Well, I'm eating
It's
some
the barbecue.
macaroni
He's
and
got the
Okay.
KKK
No,
barbecue.
we're-
He's
we're-
chewing on.
You know what? The explanation why is probably best explained off air.
cheese. No, the explanation why is because the KKK is not about hating races anymore. It's about fixing the world to these people.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
For the sake
This
of
is like-
ratings and
Do
allowing the...
it's like you have the white sheets in your closet, right? You kind of like there's all these crosses that he's got pre-soaked in kerosene that he lights up on various people's lawns, and this is for their birthdays.
I'm not affiliated with any
His
Jewish,
birthday recently.
organization.
His birthday recently, he blew out all the burning crosses on his cake.
No. I'm not a member of any Jewish fraternal orders or anything like that.
Oh my god.
Hey, Mark, do you have any interesting stories you'd like to share? Or Andre, how about you?
She's trying to save us, keep us out of trouble. I mean, then Mark's gonna, Andre's gonna tell us about his gay following that he found at a neo-Nazi gathering. He's gonna say, I noticed at the last neo-Nazi gathering there were a bunch of gays that were marching with him, waving the rainbow flag, and it just gets better. It's like politics makes strange bedfellows. So tell us about these lavender fascist experiences, Andre, or.
To be honest, I do not know exactly what you mean.
It's a joke. Don't worry. Don't worry, Andre. It's just joking.
Just kidding.
Yeah. Oh my god. So.
Yeah, I mean, gays, they are pretty also fascist. If it goes, if you're not looking good or something like this, they treat you also like fascists treat their victims.
You know what? That is so true. Like in West Hollywood, one of the reasons I loved going there because I'd have to be like, I could really dress up over the top, and you had to have a good fashion game, or else none of the guys would even give you the time of day. And I would get some really great fashion advice. And for a while, I was getting hand-me-down clothes of Jennifer Aniston's because her stylist was, at that time, was a gay man that would hang out in West Hollywood. And he's like, we would get into these really great conversations, but the whole reason that I could talk to any of them was because they approved of my look. I'm like, okay, gentlemen, I got to tell you something. You want to think that you are so gay that that you have nothing in common with straight heterosexual men. But here, let me tell you something. If a woman doesn't look good, a straight man will not look at her either. So there, I'm sorry, but you have a little bit of straight in you, more than you think you do. And they're like, you like to toy with men's heads. I was like, yeah, there, I have that in common with you. So you see, there you go. So.
Well, I mean, gayness, that's a phenomenon. But sometimes I think, do you know the bonobo apes?
Yes.
Yes.
The bonobos.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and sometimes I think gays are a bit like these bonobos.
Yes. I like it. By the way, bonobos are really monkeys as opposed to apes. They're primates, but they're really monkeys, right? Go on.
Yeah, but they have a very good social concept. If they have stress, they have sex with each other, and even mostly the men.
Yeah.
If they're happy, they have sex. If they're stressed, they have sex. If they're sad, they have sex. If they're angry, they have angry sex. Yeah. They are one of the primates but next to humans, that have the most sex.
And I think that's a very modern concept. I mean, Wilhelm Reich, he declared that the most problems in our society, they come out of sexual problems. And
Well, the ancient cultures, sex was prescribed to help people with depression. There's even an instance in the Old Testament where one of the prophets, God told him to go visit the widow woman, and he stayed with her for 2 years. And no one can convince me that they didn't have sex while he was there for 2 years. And once he was cured, he left.
She had to have been banging him. She had to have been.
I'm convinced of it. Because when he first arrived, she was like very respectful, and then the longer he stayed, she was like, "You said this, and you said that, and you promised this, and you promised that." Like, okay, yeah, she's now talking to him like he forgot. He didn't complete the like. So there's this thing called the honey-do list. The honey-do list is the things around the house that need to be fixed. And if the man fixes it's like, honey, please clean out the gutter. Honey, please check the plumbing in the kitchen sink. If he does all that and she's happy, well then there's a different honey-do list. And it's his honey-do list for her.
Yeah, but that's true. Sex is very good against depressions.
The ancients do that.
Yes.
I mean, when they sent me to the lunacy hospital, I masturbated me through these 3 weeks of deepest depressions. And I can tell
openly or privately. I mean, it could have been a form of protest if you just masturbated right in front of them. But I was just.
In lunacy hospitals in Germany, you cannot be privately. Even on the toilet, there are cameras.
Oh my God! So they saw what you were doing. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not forbidden. I mean.
Yes.
And we call them gunners. We call them gunners.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. My gang stalker goes by the name of Gunner, so that makes perfect sense. Yes. So go on.
You know what? That brings a whole new meaning to taking your health into your own hands.
Yes.
And being your own advocate.
Where's my rim shot?
Yes. So while while you were there.
Respect, Andre. Respect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tell us, Andre, more about that experience. That experience is fascinating, of course. How long were you there again?
For 3 weeks.
For about 3 weeks. And this was because your parents turned you in because of, I can't remember what it was talking about.
Because they're stupid. That's why
I don't know. I don't know if they were directly, maybe the idea came from another person in my family, but they were, so to say, the executors. Yeah.
Wow.
Wait, what?
His parents. Yeah, tell her about your parents. Yeah.
Yeah, and they decided, and my wish at that time was only to get out of this Nazi city Rostock, and they said, okay, we have a place for therapy, and they have also could give me a place in the jungle. I would have said, yes, okay, I go to the jungle.
Wait, how did executed get into that? How did the word executed get into any of the scenario?
Yeah, it is. If you are, it was how do you say, an experimental station more than a lunacy hospital, and they made, of course, we have here the big pharma industry next door, and they force you to take their pharmacies, and my parents sent me there, and they could see that I had not a big alcohol problem or a drug problem, and I mean you see it on the blood test, and they forced me every morning to take their pills, and I refused because I knew that it would make everything worse, and then they sit around. You go in the morning in their room, then you see 10, maybe sometimes 15 physicians, and they all hammer to your head that you should take those pills. And okay, I was not. I had not a criminal register, so they were not able to force me that much. But it's like between a prison and some kind of experimental station.
Oh yes, okay,
Yeah.
that I
And
can
if you
see.
if you look at the building, maybe I will find a picture. You will see what I'm talking about. You just have to see the
But
building.
I
Then you-
was concerned though that maybe they wanted to they had the idea of you should not be alive because you were gay, which happens in some countries, but I would not imagine that would happen in Germany.
Yeah, of course. When I remember when they found out that I'm gay, then the theater started at its best, so to say. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
To deprogram you or execute you?
They tried to execute me because I
my
thought,
gosh, my love!
yeah, I mean,
Holy!
they wanted to give me pills which are not on the market, which are some kind of experimental state. And I said to them, yeah, sorry, but I am a medicine student. I was at that time a medicine student, so I was a colleague. That beside, but I have seen what those pills did to the others. I mean, no one with which I was on the station is alive anymore, and they were young people.
Andre, I'm appreciating you more and more every story you tell. Wow,
But it's true.
You're such a look. I'm saying this not at all to be condescending, because again, I have fought for rights of. And as I was growing up, I was forced to be with men and women, so it actually. The situation resulted in I knew what my preferences in life were. But I also have a deep empathy for those who prefer, same sex. So as a result of what I experienced. So it just makes my mother's heart want to say, I'm so proud of you, my son. I'm just like, and I have quite a few adopteds around the world, especially here in Los Angeles, who are of the gay community. And that's why I'm getting such support from my gay friends in Chicago to, like, once I get there, they're like, we got you, girl, we got you, and back in the day when I was doing street ministry with the West Hollywood and the trans community gave me some drag queens, gave me an honorary drag queen named Diva Chiquita. So on the days that my body is really not cooperating, where I can't get out of bed and stuff, I'm like, Diva Chiquita is really the diva today. So again, y'all pray for her, because I'm about to hurt her. So.
And
Well, I'm sorry that you went through all of that. I'm glad that you survived it.
Yes.
And that you fought hard against it.
How did you get released?
I could release myself because I had no criminal files, so to say.
Okay.
If you have a criminal file or something in your files which is criminal, then they treat you in another way. Then.
Wow.
Oh.
I know in one European country, I'm not going to mention, there was a lady that used to call the shelter in Los Angeles where I was a director. And she called crying. She had been a visitor at that church. It was a mega church. And then she went back to her country. And she would call and she'd say, please, help me. They're trying to kill me. And I said, who's trying to kill you? She said, the government. I turned 75. It's my time to expire. I'm like, what? She goes, yes, when we reach a certain age, We're
Why
put on
won't
the
you?
list.
Why won't you name the nation? I mean, I don't think that I wouldn't worry about
Because
naming.
I don't think they practice it anymore.
Okay.
I haven't checked in a long while.
Okay.
But I gave everybody specific orders. I said, this lady's going to call. She's going to sound crazy. But I don't care where on the facility I am. You find me. You keep her. She racked up such a bill because, she was called. It was a European country. And I checked, and what she said was true at that time. I don't know if they, I don't know if they practice it since, but we even found a way to smuggle her to a country where she could live longer, her days longer, but she'd have to hide. She'd have to hide because they one time she was on the phone with me, and they took a battering ram to her house and said, "This is your day." They said that, and they took her to the hospital. And we found people. I kept calling around until I found people who were able to claim her as an aunt and take responsibility for her. Because the whole thing was, they thought that she was an elderly woman that didn't have relatives. And in truth, she did. She was Black from Africa. And she had lived in this country because she wanted to be in a different climate, experience different things. She did not know she was going to be treated this way. So this family, they were white, but they were like, she's our aunt. And because they claimed her, they took her into their home. And she was not a burden on the government. That's what saved her life.
Mm-hmm.
And that astonished me. But I'm like, well, I read her story, and it was like, okay, that's true. I was like, this is so Logan Run. It was
definitely.
It was horrible. It was horrible. But instead of 30-something, she managed to be 70, 75. But I was like, really? There's places that do that. And also around that time, I did a research about abortion policies around the world, and I found that there were some European countries that, as long as your child didn't go to school yet, you could still infanticide your child or turn them into the government, and the government would decide what to do with the child.
Oh.
And I was like, this can't be real, but it sure was. And I wrote a script for it that HBO wanted to produce, but they were like, where did you get these amazing stories? And I'm like, actually out of logbooks. These are actual legal scenarios. And they're like, oh, well, we can't make the movie, that we can't do this series then.
Why?
I'm like, why? It was because they were actual laws. So therefore it was a documentary and not a sci-fi movie, and they didn't want to get in trouble with international law.
That's so bizarre.
It was very. Andre, can you speak to that?
Yeah. I was just finding out these informations about this institute. By the way, if you look at the photo, you will see how underground bases look like in Germany, so to say. They do not hide them underneath.
So this photo, you entered the photo into the chat room, into the Skype chat, Skype text.
I do.
Yeah.
Okay. Go on.
Andre has now joined Michelle and Ian's underground team.
What is the significance of this medicine before you go back to that topic, or supplement? There's a supplement here. Is this for Michelle's benefit? I believe it was you who entered this, right, Andre?
The CDL?
Yes.
Yes, that was me. Yeah, this is a fantastic cure You can cure nearly everything with it, really. If
Wow.
it's inside, outside, and I have cured things. I still wondering how it worked, but it saved also my life several times.
Wow.
It's cannabis, isn't it?
No, it's a thing where normally the government cleans up the drinking water with. Every water you get from tap is cleared up with this CDL. But if you want to use it as a pharmaceutical product, it's forbidden for some reasons, because it works. It works really perfect, nearly.
Oh, that's why.
No. You take 2 drops in a glass of water, and you will see everything will. You will feel immediately like the sun is shining inside, so to say.
Wow.
And,
that's fun.
So for example, if I can go a bit private, Marcus and me, we were once in a gay sauna.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I lost him somehow because some older gay was catching him.
That's what I
And
figured. Some older gay grabbed him and attempted to rape him, basically. Go on.
This I was somehow I came early enough to prevent this, but this guy had some kind of disease in his genitalia area.
Oh my gosh.
And Marcus got it also. And
Oh, shit! You mean from that single encounter?
Yeah, he just touched him, more or less. They did not
God.
even have sex. Oh. And I guess
are you physically stronger than Marcus? Is he kind of like the bottom man, weaker or something like that? Which is because you were able to prevent this, meaning that you physically intimidated this older man attempting to rape him. You must be the larger.
No. He did not rape him. They just
the attempt. You prevented the attempt.
Yeah.
So you must be physically larger than Marcus himself.
Yeah, that's true.
So Marcus is more like he was easily victimized, and the bigger man grabbed him, was trying to sexually take advantage of him. You came and interrupted that, so you're obviously the larger partner, the man. You're the man of the relationship, and
so to say.
Oh my God! So
the top.
Yeah, and then we had this problem. We did not know how to cure it. If you go to the doctor, they cut it out. Or you get some very hard pharmaceuticals like they use in cancer therapy. Yeah, and it's not even sure. It's not even sure that it is effective. So, and luckily we knew this CDL, and Marcus used it, I guess, for a week or so, and it's gone. I did not know how we should have done it without this CDL.
Wow, impressive.
Wow.
And that's incredible. Yeah. I really appreciate your bringing this to our attention. I'll download this.
So do I.
Yeah.
So do I.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, you get it in every tap water, but to get it as a therapeutic thing, it's forbidden. Mm-hmm. So even me as a Heilpraktiker, if I would say to my patients, hey, you take this, this would help you, I'm on the way to jail.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Wow.
And so you recommend taking this every day or just when you feel sick?
You can take it every day. You can rinse your mouth. It is very good against every disease of your teeth and your mouth.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
How does one find it?
It was luck. I was searching at Amazon for a book, maybe even for a book from Peter Moon, and it was just an advertisement, but not like this as a bottle. It was the book of the Jim Humble, who somehow was the author of this book, and he made it public. But he worked with MMS, and this is a bit hard to handle and has also some side effects, not bad side effects, but maybe you feel not that good and so. And this CDL,
like a healing crisis,
or CDS. CDL is the German name. CDS is the English name.
Okay.
I somehow, I guess Marcus found it out how to produce this CDL out of MMS, and
Right.
then we used this CDL when it was not even that public, and we just dared to use it because we saw no big danger. Because if you look it up in the literature, in the medical literature, it is so dangerous to use, and nobody would say to you that you should use it. And
Wow.
there you see also that what Jordan Maxwell said in his last broadcast, science is nothing more than a religion. There's one priest saying the prayer and everybody's following. There's no science really existing. It's just somehow like a meaning which gets transferred to you. And in medicine, it's like this, that this thing should also make some money.
Right. And so what Carmela was asking was, how does she get it? I take it you can order it by Amazon, through Amazon, apparently. Is that the case?
Yeah,
Okay.
That's the case.
Okay.
You can order it. Because they do not prescribe it or they do not even suggest it as a therapeutic thing. They just sell it, but they do not say you how to use it. But you can buy it. And if you know it how to use, it's not a problem. But you're not allowed in any kind to suggest this to other person in Germany. I don't know how it is in America, but here it's you risk your freedom.
Probably the same.
Okay.
I don't think you would totally risk your freedom, but if you had a license or a business, or like a practice for herbology or naturopath or something like that, that you'd probably be shut down. But I don't think you would be arrested, but you'd probably be shut down. I might be wrong in that, but yeah, I'm going to look into that. Thank you very much for mentioning
Wonderful.
it.
Wonderful. Yes, we deeply appreciate that, Andre, and we thank you for joining us tonight. So, Mark, go on. Anything else you wanted to say, Andre? Oh, you were talking about the underground bases. Yes, tell us a bit about that.
Yeah.
So these underground bases in Germany. Continue with that train of thought, please.
Yeah, this the picture.
Yeah. Yes, Mark. Hold on for a second. What's that, Mark?
Douglas and everybody, I think I'm actually gonna take off, but I do appreciate talking to everyone. Thank you so much for letting me on.
It was good talking and visiting with you again, Mark.
Yes.
And thank you for the mention about the ocean.
Yes, we love you dearly.
Absolutely.
And by all means, get your much-earned rest, and we look forward to speaking to you again, at least for a little bit on Wednesday night. Hopefully you can come on a bit earlier, because I'll try and start the monologue much earlier on Wednesday if I don't get to it tonight. Okay?
Absolutely. God bless everybody. Have a good day.
Yeah,
Take
thank
care.
you.
You too.
And thank you for saying you enjoyed my laugh in the chat, okay? Yes. Appreciate that.
Oh yeah, no, that was dead serious. I mean, that's like, Douglas's laugh isn't contagious. If you don't like Douglas's laugh, you're stupid, man. Come on.
I know, right?
Thank you.
Who doesn't enjoy when another person laughs? I mean,
Exactly. All right, everybody, take care.
Take care. Bye for now.
you too.
Bye.
And yes, go on then. Tell us a bit about these underground bases, Andre.
I don't know if you can call it an underground base, but I have never been to this military base which get described at your show and in the Super Soldier Talk extendedly. But I think in Germany they make it in another way. They do not build them underground, but because German people, they do not care about much what is going on behind closed doors, and they can make it openly in their hospitals. Because if you are in this hospital, you can be sure that nobody will visit you, that nobody is interested in you anymore, and officially you're not existing anymore.
So
because
this is where Germany buries people alive.
Yeah, so to say.
Go on. Oh my God. Go on.
Yeah. And if you see the logo ZI, that's Zentralinstitut für seelische Gesundheit. You see how why I don't like the German language.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, Gesundheit. I like it. It's like Gesundheit. Yeah, it's like a bless you. Yeah.
And if you look at the logo, you see the Z, the I, and if you imagine a bit further, if you see the dot as an O, and if you make the Z in a 90-degree angle, you have an N. Then you have Zion.
Yeah, I see Zion. You're right. I got it. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I see Zion.
Yeah. And this is what is going on there. They, you know, the Illuminati, they had also for Zion.
The Zog.
Yeah, it's their. Yeah, I mean, Zion is another word for sun. We are all heading for the sun, but they have heading for their own sun, and they have concepts. Who has the dignity to live, and who is like they say genetischer Abschaum. That means genetic scum. Yeah.
Yeah, we call them the death panels.
Yeah. And in this case, I was their genetic scum, and they transport those people in those institutes. And if you enter there, you have to subscribe that you will, of course, like you have to subscribe in every hospital contract. But there you sign a contract that they are also allowed to make studies with you.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and you cannot cross it out. Yeah, you cannot say, okay, you cannot say I will accept everything else, but that I will not accept. That's not possible. So, and then they start to use you as a guinea pig. And they try to, I mean, they have big laboratories there. They make their own pharmacies, and they always have to bring new pharmacies on the market. And of course, they must have been tested before. And you can make animal tests, but at some point you have to test it, of course, on humans. And this is what those underground bases are made for.
So these facilities are where you bury people alive and experiment on them. It's and you were here. You were interned in one of these facilities. You were interned in that facility. That facility.
At that very facility, which you see they built there something, you cannot imagine how it grows. Mm-hmm. I mean, I was there 20 years ago. There was just that building that you see. But if you see now what's going on, they expand like wild.
Wow!
It's meanwhile it's 10 times this house.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, and they're getting bigger and bigger, and I don't know why you cannot see it on this picture, but they have the complete ceiling, the complete roof is full with antennas. Full.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's amazing. What do you think those antennas are for?
They're for communications, for sure.
Well, that would be conventional. That would be the conventional. But I was hoping he would come up with something a little more unconventional. I don't know if hoping's the right word for it, but
they use those satellites so they don't get tapped on the regular phone lines. That's why they do it. That's why they have them at the school across the street from me.
Okay. Okay, and so thank you. What about you, Andre? What would you say all the antennas were for? Same thing or a little bit more?
I guess some of them are normal for the cell phones, but I think some are also to make some ground vibration in these facilities, that the people keep calm. I mean, it's like a jail inside there. I was, I guess, the only one who had not a criminal record. And
really?
Yes, there were only gangsters, drug dealers, whatever.
So these are where they put criminals, and because if they have, as you said, a criminal record, then they essentially don't have the option to leave as you did at all, is what you're saying. So they're truly trapped.
Yeah, I had inside I made a friendship with an Indian guy.
Yeah.
And I guess he was 2 or 3 days lifted in later, and we somehow, got a liaison that we should somehow get out of this thing very fast. But he had a criminal record, and he took those pills they gave him, and he was very long there. For my senses, he was there, I think, 3 or 4 months. I don't know. I would not have survived this
Wow.
so long. But
Wow. Okay, no, that's an important point, because this is what Brooke Gibson said, was that she was only inside of a mental facility for a few days, 3 days approximately, if that, and that she felt that she could not have survived any longer. So, so you're saying that the effect of this environment is so debilitating because of what factors? The drugs they're putting inside you, or just the sheer environment is so depressing? I mean, while you were there, I forgot, did they put you on certain pills? You had to take certain pills?
they wanted me to take the pills, but I did not take them.
So how did you get away with that? How did you get away with not taking them?
Yeah, I had the luck that I was a medicine student at that time, and I have the knowledge, and I could speak with the nurses and the physicians, in a normal way. Mm-hmm. But I think if I would not have gone out after 3 weeks, they would have succeeded, because they really unfair. That's what they do.
So what you're saying is, during the time that you were there, because of your educational background, they might have respected you as a colleague.
Yeah.
To a degree.
In the beginning, but in the end, also not. In the end, I recognized that they want to force me in their experiments, because I was a pretty healthy person. I had not liver disease. I had not HIV or something like this. I was the perfect guinea pig, which could even speak with them on their niveau. And
I would. Yes. Do you think it's that they respected you at first, or do you think it's more that they tolerated or humored you?
Yeah, at first they tolerated it, but at the end, it's only the money they see. And I was worth lots of money for them, because I had a very healthy body, and slight drug experiences, so that I would fit in also to the others. And I have recognized that they try to keep me there.
So my body goes into Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and 10 years after that, I had courses in psychiatry in the same institute, and I always was frightened that somebody would recognize me from the time where I was patient there, so to say.
Oh, wow.
And then I was going through all of this in a white coat, so to say, and incognito, and I saw that they continue this all the time. So it's also prostitution. I mean, they have lots of delinquent youth, which nobody cares about.
Wow.
And I think there's a big child trafficking going on.
I have counseled and helped people who have been mental institutionalized, and were prostituted and sold while they were there for treatment, whether they were adults or youth. And we found ways to get them out. I tell you what, it was some of the hardest extractions ever. It's easier to get somebody out of an orphanage that should not be there than it is a mental institution that should not be there. Or even if they are there, they should be there, but now they went from treatment into being abused. And honestly, it's because some of these institutions, that's how they pay the wages. That if they don't get grants, or they don't get endowments, They have no problem, earning the, they're just earning, quote unquote, earning money some way, somehow.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah, I mean,
they say that the patients must earn their keep.
No, I mean they see you as a genetic debris. They do not see you as a person. They see you as a guinea pig. You see it in the way they look at you. They have their glasses. They try to be polite, but in the background they see you as a genetic scum.
Yeah.
Because you have done.
Did you encounter? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Andre.
Yeah. No.
But did you encounter any organ harvesting or selling during that situation too? Because I've encountered that.
I encountered that also, but not in that institute. I encountered that in the University of Mannheim, which is not far away from that building. But this ZI, it is not officially connected to the university. It's a private institute, and in the university, everybody says that they do not belong to the university.
Yeah, it must be. They must have that bad of a reputation.
Yeah.
So.
But by the way, I want our friend Ian West to know I've downloaded your latest image that you were kind enough to share with us in the Skype text. Did you draw these pictures, or did you get them from some other slideshow? I mean, the one in the center, obviously, I gave you, but I mean, the other two.
No, those are from survivors from like Dolce and shit. But they were asked to draw a map out of the facilities and shit, and that's what they draw.
So I want everyone to know that the illustration that I'm discussing is on the thumbnail of the 12-hour interview that I held with Milko and Simeon, or Milkman and the Monkey. And all apologies to all other Bulgarians on Earth. These people have nothing to do with the other 4 million Bulgarians. These people are just Bulgarian bozos unto themselves. By the way, did you ever hear my interview with those Bulgarians, Andre? The 12-hour interview?
If I have heard it? Oh, sorry.
Oh, just wondering if you ever heard it. It's 11 hours, really.
No.
It's on my channel. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
But it has this illustration. If you take a look at the illustration that was entered by Ian, that's the illustration that's in the thumbnail, the one in the center. And as well as the swastika, the Hakenkreuz in the heavens, the swastika in the skies on the other half of it. This illustration is something I provided Ian that I got from old Department of Defense records. And so this is something that he has now taken and placed juxtaposed next to illustrations from Dulce survivors. And the similarities speak for themselves. And I'm impressed. So, Ian, I want to thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, you redeem yourselves in many ways.
Yeah, it's ironic, that these people are saying this shit, and you found this years and years and years and years ago. So
thank you so much. And so with that, Andre and Michelle, please continue. Did you have any other areas you wanted to probe with this? You were asking him about the organ transplants, and he mentioned what he saw in Mannheim, yes? If there's any other areas the two of you wish to explore, please go ahead for the next few minutes. Then I'll probably dive into monologue, out of obligation. And thank, of course, this wonderful individual in Australia who contributed $100, a great way to start the month. Of course, if you need to ask for any money, Michelle, feel free to do so. Tell people what they can, where they can go to help you. And of course, Michelle Carmela Saldana has an immunodeficiency, which results in some fairly serious inflammations. And she's doing her best to deal with these challenges, and just glad you're kind of out of that environment where you can speak more freely. So I don't want to end too early. I want to take advantage of your time that you have with your friend to speak with us like this. And you and Andre are exploring some important areas. So please continue to explore these areas over the next few minutes at least.
Thank you. Yeah, because this is a rare moment to have this time. So, again, hopefully in Chicago, I'll have more times like this. But for the next month or so, my time will be restricted again.
So take advantage of it and speak tonight. Yeah, go ahead, speak as long as you want.
Thank you, Douglas. So, Andre, one of the symptoms of my condition is a serious symptom, which could be considered a condition all of itself, is that my body goes into anaphylactic shock. And so I've had times over the years, instances over the years, I've already given examples of I've had more than 30 near-death experiences, well documented, which is ridiculous, but even to say, that even sounds sci-fi to say. Yet, what I would like to address is instances where I was in Kentucky. I was at a hospital in Kentucky and woke up from a coma to being raped.
Whoa! I'm sorry. You came out of the coma to find somebody raping you.
Raping me, yeah.
That raping really me. Fucking sucks. That talk about a bad day. What was it like? I mean, what is this like?
You know what is also bad is I'm actually allergic to sex, and it's not sex itself, but it's if a man eats something that I'm allergic to. And it's in his semen or saliva, my body will react to it.
So what would happen if you had sex with Ian West?
Okay, please. No offense, Ian, but still, guys, thank you. I'm back on topic.
Yeah, like I've got time. Come on, seriously.
I'm back on topic. So, but recently here in LA, a few years back, I had a doctor that told me that I outlived my expiration date. His very words.
Wow.
And I'm like,
talk about
expiration
heartwarming.
date?
You know, thanks for the heart-to-heart, doctor. Thanks. I mean, that's like...
I held up my foot and I was like, I'm not a Mattel Barbie. Thank you. There is no stamp on my foot. He had a directive that he placed on my... He goes, I have a termination bed for you in the ICU anytime you're ready.
Wow. Man, he's so thoughtful.
Put you out of your misery.
He's so thoughtful. Did he really? We could put you out of your...
Yes.
Is this true?
He hammered hard on it. I was there for 3 days. Usually I could tell a doctor, you're not allowed to cross my threshold. Get the fuck out of my room. And they will leave the room. This man was a demon in flesh. If I got mad, if I got sad, if I got despondent, no matter what, he was there. He's like, are you signing yet? Are you going to sign? He at one point, there was a phlebotomist that she was trying to get some blood samples from me while he was there, taunting me with the paperwork. And I told her, I said, can you not do this while he's talking to me? Because I was so angry. My muscles were tensing up, and I knew that the needle was going to snap from my, and she goes, you're right. And she took the syringe and the needle out because I was so, my grasp, and I was shaking. She started shaking. And I was like, that's all I need is a needle, part of a needle to get stuck in my vein. And I said, do you hear what she's saying? And she goes, And I ended up checking myself out.
Wow. But by the way, just as an aside,
I wasn't ready to leave. I was still in the middle. It was like
you're still sick. Yeah, you still feel like shit. Yeah, go on.
I was still in the middle of an anaphylactic reaction. And I had already been transported from one hospital to that hospital because the other hospital I had an enlarged kidney. I was having an allergic reaction to my cycle.
Well.
And that first hospital was like, your kidney's gonna rupture. We need to remove your kidney. I was like, no, this happens every menstrual cycle. Just give me some Benadryl, let me sleep, it'll wear off. And he's like, no, we scheduled the surgery. And I said, you are not going to take my kidney. This happens every cycle. My body turns against itself. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I was so worried that they were going to take my kidney. At the last minute, that morning, the doctor came in and he looked, he was Hispanic, and he was a dark Hispanic, and he looked gray and green and sickly. I said, you're not operating on me looking that bad. And he goes, no, not going to. Because let me tell you what happened. There was a being at the end of my bed, and my wife saw it. It woke us up and said, if you harm a hair on Michelle, you will die. We will see to it. I'm like, what? And he goes, I think it was an angel. I hope it was an angel, but my wife saw it too. Because if it wasn't an angel, then that means that you know some pretty powerful people, and they broke in my house and threatened my life. He goes, so I decided to get on my computer and get into your medical files and look up your case. So we're not gonna operate on you, but I have a problem because I already billed Medicare, and I'm on the verge of going to jail for medical fraud. I don't know what to do. I said, okay, so, well, the miracle for me has been accomplished. Now we need a miracle for you. Should we pray? He goes, yeah, we got to. Something has to give. So at the last minute, that when the surgery was supposed to happen, instead of wheeling me down to surgery, the nurse came in and said, you're going to a different hospital. I said, oh. She goes, your insurance has decided to turn down the surgery, so you're going to a different hospital for a second opinion. So the doctor comes in and he goes, oh my God, who do you know that gets things done? Holy, okay, well, good luck to you. I'm like, yeah, you too. So I'm sent to a different hospital. But this doctor's telling me now, you need to die.
Jesus.
Here's your directive. Here's the paperwork. We have a room upstairs. Very comfortable. You die today.
Incredible. Outrageous.
Like, this went on for 3 days. On the 4th day, I'm like, get me out of here. Get me out of here. If I'm going to die, I'm going to die at home. I cried for hours. I kept crying until my friends came to pick me up. And so they said, it was a Catholic charities. It was a Catholic hospital run by the nuns came to visit. And she goes, are you okay? I said, no. This doctor keeps telling me that I need to die. He's been telling me that for the past 3 days. And she goes, oh, we know him. Yeah, everybody's been trying to get rid of him and nobody can.
Wow.
And I told that doctor, I said, I'll die when you die. Because I'm pretty sure that you're a demon with in a bodysuit. Because remember the last time I said that I have encountered demons in a meat suit, and I tell you what, I told him that he was a demon in a bodysuit or a meat suit. He fell down. He took 3 steps backwards and fell down. And I said, oh, you have to be, you You must be. Because if you fell down, I called you out. I'm pretty sure I called you out. And all the while, I'm being wheeled down the hallway, and I'm like, you motherfucker, I'm still here. I called you out. I called you out, didn't you? I was like crazy lunatic leaving that hospital. Because I'm like, I know you, demon. I know you. You're not going to be here long. I know you, you stupid idiot. And my friend is going, he's down the hall. He can't hear you anymore. I'm like, his spirit can still hear me. I know his spirit can still hear me. He's like, I can hear you. If he can't, I can. And could you just not be crazy? Like, he's been trying to kill me for days. And I didn't trust what was going in my IV. I didn't trust what was in the inhaler. I kept crying because I'm like, every bit of medicine, is this the death wish that he has for me?
Well,
And that was here in the United States.
no, this is everywhere, and it's not seldom. It's not seldom.
No, it's not. It's it even just recently, I was at a hospital that, at UC Irving, I told you all the diagnosis that they gave me, the cancer and everything. But while they were giving me my diagnosis over the hours, they were also doing an allergy test. I thought they were testing me for general anesthesia. Instead, they gave me a flu shot. I don't know what the shot is. I'm not against vaccinations, but I'm very for tailorized medicine. But I don't know the company. I don't know what was in it. She said the next time I come, they were going to test me for the COVID shot and give it me in these small increments. I like how they did it. And the great care that they took.
Great. That's
but
wonderful.
I should have been able to say whether I wanted that flu shot or not.
Okay.
That's like rape, Michelle. That's just like rape.
I was experimented upon.
While he's
in order
chewing.
for me to get my diagnosis, the trade-off, and this is a rare disease research hospital. But here I had to be experimented upon so I could get the diagnosis from the 3 or 4 months past. The consultation passed, and the questions that I had, and the tests they ran back then. I should have been able to have more say. And then she's like, well, until we can test you for the general anesthesia, well, there's the COVID test, and we could always test you for foods that you want to know whether you can eat or ingest. It was already $1,000 for me to be there for 3 days. And I don't have $1,000 for every time, to go every 3 or 4 months. I don't have an extra $4,000 to be experimented upon.
Yeah, they earn lots of money. They earn lots of money with that.
Yeah, so they're going to get money for me paying for the privilege, as well as billing the insurance, and then whatever grants or whatever they get on top of that.
Oh, exactly.
So I just said no to it. Plus, what she had told me, this was the part that caused me I actually went into a mental breakdown I just started coming out of it and recovering. I went into a full-blown fits of rage for days, and then deep depression that I'm just the past several weeks just now pulling out of, because I was dating somebody at the time, and he said, you should be taken care of, and I want to take care of you. I'll give up a year. He's an actor and producer. He's like, I'll take a break from it all for a year so we can focus on you. I said no, because that's jobs. That's for every day that you're not working and production is shut down. That's other people losing jobs. So in good standing, I would feel too guilty. Plus, you love acting, and you would feel guilty, and I'm pretty sure that would interfere in having a good relationship with each other. So I'm going to go through this no matter what. He goes, well, no matter where I live. And he goes, well, can you at least, here's a list of questions for the doctor. Ask her if there's some kind of protocol that we could follow so I could help you more. And maybe there is a way that we could do this, live together and take care of you, as well as have intimacy, because he was afraid to even touch me until he told me he kept a notebook of what he did that week and what he ate from the time that he saw me to the last. He kept a journal and would either read the journal to me or have me read the journal before he would even give me a hug and a kiss. Hello. He actually took that kind of care for me. He even spent a week acting, putting himself in my shoes about the grocery store, what it would be like to go shopping or cooking, to see what kind of foods I ate. And I never had anybody go those lengths before to try to understand me like that.
Go on.
And so he did. So I took his list of questions to the doctor back August of last year. Mm-hmm. And she said, I'll have a good think about this. I said, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm sure he will too. So in January, she tells me, it's impossible for you to have a real relationship and be a human being because you're putting them in legal jeopardy. If they eat the wrong food, if they just slip and eat the wrong food, and you go into anaphylaxis or have to go to the hospital or ER, they know about your health condition. That's a legal liability to them. They have committed assault, or at least they will be suspected or accused of. She goes, I don't even recommend you speed dating or have any romance in your life because it's just a jeopardy.
Wow.
And I knew that. I even told him this because it had been 13 years since I had been with anybody. I was engaged and was in the ER, had to break up the engagement because I nearly died because he had shrimp 2 or 3 days before we got together for our date. And we were kissing, and while we were kissing, I'm dying. And he had to rush me to the ER, and I got saved just in time.
Wow. By the way, Ian West said, did this chick have tits that said this? Among other comments you might want to review in the text box.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So, anyway, I was really angry at that. And it was that part of being human that I am still pissed out about, with this situation. But I'm also just, was disappointed. I mean, I'm thankful for USC, but at the same time, I'm thankful for that opportunity. and had the opportunity to explore it. But at the same time, I'm disappointed that they experimented on me without my permission.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty outrageous.
Basically.
Yeah.
And you can be glad that you have found it out. Mostly those people never find out what happened to them.
Yes.
Oh, isn't that the truth too? That's so scary.
I did not. I would not know what they did to me when I was on the surgeon table. I don't know.
Tell us what was going on with that.
This, you were on the surgery table?
Yes. Tell us what was happening with this.
Yeah, it was a normal operation.
Uh-huh.
Because I took a job in a paper factory,
uh-huh.
and that was hard work. And after that, I had some prolapse, and this normally you have to operate, and I decided to let it do in Munich in a private clinic. I don't know. There were myself. I got nothing abnormal experiences, but on the behavior of the nurses and the doctors, there was something not normal. There was something, and I don't know what.
Oh, geez, that's unnerving.
Yeah.
That's unnerving just to hear it. I could imagine it would be how much more unnerving it would be to experience seeing people,
Yeah, and it was
behaving like that.
Yeah, I was coming back to my room after the surgery, and then I woke up, and then there were two nurses, and they were looking. I mean, if you are in this clinic Betrieb, we say in German, you know how to interpret the looks and the situations. And they looked at me not in a grateful manner, and I asked them, has something happened during the surgery? And then they both got big eyes, and then they said in the German friendly manner, "Oh, Sie meinen, weil wir jetzt schon zu zweit hier sind?" They meant I'm asking because there are two nurses. Normally there's only one nurse. And then I recognized something was going on in the operation, and maybe they were not even expecting me to wake up again. I don't know. But there was something not right, but I will never find out.
Wow. That's incredible. Thank you for sharing that with us.
I at one time was given morphine, which it says in my medical records I'm allergic to morphine.
Mm-hmm.
And they gave me morphine, and then I had also complained of nausea, and I asked for a soda and some saltines to calm my stomach, and they gave me Coptazine. And Coptazine is a psychotic or antipsychotic.
Cool.
And when you don't need it, it induces wild hallucinations.
Whoa! Lucky you.
And it induced in me, between the morphine and the Coptazine, it induced in me a heart attack and stroke.
Oh, that's stupid.
I have a friend that is with Doctors Without Borders and Mercy Ships, as well as there were 4 other medical professionals that I know, all of us within the anti-trafficking, I hate that word, the child's rights movement. Anti-trafficking is a label from the UN. Anyway, or human trafficking is a label from the UN. So anyway, for the children's rights advocates, that all of them, all 4 or 5 of them told me this was an attempt on your life. And at that time, I had a radio program. I lived here in California, but I started off in Pennsylvania while the radio program, and then I moved to LA, but I still did the program up in Canada that talked about CPS and family court, it's linked with child sex abuse and child sex rings, as well as other types of abuses and economic abuses. And it's where my expressive aphasia came from that I've never fully recovered from.
Mm-hmm.
But I was 6 months that I could not string sentences together or words together for sentences.
Mm-hmm. Wow. And that's terrifying.
Only 5 months.
By the way, were you given any kind of rehabilitation in that sense?
No.
Okay.
If it weren't for my one friend,
Mm-hmm.
who has experience as a linguist,
Mm-hmm.
and has known me well and knows my thought process,
Mm-hmm.
and my experience over the years with anaphylaxis that has affects my cognitive and other abilities from time to time, and me doing rehab for that, I would not be able to speak clearly the way that I do, because for 5 months I was only talking in 3-word sentences.
Wow.
And then miraculously one day, after 5 months, it was a little bit more, and that I was to the point where I was able to string 10, 12 words and other thought and flow one thought into the next. And then I had another setback when I got bit by that damn flea when I went back to work with the homeless on Skid Row. And
well, don't ever do that again.
no, I haven't been back there since, Douglas. And
good.
I did consider it, and then all I would think about was the flea.
Good.
And there's no doing that. There's no going back to that.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas, for your concern. But I did do a research project for it that I still have to type everything out. But anyway, it's another thing I wanted to bring up, Andre, is, do you remember in the 90s, I don't know how old you are, but Douglas and Ian, maybe you remember this. Do you remember in the 90s in Yugoslavia and Czechoslovakia, our Congress wanted to go to war because they heard about orphanages being used for harvesting of organs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're talking about you're not talking about the Iraqi thing. You're talking about something else, right?
Yeah, this happened in Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, where
I remember that.
Orphans, and it wasn't full parts. It was like one kidney or one eye, or kids were being adopted.
And what year was this again?
In the 90s.
Okay, I was over in Eastern Europe, so I couldn't hear of it. So that's incredible to me.
Kids were being adopted by mostly Italians and Spanish, with the intent of they were testing these kids for their blood type, and if they had similar blood type, the kids were being adopted and they were taken into the family
to be harvested.
The whole incident was, if these people were very sickly and they were wealthy, it was cheaper to adopt these kids, and then when the time came, they would use the organs of these kids.
Yeah.
And I actually happened to know the girl that brought that. She testified to Congress. And I met with her and counseled her for a time, and when I lived in Alabama, and she moved to Wisconsin and got married, and then she was fine at first until she had her own children. And when her children got to a certain age, around the time when she was a child in the orphanage, she started having flashbacks. So she went for a few years where she was okay, or at least tentatively okay. And then when she became a mother and her children became a certain age, she went mental.
Jesus.
Her husband had to divorce her and take custody of the kids, and she went into a state of a raving lunatic because of the trauma that she endured.
Well.
And there was times where, the people would take the kids for a time or take them on quote unquote vacations, that interview vacations, and the kids would come back with one eye.
Oh!
Or the kids would come back with sore stitches where one of the kidneys was taken. Or there was a skin graft done. It was horrific situation. That's how I learned about organ harvesting. It was from her. And it's like the human trafficking or the sex or the slavery, the international human slavery, and it's linked to illegal animal trade was when I worked at the Chinese restaurant. And but from her I learned that these were protected under trade agreements, international trade agreements.
Incredible.
And how they were legitimized, or they were hidden in these agreements. Or now we have over the years where these crimes are hidden in the international trafficking in persons report. It's supposed to give reports of what every country is doing to stop slavery, and if the country isn't doing enough, then it's penalized. So the United States is the one that puts out the report and penalizes the other countries, especially the poorer countries. Well, the problem with that is United States is the number one procurer of children and other sex crimes. So they're punishing, like they say in this report, Indonesia is not doing enough to fight the crimes against children. And United States and the UN issue some kind of embargo or sanction or some kind of punishment on Indonesia. Well, it is the abuser punishing the victim for being a victim.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, you have to know every surgeon or every operation room in the hospital is like some kind of military base, because they are all isolated. You cannot enter just like this, and you will never see what's going on in those operation rooms.
You bring up military base. I was born on a military base that ran. It was a state-of-art medical center in Taiwan, and it turns out that my health condition with the mastocytosis and the systemic mastocytosis and the cancer of the immune system stems from, in the 8th month, but somebody stuck up my mother some kind of chemical or some kind of medication or something that induced labor.
Mm-hmm.
And she and I were both fine up to that time.
Mm-hmm.
But for no reason at all, labor was induced. And I was born the only female during that month on that military base. Of the other babies born, I was the only female baby born. And my first days of medical care were on the military base. And since 2008, I had a notion when the doctors first told me that I had an anaphylaxis, I go into anaphylactic shock. That's the only term that they gave me at the time. But they told me what to look up when I got home on the computer. And as I was looking things up, I was like, is there a kill switch in me? I feel like there's a kill switch. Like, if I don't cooperate, do I die?
Wow.
I don't know where that came from. And I said it out loud. And my friend looked at me. She's a biochemist, and she was my herb master. And she goes, do you think somebody poisoned you in your life that is affecting you now? She goes, because you eat healthy. You take care of yourself. There's no reason for you to experience this. I said, this has to be my childhood, or somebody did something to me. She goes, I think it's in your genes, honey. I think somebody did this to you in your genes. And I thought, well, she's a biochemist. She would know. I said, how do I figure this out? She goes, in due time, you'll find it. You'll find it. And I suspected it for a long time. I asked doctors for years, do you think this has to do with my child abuse? Because I had every STD under the sun. And I already had cancer from an STD when I was 18. Is it possible that I had an STD that morphed into something else? And he's like, possibly, but we've never heard of that. And then they just, would shoo it away. But that's something good that came out of January, is I found out, yes, it came out of whatever that incident was that day that induced the labor, as well as my childhood, did result in the condition I had now. Even the doctor said, you must have had a rough childhood, and you were sexually active, weren't you? I said, yeah. She goes, well, as a child? I said, yes. And she goes, this condition you have should not be showing up until another 20 years. So whatever happened to you took 20 years off of your life. So the first thing I did was call my parents and bitch them out.
Good. Oh my God. Yeah.
But so you speak of military bases, Andre.
Yeah.
I do believe that that's what happened to me, and not just then, but for years, because I had these spiritual gifts or abilities that I used, and I used as naturally as breathing, and I still do. Even there's an incident that Douglas and I bonded, because when I was in the Air Force, I encountered Michael Aquino.
Yes.
And I said, I didn't know how he knew about me. And Douglas said, well, he probably learned that you had gifts.
Yes.
But then since that conversation that Douglas and I first had several years ago, the last election with Obama and Trump, Hillary and Trump, I learned who the connection was with me and Aquino.
Who?
And it was a congressman and a senator
Mm-hmm.
that were friends of my family. So it's very likely that he was receiving reports about my upbringing. And this senator is well known in Pennsylvania for among having victims that disappeared, mostly boys.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So there, when you mentioned the military connection of people being mistreated and experimented upon,
Yes.
I can attest to that because I firmly believe that that's what was going on with me.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for sharing that. I mean, that's courageous. And
I mean, that's as far as I could go without losing my mind, because I can, if I had help of somebody knowing that they could help me keep my mind, I would be willing to go into a little bit more depth. But there is a little bit that flashes before me when I talk about even that much, but I don't let it go past that, because, well, you need your mind to live every day.
yes.
So again, Douglas,
Yes, honey.
thank you for the effort that you put in
Oh, bless you,
for
darling. Thank
the
you.
accounts that you. Yeah, I'd rather talk about having sex with talking cadavers than these experiments.
Understood.
You know.
And so people, why don't you give a summation of the sex with talking cadavers for our listeners, if you're willing, now that you brought it up, now that you've broached the topic, you understand, you've piqued their curiosity.
Yeah, necrophilia.
Well, it was involuntary. It was involuntary on your part.
It was part of the ritual abuse that I suffered and endured, and I'm pretty sure it was like a hallucinogen.
Well, it was
situation,
it was
but at the same
hallucinogen
time-
enhanced. It was hallucinogen enhanced, but definitely it happened.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, whether it really happened or not, I mean, it's.
Well, if it's an imprinted memory in your mind, it's the equivalent of having happened anyway.
Yeah.
In your experience, for all intents and
there
purposes.
you go. I mean, it's my reality that I
Yes.
have to live with.
Yes.
That I have this memory.
Yes.
And how anybody else wants to interpret it or extrapolate it or process it, this is my situation.
Yeah, and this is why I found so offensive about Pennywinkle, Penny Bradley on my show, where I would tell her that I may not believe what you're saying myself, because I never said I didn't believe it, but it was obvious. But I was giving her time, more than enough time, to express whatever she wanted, as long as she wanted, and she would go to town, and then she would, you don't believe me, and I'm saying, well, I've always told people you're not lying, you believe what you're saying, so why is it important? Yeah, why is it important that I believe it? It showed.
I believe it until I find out otherwise, whether it's my own story, or it's somebody else's story.
Yes.
And I hold myself accountable to the information that I'm exposed to. Yeah. So if something, I find out that whatever I knew to be true is a false memory, or a different story, or a self-inflicted gaslighting, or it was an implanted memory, it may not have been an actual occurrence, or maybe it was an occurrence that was explained a different way. I mean, there is so many ways to manipulate stories, words, people's minds, beings, anything, that I just know what I have to deal with. I have to deal with it. Nobody, the listener doesn't have to deal with it. The listener could just use it as interesting background noise. And I'd rather somebody use it as interesting background noise than try to make a movie, because this has happened. This is when I get offended. I don't get offended by somebody not believing me. Mm-hmm. I get offended by my relatives telling me, who I know put me through stuff, telling me that never happened. Or just say it never happened and we can help you.
Oh my God.
Or somebody, which has been a mantra among them lately for the past several months. Or Hollywood, or do-gooders, and other nonprofits, not just to me, but any survivor. They're like, oh, give us your story. Give us your story and we'll help other people. And then, oh, well, we did this for you. No, you're nobody's hero. I'm my hero. I'm my hero. I have to live with hell every day.
Yes.
You know, you're not survivor. You not survivor.
Michelle, you give them an inch, they take a mile. I'm telling you.
High five to the wind. High five to the wind. And out the ass. Because, yeah, give me an inch and I'm going to take the mile. And I tell you what, I will take it to the moon and back. Because I have been in the belly of the beast, drop kicked from heaven into the pit of hell, had to work myself up out of the intestines, all through the corpse, from the brain to the tail to the everything, and work my way out, clean myself off, get the stench as off of me as possible, which I find out that even to this day, even if I'm sitting in a chair, somebody could tell that I had some kind of background. Even if I don't say anything, and even if I'm just sitting down, something about my countenance gives away. I had somebody today tell me, I'm just sitting down, not saying a word. And he tells me, he goes, you know what? You're nobody to be messed with. I bet for as sweet as you are, that's as tough as you are, you went through hell, didn't you? I'm like, who in the hell is this stranger who knows how to read me? And I'm like, thank you. That's all I said was thank you. Don't know how you know that. But
it didn't turn out to be the guy who was raping you when you were coming out of the coma, was it?
What's that?
It didn't turn out to be the guy who was raping you when you were coming out of the coma, was it?
Years ago. That was years ago. And thankfully, a nurse saw that. And this was during the time where I didn't have Medicaid or any insurance. And I told the hospital, if you don't want a lawsuit, you are not going to bill me. And yes, I am going to file charges against this guy, which I did. He was criminally charged.
Okay.
And I wasn't the first one he did that to, but I made sure he was the last one. I was the last one.
Right. Wow.
For all of these movies that come out about the topic of slavery, especially in regards to children, it's just to spin the UN story. It's not the real reality. It's a narrative from the UN that the UN perpetrates. Because the real offenders are the governments and these corporations. There's more of that and the organized crime ring that is hidden behind these trade agreements than there is. And then when you find out, if you really investigate these parents or or the loved ones or friends or family that these children know, you find out it's still linked to the institutions, and the institutions are linked to the governments. And that's the reality. And there's more kids, part of these sex rings, in the homes that they grow up in than there is in these orphanages. And these orphanages, like Senator McCain years ago when he was alive, he had Ashton Kutcher testified. He had started the DNA nonprofit with him and Debbie Moore. Well, Debbie Moore was proven to be a predator, but there she was. She had, but it wasn't mainstream knowledge at the time. But people in the circle, people in the know, in the child advocacy world, they knew. But there she was, and her husband, representing their nonprofit that they used as a tax shelter for their own personal gain. And Senator McCain is on the board, and he was also getting paybacks. They're having this congressional hearing in front of the taxpayers to educate the public, as well as to get support from the taxpayers for this horrific crime. Okay, these people who are using this organization as tax shelter, tax breaks, paying themselves on kickbacks. Having this open business meeting, looking like they're doing something for the public. And the orphanages that they were talking about funding were the ones that McCain and Bush seniors set up and were known to be child sex factories.
Wow.
In the circle of we advocates who know. So and you know what? And they're the ones that get the movies made about them. So that's it. Yeah. Even this latest one, he is been
Go on, let me hear this, Michelle. Go on, let me hear this.
He is known to be one of the offenders.
Which guy? Caviezel?
No. I feel sorry for Jim Caviezel. He's been pulled into a scam that he has no idea. It's just a good story.
I hope. Hey, Michelle, I really hope that is. I mean, I hope that's not the situation, but I kind of see that too.
He's former government CIA. He helped put these orphanages in operation.
I think he's MK Ultra.
Yes, but you know what? So was I.
No, I'm talking about. Go ahead. Sorry.
Anybody who is a super soldier, MK Ultra, they owe it to themselves. They have a responsibility to themselves and to humanity to take control, and to God, into existence. Douglas did it. I did it.
Yes.
We took control and responsibility of our minds. We have gone through hell for our integrity. And we're not.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not doubting all that. I'm saying the way he behaves and his mannerism, he kind of shows symptoms of it. You know what I'm saying?
So that is why you do not back him up. That's why you hold him accountable.
I don't.
Well, last week it was. You know how long it took us to get this movie made? Again,
that's what I'm talking about. Caviezel's in.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Caviezel.
That's my point.
Because he's earnest, and he got pulled into this sham.
Dude, I dread to think that,
my heart hurts for him. My heart hurts that he's got pulled in. I dread to think that he's a victim. Because the guy for the head of the our Underground Railroad, OUR. You ask other advocates like myself, other survivor activists, and I even mentioned him to a couple that this movie. I just found about this movie recently, even before last week. So I wish I would have found out about it before. I would have shut it down.
Yeah, I found out about it 5 years ago.
I wish I would have known. I would have shut it down because there's other. I mean, I can't shut down every misguided attempt. Such as that. Yeah, I mean, I mentioned him to other people, and that the movie is going to come out in the next couple days, and they're like, "What? What?" I mean, they were so angry. They were so angry because people know about. I mean, with my experience, know the fraud that he is.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
He's a fraud. He is a fraud. I will go publicly saying that he's a fraud.
And
I will risk the liability, if ever he heard this.
Oh, fuck that. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, they can't sue you.
I tell you what,
they can't sue you for saying something like that. Yeah.
Right, and if he ever tried, it would just be backing me up.
Yes, of course. I mean,
it would just. Because why? Why would he have to defend his good name if his name was that good?
Oh, yes.
And I tell you what, when the people come after me, I'm like, thank you for putting my name out there to people who otherwise would not know about me. And I guarantee you, whatever you accuse me of, I've probably done far, far worse. I know in some situations I've done far, far worse, especially when I was programmed. But every day I work hard on myself, so I will never be programmed again. That's another reason why when somebody comes at me about Douglas, I'm like, Douglas works on Douglas. You work on you.
Thank you.
Everybody has their issues. Yes. And if you are here on this planet, you're not perfect. So therefore, you have issues to work on. Go do it. Go on. Go be crazy by your own self, and let us be crazy by our own selves. Everybody has their own crazy to work through. So there's no pointing fingers.
By the way,
at least I own up to mine.
Yeah, to clarify, Ian West has said something in the text box. He says we are talking about
Tim Ballard.
Thank you. Yes. And
and Tim Ballard is right up there with Aaron Cohen, another pain in the who pretends to rescue when actually he too is a exploiter.
Mm-hmm.
Right up there with Oprah.
Cohen, that's all good. Say no more.
Well, I mean, she's more than welcome to give further details if she wishes.
You've heard of Aaron Cohen, Ian?
Yeah, the last name Cohen. I mean, it says it all right there. There's no,
Oh my God!
Aaron Cohen used to be a roving reporter for CNN. That he would go around the world getting paid by CNN to do these exposés on child slavery. Really, he was paid vacations, and you see him. He was like, the entry point is karaoke bars. At first, the perpetrator books a karaoke session with the young girls, and maybe we'll buy them a Coke or a Pepsi, sing a few songs to them, and then later they're escorted. And you see him. He's having dinner. He's He's singing karaoke with the girls. He's going down the hallway. Cameras get turned off.
Yeah, so he wrote the book. He basically wrote the book on how it's done.
Actually, yes. It was like, yeah. There was a bunch of people in the name of, and then he was like, I coined the phrase human trafficking. I said, well, then you are a, you remarket. You remarket. So you and the UN rebranded the slavery. And there was a time, so the UN wanted to cause division among survivors of the different types of child abuse and sex slavery. And so there was a period of time where people were like, Michelle, you didn't go through anything because it wasn't an actual pimp. You weren't, or Michelle, you didn't go through anything because you were not kidnapped. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, I mean, poor Andre. I'm sorry, Andre. I've been talking so much. Are you even still there?
Yes, of course. I like to listen to you. No problem.
Well, thank you. I could just, you know why the UN had to step in the early 2000s and the late 90s was because we survivors all around the world. I'm still part of this network, an international network of survivors. We were building cases through the legal courts, and we were even reinforcing existing laws, and we were writing new laws to uphold existing laws, to close the loopholes. And we had cases against politicians to the highest degree. We're talking about presidents of countries. We were talking about dignitaries in the UN and EU and these other alliances. We were going after NATO. We were going after the military. We were going after our local. We were going at our local governments. We were going after the Catholic Church. We were going. Around 2011, I was part of the research team that helped bring the Catholic Church to the International Criminal Court, and was the reason why Pope Benedict stepped down and sought sanctuary at the Vatican. That's why, in history, never before did a pope step down in his reign or in his tenure.
I thought you were going to say Israel, but never mind.
Be replaced by another pope. That was one of the first times I think that was the first time that ever happened. And I was part of the research team. I was part of the research team that helped keep what's his name? Jeffers, or from the Mormon Church, put him in jail, and not just that, uncovered an international sex ring between the United States and Canada. Mm-hmm. And they got the girl to testify. The lawyers and the FBI got the girl to testify to keep him in when it looked like he was going to be set free. And there's other high cases that I was part of the research team, and there's a lot of organizations that I have called out publicly, mm-hmm. and including Oprah.
Yeah, who needs to be called out? Yes, come on.
And because people trust me. People trust me with the information, or if I find out the information. Like, there's a lot of mega churches here in Los Angeles that I found out that were part of different organized crime operations, and I called them out. And even the shelter where I was the director, I reported them to the IRS, even when I worked for them. I ran the risk of going to jail, but as part of their staff, but I was willing to do it because they were committing fraud.
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot have survived what I did as a child and then live into my adulthood not holding myself accountable. Otherwise, I would be exploiting, victimizing, abusing, harming, doing what was done to me.
Someone else, right?
Yeah, I would be doing it to somebody else. So if I want to keep my integrity,
yeah, that's quite common.
Yeah, and I mean, I suffer greatly for it. The parent alienation that I've gone through, it is safer for my children not to have access to me or me access to them or communication with them, because it's either safer for their own self, or it's safer for their friends and loved ones, or the fact that they have employees and other people around them. It keeps everybody safe. My adopted family, every time I do something, I outweigh the consequences of how it's going to affect them, because they don't come from this world at all.
Obviously.
They're not survivors who support my work by allowing me to be part of their family and allowing me to be a human being. And even earlier today, something happened, and oh man, I had to work through emotions because I had to keep myself as a human being when I just wanted to go off and be anything but. I mean, it's not a super soldier thing. It's just that people are stupid. People are stupid. People
I know, I say that all the time. All the time I say that.
But my one former intern happened to call me today and says, I have to tell you something. So, and he tells me, I got to talk to people about the training that you teach when you help people reprogram from being super soldiers or out of cults or organized crime, and you call it reminding them to be a human being. And I was like, damn it, I needed to hear that. Well, thank you for first of all, thank you for continuing to spread the word, even though I haven't taught any of those lessons in a long time. But damn, I needed to hear that. Shoot, I can't be this angry right now because, oh, man, I have to. And he goes, "What's the matter?" I said, I have to remind myself to be a human being. I want to do this. And I told him what I wanted to do and who I wanted to do it to and why. And he's like, yeah, none of that will make sense. But if you remain a human being and you go through X, Y, and Z, then you can do this to them. and this will be sweeter instead of what you want to do. This will be better. And I'm like, oh yeah, that would be. He goes, because if you do this now, it's going to make them look bad, but then they'll recuperate. But if you remain a human being and then you're more methodical about it, it'll make you look better, make them look bad, and then they're accountable to you, and they're going to be your puppet. And I'm like, yes, we'll do that. That's a good plan. Like, yes, I'm for that. He's like, because part of it is like killing with kindness. So if I remain kind with this person, eventually they're going to show themselves, and then they have to come to me to reclaim back their reputation in good standing, and now I'll own them. I'm like, yes, I'm glad I taught you well, and thank you for reminding me of my ways. He's like, yeah, well, like you say, not everything about organized crime and the lessons that we learned or the methods used were all bad. It's just how you use them. I said, that's right. That's right.
And Andre has just entered something. So, Andre, what is the significance of this entry?
Yeah, that's a movie, which I.
Oh, that's Richard Burton, isn't it?
Yeah, Richard Bourbon.
Go on, Andre.
Yeah, it's also in my eyes too important to be missed. I love this movie. I don't know how often I watched it with Marcus, and it's always interesting. I always see new things and new aspects. And if you want to have good entertainment with a good French movie, then please watch it.
Thank you.
It's excellent. It's excellent, really. And by its making, it's not Hollywood. Jack Gold was not Hollywood regisseur, and it's a kind of film noir, and it's extremely good, and seldom shown. You will seldom find it. When Videotheken existed, maybe 10 years before, you were only able to find this movie really in the in German we say letzte Ecke. That means it was really hard to get.
Wow.
But now, thanks to the internet, you can watch it, I think, even on YouTube.
Wow. Incredible.
Maybe, yeah.
Incredible. Thank you. So, in terms of what Carmel has been speaking about, Andre, give us a little bit of your thoughts. I want you to exercise a little bit of your voice a bit more. And Ian as well. By all means, Ian, you were saying things about, when she was getting the flu shot, what you would have said, what you would have told the doctors, etc. I mean, any participation you want to interject, Ian.
I don't want to talk over Michelle. Michelle, you get it all out, girl. You go for it.
Yes. He doesn't treat Brooke like this.
I did. I did. Douglas, we've been on the air before.
Yes.
Douglas said, Michelle could talk the wind out of the room, which is true. But once I'm done, I'm done.
What I was saying was that Michelle can burn bandwidth. She can burn bandwidth. Yes. And,
I'm very proud of Michelle. I'm very proud.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, we all are. And,
I love you guys.
Of course.
Like I said earlier, I feel like a princess holding court sometimes when I talk to y'all.
Oh, of course.
I found my PayPal.
Okay.
Oh.
And by all means, do share that unless you want our man to say something first. Andre?
Yeah, I thought about what I told, the manipulation from television. There's one interesting fact. When I was in Amsterdam, I recognized that the whole speech was somehow changed, and in that manner that they had two pronunciations for the R. It was eitherwise like the French say it, or like the Bavarians say it, grr. And now I was in Amsterdam, and I heard that they also took the American R. So, for example, if they, for 10 years ago, they said Mach, and now I heard them all saying Mar. So I thought, what is it that they immediately or pretty fastly speak the American R? And then I searched, and the reason for this was there's a small region in small Holland where the children speak the R like the Americans. And for some reason, they took those children for children's series in television. And since the children in television speak this American R in the Dutch language, everybody now speaks the American R. That's a television phenomenon, and there you can see how they can manipulate us.
Oh my God, disgusting.
Oh.
What is that sound coming from your room? Is that your fans?
Oh, that's me. That's me. Here, I'll go on mute. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. And
I was gonna say that sounds like the 100th monkey effect, to be honest with you. But go on, I'll go on mute.
Well, it's television. You don't need a 100th monkey effect or Rupert Sheldrake's morphogenic fields when you've got TV. So Michelle, you can read that out loud. Your PayPal, by all means.
It's Michelle Saldana, lowercase, at MSALDANA798.
Don't be afraid to repeat that.
Michelle Saldana, all lowercase, at MSALDANA798, and M Saldana is also all lowercase. That's my PayPal.
Okay. Yeah. And okay, it's been so hard for all of us to deal with so many challenges, but I feel that the time we've had with Michelle has been a gift. Some people in the chat room, Vampire Skunk, who I believe is our good friend up in Scotland. He lives up there in the caves with the Sawney Bean cannibal tribe. I think his name is Colin Healy. Yes, man who spent a lot of time in Thailand, no less, says Elizabeth Bathory comes to mind. I guess we were talking about blood bathing. And Christopher Goodwin says, a trauma is a trauma. Great point. So thank you,
yes,
Christopher.
Abuse is abuse. Trauma is a trauma.
Yeah.
Yep.
And by all means, do continue, Michelle. You don't need to wrap it up. Like I said, our time with you is a gift. We might as well take advantage of it. And
thank you.
That way I can really, just deliver my analysis on Wednesday. I've been putting it off for so long. I do keep saying I need to earn my pay, but I will. It's one of these things. Right. Yeah.
Oh, you do, Douglas.
Thank you.
I mean, geez, even if it's a matter of having the panel of guests talking, or you ask, questions and interview, or the conversation you have with Peter, or even if Peter or any of us talk, I mean, that's still you earning your keep, because you're giving all of us a platform, sharing it with us. The information that any one of us gives is, I think, important.
Yes.
Or the fact that we have the opportunity to speak. I know I appreciate it. I'm sure everybody else does.
Bless you.
That in itself is a gift of, an opportunity. So, any way that you are contributing to the well-being of the human family, is earning your keep.
Thank you.
Definitely earning your keep.
Thank you so much.
So, I mean, geez, exploiters don't worry about earning their keep.
Yes. Yes.
They have their entitlement. This is my right that I'm entitled. So therefore, they don't have that concern.
No.
So just, thank you for everything that you do, and that you allow the space for other people to do it as well. Whether you agree with them or not, or, and that's the other nice thing, is that you allow people of different backgrounds, different experiences, different opinions to all have conversation.
Yes.
Very much needed, very underappreciated in these times, but it's vital.
Thank you.
So, well, thank you too for that.
Yes.
So,
and in the time we have remaining, we basically have about an hour left, really, an hour and 15 minutes theoretically, more like basically an hour and a little more than an hour. Let's take advantage of that time to have all of you wonderful people. Basically, a question that I had was, Marcus, your partner, before we go back to Carmela, because I do want to go back to her. But Andre, Marcus, your partner, you say sometimes he's in the office and he can't really listen to me because people hear my laughter and they become self-conscious. May I ask what he does for a living? You said, oh yes, you said you were both involved with some computer work or of something of some sort, yes?
Yeah, Marcus is now in this moment also working in his home office.
Okay.
And he's for the IT.
So you both work out of home? You both work out of home?
We work both from home. I'm now unemployed since 2 months.
Okay.
But yeah, it was very funny. I was doing the hotline for H&M, this fashion brand.
Yeah.
And yeah, people were calling mostly when their parcels did not arrive. And then I had to transfer the money back to them. But most of them, they were not honest. And they got their parcel, but they knew that if you call, that we will give you a refund. And I had your show in the background, and with your first microphone, where the sound is always getting loud and.
Yes, that. Oh God, that awful. Yes, a cheap piece of shit. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and it was difficult to make it in a loudness that the laughter would not be that loud. So but it was a very good help for me because every time the customers were hearing you laughing, I was recognizing if they were calling for real or if they want to betray, because if they were hearing you laughing, they were completely changed.
Interesting. That's incredible.
Wow.
That's
Douglas,
thank you.
Your laughter is miracle worker.
Yes. Yes. It's definitely a litmus test. Yes. So
that's interesting.
Now our man Ian says he has an 8-minute clip on the train derailments. Now I hope that this 8-minute clip on trail derailments doesn't say anything about trans people or other protected populations.
No, not at all. Not
okay.
At all. Like
okay. So let's give it a risk.
All right. Michelle, can you not talk over it, please, this time?
I give no promises.
All right,
play it.
Hit that mute button. Can you
play it? If I need to narrate, I'm going to. Go ahead, play it.
All right, we'll do it for next week. Then we'll say it for next week.
No. You can do it tonight. She'll. You know, she's just kidding. You know that, Ian. She's
live on the wild side.
Yes.
Live on the wild side,
take a risk,
Ian.
Yeah. Let's have you take a risk.
Oh Lord.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it one more time. Hold on.
Okay. It's amazing how we always catch him chewing.
Oh yeah, I mean macaroni and cheese, but here you go. I'll go on mute after.
Okay, so you're worried about me talking over it. How about you not eat over it?
Yes.
Because I'm gonna mute the goddamn
Go on,
mic.
go on.
Oh
go on,
God.
play.
Yes.
Lord have fucking mercy. All right, here it is. All right, hold on. Here you go. Stay there. Hold on. Here. All right, can you guys see it?
Oh, we're supposed to look at it too? I mean, sure.
Well, you don't have to.
We see
I'm
the screen share. We see the screen share. Yeah.
All right, let me know if you can hear it, okay?
Okay.
Here it comes. All right, let me turn it down a little bit. Okay, here it is.
Jesse Zabater, you sent me an amazing article about train derailments, and I would love to get you to talk about that.
Yeah, so the article is from Timothy Charles Homestead. So this one he titled Blood Beneath the Tracks. The mysterious train derailments are map to underground torture chambers. And it says the mysterious train derailments are occurring in areas of the United States where human trafficking corridors, as well as facilities used for military science experiments on children, are being exposed by eyewitnesses and whistleblowers. And yes, it all leads to lowercase gods that demand the sacrifice of children. And he's talking about Moloch and Baal, who are the fallen angels that scripture tells us all the way back, in Genesis, that they would demand sacrifice and blood. He shows again the picture of the facility that I have up, and it says, U.S. court exhibit and U.S. Army evidence escrowed by former Judge Randy Lynn Erickson for Jesse Marie Zaboter. So then it says, under the training centers and in the tunnel systems, there are walls which the system calls ritual walls to Moloch and Baal. These walls contain the handprints of over 200 years of individuals who are involved in the system. When a child is born into the system, turns age 5, they participate in a ritual where they dip their hand in blood and put their handprint on the wall. There is preparation that goes into this ritual before the ritual time. Those preparing the children, called teachers, will take the children into the tunnel system or places where children's handprints are displayed like art in small groups, and they will have the children practice putting their hands on the wall in a way that ensures the full handprint is captured. And then he writes, on May 28, 2023, WMTV Madison, Wisconsin reported several train cars overturned in Baraboo, Wisconsin, near the Devils Lake State Park Sunday evening, according to the Baraboo Police Department. Then he writes, on October 21st, 2021, Jesse Marie Zaboter signed a 27-page affidavit. It's called Jesse regarding the Cathedral of St. Peter in Rockford, Illinois, for the United States District Court, as well as the United States Army.
That's it? I mean, that was... so these two guys, so we're looking... What? Is that Carmela saying shh?
No, my bad. I forgot I was on goddamn mute. I was just stopping right there to say that was the fucking paperwork that I gave you months and months and months ago that the FBI is all bitching, oh, Trump's got some goddamn documents. That's the paperwork, and I gave it to you 3-4 months ago. But that's what she's referring to right there.
Oh, wow. Oh.
And I just got her other one that's 47 fucking pages long. There's even more fucked up shit in there. But here, I'll go on. I forgot which thing.
Honestly, I have it played really low so I can hear her voice, but I'm not listening to it because it will bring up memories.
All right, understood. That's all right, there's only 4 minutes left.
So. Okay, but these two guys, the Goslings, that it's like, are they twin brothers or are they a gay couple?
I have no idea.
Or both? Because they look like twin brothers who fuck each other or something. And they got all these Christmas lights behind them. What's that shit? I mean, like, it's...
I have not. You'll have to ask them. You'll have to ask them. But here, let me finish it. What do y'all think so far? Is it good? I mean, it's everything you guys were talking about.
It's certainly, I see where you get your ideas. It's pretty consistent. It's remarkably consistent. Chillingly so. So go on. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go on mute first. Hold on. Stand by. Yeah. Okay.
That provided in-depth details and the very names of people and world leaders who were operating the largest human harvesting and torture operations in the history of mankind. Zaboter was recently interviewed by the FBI, and Zaboter's affidavit spoke specifically about Baraboo, Wisconsin. And I'll stop there, but you can go to his site, timothycharleshomeseth.com. He does have the full affidavit available to read there.
Wow. So the train derailments are happening over these locations. Is that correct?
Where there are underground facilities or torture chambers, places where children are being moved through.
And now, is this happening because is it like the good guys causing the derailment so they can call in the appropriate agencies, quarantine off the area, send in the Marines, so to speak?
The SOF guys to infiltrate.
Or is it a cover-up? are the bad guys intentionally
That's the
derailing these
question.
trains?
Yeah, I believe that if it is the bad guys, they're leaving a map as to where where all the important places are. If it is the good guys, then they're displaying for the world that where things have been happening and going on.
How many of these, effectively, these are the same thing as the dumps that people are talking about?
Some are connected to DUMS, but you do have some of the training facilities for the system that, are not directly or distinctly connected to the DUMS.
How many of these do you think there are in the continental U.S.?
I would say that there are hundreds. The major ones that I turned in, there were 6 of them.
Really? Can you give the locations of where they are?
Yeah, for some of them. One was in Chicago, Illinois. That was my main training center, and there is that military base was undefined, meaning that it's not going to show up as a military base. That is an underground submarine one. That when they took over that one, people can go back and look, back to, I think it was in the fall of 21, where all of a sudden Chicago had all these manholes covers that were shooting up, and they had water coming through the manhole covers. That was because after the military went through there, because that was a submarine base one, they flooded that, and that's why the water was coming out of the manholes.
That's our man Ian West's specialty right there, is the sparks and water coming out of manholes. Yes.
All right, I'm off mute. But yeah, so that was her little testimony about the trains and shit. And I just think it's great that me and Michelle Carmela, knocked it out, 3 or 4 months ago before they did. So good job, it's certainly all of this is what is with the vapid music in the background. All the while they're talking, they play this vapid music that is like it's so bizarre. It's like, what is the purpose of that? I put it in there to throw the algorithm off, so they wouldn't, like if there was a copyright thing.
Thank you. Oh, they didn't do that then. You did. That's brilliant.
Oh, no, I wrote all that. No, I wrote all those songs.
That's yes. My apologies for my criticism.
No, it's good. No, I was going for that dreary sound, so it's good.
It actually added to the ominousness of it added a sense of portent to what they were saying. So it was, I thought for certain they had done that on purpose. So the fact that you had done that to throw the algorithm off, profoundly appreciated. Bless you. Oh my God, I'm impressed. Yeah.
Are you okay? Are you crying? Oh no.
She's orgasming.
Oh no. I figured the music put her to sleep. No, I'm just kidding.
No. She got all excited.
So my voice last time sounded like phone sex, and now my laugh sounds like an orgasm. Thank you, boys.
You're all over there.
Thank you kindly.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. You don't have very. Thank you that I can impress without great expectations.
Yes, honey, of course.
or having to make great effort, I should say.
Yes. Oh, always. Yes, you grace us with your presence, and that alone already has us impressed, of course. So, so such being said,
Forget princess. I now feel like a goddess. Thank you very much, guys.
Yes, there we are. Diva.
Well, you should feel like a detective after that. So
yes.
Really good.
What's that?
I said you should feel like a detective after that.
Yes.
Oh, I feel like a detective every day.
Yes. So. Yeah. And so thank you again, Ian. And so Andre, did any of that strike any chord with you? Of course, understand I'm readily skeptical to some degree. Of course, there are underground tunnels where children are being shipped through. Of course, I don't think anywhere near the numbers that has been posited by some people, but it certainly happens. And a great example I always bring up is Keith Call, dear friend of mine, who I hope will ultimately be appearing on the show at some point again. He's, of course, going through a lot, looking for new work to replace the job that he's going to have to leave because they can't afford to keep him anymore. They're everybody's downsizing. But Keith Call, of course, is he's an archivist at Wheaton College. At least last time I checked, like I said, they can't afford to keep them because of all the cuts to schools that since COVID, and everybody's realized that many of these colleges are simply cash cows. They're not really going through the ritual anymore of graduation. And but in his case, he has a tendency to visit all these places that are basically supernatural sites or power sites, the ley line centered sites, and he does this even though he recommends other people do not do it, to his credit. But he's a very spiritual individual with much discernment, so he generally comes out of it all right, but I really wish he wouldn't do any of it, because there's times where he could quite easily have died. One of them was when he was in Roswell, and it was, in general, people knew that he had interests in exploration of some of these less conventional areas. And at some point, somebody was told about this, and this military-looking guy in a civilian outfit, but obviously crew cut. He came and asked Keith if he wanted to be taken out where he could see some of these abandoned missile silo sites. And when he drove Keith out in the middle of the desert in New Mexico, big abandoned missile silo site that was he was taken to was wide open to the elements. And that's when he said, that's when the military guy says to him, because he drove him out there in a Jeep, he says, yeah, there's tunnels. By the way, we're looking now, thanks to Ian West, at various spouting manhole covers. And then, of course, the video that got that poor guy in jail.
Arrested, yeah, he got arrested.
Yeah, poor guy. And at any rate, so when the military guy said there's tunnels connecting these missile silos to other missile silos, and that makes perfect sense, so they could underground transport the missiles without exposing them to enemy observation. He says there's tunnels leading all over, basically covering the United States, from missile silo to missile silo, or large parts of the United States. And he says, a lot of them aren't used to transport missiles anymore. And that's when Keith Call says, what are they using the tunnels to transport? And that's when the guy just looked at him straight in the eye, turned around to face him and said, boys. Just that single word. And nothing more was said, and then he drove Keith Call back. And I was telling Keith, God, you could have so easily have been thrown down that open missile silo site, and no one would ever think to look for you. You would never have been found. You could so easily have been killed just like that, like swatting a fly. Anyhow, it is mesmerizing looking at storm water spraying from the Chicago sewer system that our man...
Well, that's what she was just talking about.
Yeah.
At the end of that, she was talking about the Chicago shit, and look, there it is.
Yeah.
I doubt she's that powerful enough to where she's like, all right, I'm going to make it rain and make this water shoot off of the goddamn ground and have some random... You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course I understand what you're saying, but, it's a... So how is this connected with children in the tunnels and war?
Since you weren't listening to her goddamn interview...
I was listening, but, a lot of it... I heard a lot of what you've said in the past, so it has something to do with the train derailments, which, the train derailments have something to do with the sacrifice of children under the ground. You gotta admit, it's kind of a stretch. I mean, so what do these things spraying have to do with that again, theoretically?
Well, what she said was that one of the reports that she turned in her testimony was about this dumb in Chicago that was really a submarine base.
Okay.
So the Alliance fucking flooded out the submarine base, and that's what led to these manholes being popped off the street, and then these just water just shooting out of the streets like so.
Right.
and Brooks' words, where's the proof? Well, here's the fucking proof. So
yeah, it's definitely, we see water shooting out of manholes. Yes. Okay.
Look at that shit going. Goddamn, how do you do that?
Well,
you
to
know?
connect that to a underwater submarine base being blown,
or flooded,
You're
over
flooded.
flooders.
Hey, how do you flood an underwater submarine base? It's full of water.
There are water pipes. There are water pipes in these tunnels that will break, and then they have their water pressure and will shoot the manhole covers or water or even crack. It creates sinkholes, crack sidewalks, crack roads, and create sinkholes. So. You got to be very concrete with the proof.
We quit working. We quit shilling for the enemy. Goddamn.
It's not shilling for the enemy. It's saying dot your I's, cross your T's.
Well, that's cute.
Use the correct punctuation.
And by the way,
mean what you say and say what you mean.
Yeah, and our dear lady used the word crack, and I think crack might have something to do with explaining what that other young lady was saying. You know, I mean, it's you gotta admit there's a certain kind of shared processing that comes with the use of such substances, and maybe that young lady was kind of exposed to that in people when they were torturing her. Isn't she a kind of a product of torture? Wasn't she kind of like, was she the same young lady who was supposed to be the Princess of Darkness or something?
Yeah. She's supposed to be the Queen Witch of the Thousand Points of Light. What's it called? Mothers of Darkness Castle.
Cool.
But she said fuck it and found God and shit, and she's like, no, I don't want to do this, and now she's ratting everybody out.
That's now I gotta take it, Carella, take it.
Good for her.
That's what I said, you know. So anyway, I just think it's awesome that, you know, that she's backing up what me and Carmella are saying.
Yeah, I like the way he includes you, Carmella. It's kind of like, you know, you're included in this. Whether
well, I owe it all to her because I wouldn't have put together the train shit because the news was like, all right, there's a chemical spill. All right, it's a train derailment. Oh, there's an explosion. Oh, there's this and oh, there's that. But the one thing they all have in common is they're all on fucking train tracks. All of them. Every single fucking one of them are on train tracks.
I promise you, Ian, when I put out a theory, I try to debunk my own theory first. I try to think like my skeptics, or even I always remain skeptical of myself also. So, years ago, on Facebook, there was a group of people that had this talk thread going on and it was during the Pizzagate thing, that they didn't believe my story. And they wanted to hire an investigator.
Okay.
And so it came to all my notifications. And so I went on the thread and I saw one question, one criticism and suspicion they had. She changed her name. Why did she change her name? I'm like, it's called getting married. Going from maiden name to married name. So here's my maiden name. Here's my married name. There you go. Now all you have to do is ask me questions. I will answer. I will be glad to answer. They totally ignored me on that. They kept going on about all my aliases. What could my other aliases be? So I'm like, okay, here are my websites. I even gave them links of all my Facebooks, all my websites, everything. They totally ignored it. There I was, spoon feeding them their research. So then they were like, we should hire a private detective. I said, that is awesome idea. I have questions myself. These are my questions that I have. Who wants to go halvesies on a private detective? I will gladly pay for half. They shut down the thread. They blocked me from the group.
Oh, well, predictable.
I'm like, well, that was fun.
Yes. Yeah.
That was pretty ridiculous.
Incredible. It's incredible.
But I have no problem. If a detective, if somebody, like, over the 40 something years that I've been sharing my story, somebody says, and they could give me definitive proof that what I experienced did not happen. But then these other people will go, there's no police report. Okay, how am I going to file a police report when the police were some of the abusers?
Right.
When the judges were some of the abusers, when teachers were some of the abusers, were firemen, these people that you normally go to, parents, other people's parents. Were
generational Satanists. I know.
There was no one I could go to file a police report.
I believe you.
So it's not always so cut and dry. That was the other problem I had with the UN rebranding and marketing and their quote unquote education, or stupid stuff like, if you suspect or encounter somebody who is a victim of human trafficking, ask them, do they have ID? And if they have their own ID, are they allowed to control it? Or do they have a library card? Or do they have a cell phone? Are they allowed to come and go where they please? That tells you nothing. If a person has their own ID, still, big whoop. Maybe the perpetrator carries it for them and holds it hostage, or maybe they're entrusted to use their own ID and get a job. Maybe they are so traumatized or so victimized that they're afraid to go against their perpetrator. So
did someone just yawn? Which one of these gentlemen?
Oh, that was me. That was me.
I've had prostitutes. I've had prostitutes look me in the eye that I know that they were beat up and just thrown on the street, and it's their first hours of working, and they will look me in the face and tell me that they are there because they want to be. Why are they going to tell me that? Because the guy that beat them up, that is forcing them into this situation, is like 5 feet away. So what else are they going to say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Of
course.
They're coerced.
Yeah, they're coerced, but of course they're not going to say that they are. But I know the signs.
No, ma'am.
I know the signs, but I have to play along the game until I can get everybody's trust and get them out. But I have seen do-gooders come up and go, are you sure you want to be here? I don't think so. Sir, you got to let her go. You got to let her go. Come with me, honey. It doesn't work that way. You're going to get her killed or get her relatives killed. So what it works is I negotiate them out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't pay any money, but I'm like, hey, if she works tonight, she's coming with me. You're going to replace her.
Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't want to be here. Better that you get somebody who actually wants to be here. Or I've even had negotiated with pimps saying, hey, you know what? You can get a better clientele if your girls go to VOTEC school or learn to dress nicer. Have you not ever seen a Diary of a Geisha? you can get more money if you teach her fine arts and let her go to college, or actually allow her to be interesting and have a life. You could get better clientele. You could probably move your operations to a whole different area of, this, that, and the other. Maybe you could get on any of these airlines or Carnival cruises and, market a little bit better. They're all for it. They're all for it.
Yes.
I mean, but I've had people accuse me of, oh, she cooperates with the pimps and she pimp. No, I am negotiating more leverage for these girls.
Now, this is an interesting graphic. So, this involves... yes. What are you showing us, Ian? Ian, he's on mute.
I'm just playing the Reich Underground.
The Reich Underground. Is that the title of the video?
Yeah, that's the name of it.
Oh, okay. Is this something available on YouTube that you can provide a link for? Just curious.
Not on YouTube. I had to get this off of like BitChute or something, but I can send it to you.
Sure, that'd be great. Yes, thank you.
I can't translate it all, but I figured since Andre's here, you could be like, oh, that means girls or something, something like that.
Delightful, Andre.
Douglas, I have a question.
Yes, honey.
So Keith Cole, is he the one that used to had the tours to the Western ghost towns?
No. Keith Cole was he was the archivist at Wheaton College, who came on once in a while. We were gifted with his presence, and he was just a very religious, very, very spiritual man who was following me for a long time, has been nothing but supportive, just a wonderful human being, and was with me at some...
I can't remember if I talked with him or not, but I remember on your other show where, years ago when I guested, and one of your supporters,
mm-hmm.
did he do tours to Western ghost towns?
Well, there was this one guy, a sponsor, Ben Astenius, who was taking people on true crime tours in... That's Ben Astenius, yes. True crime tours in, where was he again? Bumfuck, Arizona. He was Phoenix, I guess.
That's why I thought it was Westerns, because I'm thinking Arizona.
Yes.
I'm thinking desert.
Yes. And that's understandable. I mean, you remember Family Guy. They sent him, he came to San Francisco, and then he came back too smart. And so they said, let's send him to the stupidest city in the United States. And they sent him to Phoenix, Arizona. And he, steps off the plane, and people are like punching themselves in the nuts and shit.
I believe it.
And so Ben Astenius hates it there in Phoenix, but that's his, where he works, dealing with landscaping, and so that's how he makes his living. He was trying to ultimately transfer, he wanted to make his living doing true crime tours. But it's my advertising wouldn't help. My outreach is too small. So he just wasn't marketing in the right place. And like I said, it was one of these things that when he tried to get me down there to speak, it was the most, it's just preposterous. It's like he was trying to make certain nothing worked. And the same with the guy who was with him in Arizona, who also lived in Arizona. The baseball player whose name I forget just for the sake of my sanity. Poor bastard. And they seriously sabotaged my getting down there. Like they were trying to prevent my getting down to what they were trying to organize. It was crazy. It was just crazy. One of the most stressful experiences of my life. And I mean, worse than combat. I've been in combat, and the experience was worse down there, along with the experience I had in Australia. I mean, those are two of the worst experiences of my life. It's like, some other violent things, of course, some other violent traumas. Yeah, but yeah, combat doesn't even compare to that shit. And what they said was just so. It's just Lacey. I think the guy's name was Lacey. Robert Lacey, the baseball player, actually had some reputation behind him. I initially felt so touched by his wanting to see me and everything, and certainly my father would have loved him because my father was a baseball fan. But then when I, was confronted with his insanity down there, where I had no sleep because there was no way for me to get down there, and the only way I got down there was this woman named Holly Kaditis Kiefer came up in a car and picked me up and drove me down there. That's finally how I got down there. There was no time for sleep, and then when I'm presenting them with this fact, and then, this Robert Lacey's talking about, this stressful time he had before he was, like, pitching a game that was important and decisive to his career, and he had no sleep the night before, and I'm like thinking, look, you stupid son of a bitch. I didn't say this out loud. There's no point. These people are so stupid. There's no point in communicating with them, or they're so insane, rather. But if you're going to bring somebody down to speak, you're trying to get them as well rested as possible to present. You're trying to.
That's right. You were their guest.
Yes, I'm a guest. I'm not applying for a job.
To empathize with you, or share situations like that, or one up you on.
Yeah.
I could function without sleep. No, you're his guest. He should be accommodating you, your needs, making sure you're well rested, fed, happy,
Thank you.
ready to go on on your terms.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. That's the sane approach to life. Yes. Totally alien to these guys. Yeah. So the whole thing was in its own way set up an ambush. Not in the sense of, they're trying to do anything directly, but in a sense it was, because, then again, nothing was recorded. And it doesn't make any sense, because the fucker had hired people to record and everything. And these people, I don't believe him when he said that they didn't record it. He said, oh yeah, they these are young tech kids. They couldn't fuck up like that. And so our man Ian is showing us, a globe with, what is this globe supposed to be showing us? Cables, of course. These are communications cables. Which
yes, those are all the tunnels that go underneath oceans and shit.
Of course, he would say they're tunnels.
Yeah. Well, they can't tell us that they're tunnels, but so they
Oh my God.
It's about national security. So.
Yes. I believe me, I share frustration with national security. I spoke a bit of the hypocrisy about the hypocrisy behind that tonight. Yeah. Oh, go on, honey. Carmela, you were gonna say something. Or she just hissed.
Nope.
She was.
I thought she was going to say, I've been on that line right there. No, I'm joking.
That's cute.
I'm joking with you.
Yes.
Great salt, powdered sugar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's cute.
One question.
Yes.
These tunnels, which were shown in the video, they are underground of Berlin.
Yes, they are.
So you will find this under Berlin.
Oh yeah, everywhere. Yeah. Germany's riddled with them, and the Netherlands is even fucking more crazier.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
But these tunnels were built by the Germans themselves and the Dutch themselves.
Correct. Yes. Well, they would get that labor and shit to do it. That's what they were. Like the not all the labor camps, but like in Poland and shit, they made that whatever the prisoners dig them all.
Yes. But the Dutch, they're like they're digging them all themselves because they're reclaiming land from the sea.
Well, I don't know what specifics of it, but I've just heard stories about all the prison labor having to dig these tunnels.
Well, yeah. And in the time we have remaining, Andre, tell Carmela about how they tried to kill you in Amsterdam.
Yeah, it was I was riding by bike. I had an appointment at the city for, I guess, my compound, something like this. And I was just riding by bike and wanted to cross the street. It was, it was a big place where they, one day before, they had built up a sculpture. It was a sculpture of something remembrance of the slavery in Holland, something like this. But it was a big statue, and they were, somehow celebrating it. But it was not really a celebration. It was more, like really some satanistic thing. Yeah, and one day later, I again crossed this place, watched the statue. There were lots of flowers, and so. Yeah, and then I waited till the traffic lights were moving green. Then I wanted to cross the street. And it was in the midst of Amsterdam. That means you have only very curved, small streets. That means you cannot really accelerate a car very much because you have too much curves and so on. And when I was in the middle of the street, it were 2 lanes. It was on the Suriname plain. I don't know from where they came. It were 2 black cars. They were very modern, but also not. They looked like not really from this earth. And they were extremely fast. And I don't know how they got that speed. I mean, electric cars, they can be very fast, but I mean, you also have curves, and you cannot accelerate even if you have fast cars.
So tell people the landscape was such that it's very hard to imagine how they built up such speed in such a congested environment. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I decided to stop. Then I hit my brakes, and I stopped in the middle of the street, and then those cars, they did not even brake. They just passed me by, and I was touching the wind of the cars. And
oh, jeez, that would be unnerving.
Yeah, and I had this. Do you know if you are in very dangerous situations, your mind goes out. You see much more. You have a extremely wide reception.
Yeah, you kind of go out of your body and see things almost from a bird's eye view, almost like a drone.
Yeah.
You get like a drone perspective as your as your brain expands to try and survive desperately. Go on.
Yeah, and that I had, and because of that, I had the clear mind. If I would not have stopped, one of those cars had taken me. But because of that, I just stopped in the middle of the street immediately. I survived. Otherwise, one of those cars would have overrun me. No.
Yeah, that's incredible. Now, you said something about this kind of celebration that seemed more like a satanic ceremony the day before at that very area around the statue, I presume. What exactly was going on there that you saw and remember?
Yeah, they were around this big black statue. They had not a celebration face. Their faces were all like, very severe, and it was not really like it if those statues get erected, so to say, and it was strange. And this I only remembered. And when the next day this thing happened, I thought myself, because meanwhile I know about those satanic rituals and how they do it, and I think there's a connection.
Mm-hmm. Incredible. Thank you.
How long ago was that?
Yeah, it was 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
Yeah, that's not that long ago. So you're talking about in the middle of COVID.
Yeah, it was in the middle of COVID, where even nobody would have seen it because nobody was on the streets. And I mean, you can see the statue. You can go to the Suriname plain. It's still there. I saw it.
So this makes the ceremony even more bizarre. So basically, because of COVID, the streets were empty, but people were holding this ceremony in the middle of COVID, in the middle of a lockdown, around the statue.
Oh, this I have not recognized. That's true. Yeah. That made it really. Yeah. Maybe because of that, I just saw it. I don't know. Yeah, it's true.
Well, of course you would see it because it's the only people out there were a bunch of these people. Yeah. That's why and so these people were coming out in the middle of COVID to conduct this strange ceremonial ritual around the statue. Yes. Yeah. Incredible. Well, Amsterdam would definitely be the place where people would be doing that shit. Yeah, that's like tailor built for that shit.
Sometimes I thought Amsterdam is just built to kill people in a very silent manner.
Yeah,
they have places where you can kill people so easily and nobody would see it. And I don't go there anymore with a good feeling.
Interesting.
You know what? You're not the first person who's told me that. Somebody recently also told me that they went there and they had this feeling. They went someplace that was picturesque and they were taking pictures and just out of this really strange experience that they never experienced this before, they heard "Get out, run," and so he didn't see anybody around, and he realized the sound of these words were somehow coming from him. And he took off running, and he tripped and he fell, and he went to get up and he looked, and there out of nowhere were several men like chasing him and saying, we found what we need. We found what we need. And he goes, I slipped into this building. He goes, I just had this feeling like they wanted me to kill me. And I have no idea where that came from. They were looking for me. He goes, I know that they were looking for me because they started going from door to door going, well, where did he go? He goes, these are strange men that, he goes, I had only been there. I just arrived that day. I didn't know anybody there. I'm a tourist. And he goes, so I didn't know these men. Why are they going to see me and yell, we found what we need. Need for what?
Yeah. Need for their sacrifice.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, Michelle. Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, it is. When he told me that, okay, I feel comfortable now telling you the place of the old lady calling me was in Amsterdam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
well,
old
where
lady
else?
that they were.
That makes perfect sense. Yes, okay, that makes perfect sense.
Heavy concentration there.
Yeah, so just so people know, this was the Logan Run investigation that Our Lady Carmela was pursuing. Was the old lady had reached an age where they just said, you know, it's time for you to die. You're taking up space and you're sucking up valuable oxygen. Yeah.
And she lived. The place that she lived was just so quaint and cute. And she called me the one day, and I'm like, oh, I hear a young couple talking, or did your relatives come visit? She goes, no, they're sizing up my house. These are going to be the new occupants. I'm like, what? And she goes, yeah.
I mean, incredible. I mean, it's like
oh my gosh,
that's so frightening. Yeah, I mean, that's just so frightening. I mean, that's really I'm driven to shudder.
I've heard about this before. Well, what was it? Early 2000s. Early 2000s. I was home in my hometown visiting, and one of the churches that supported was supporting me at the time, and they had a guy from Russia, and he was former KGB, and he became a pastor, and so
cool.
It was.
That's a cover. That's a cover.
No, it was true. It was a pretty interesting encounter with him. Yeah, we spoke about feral children and all kinds of stuff. But he told me, he goes, "We're having a problem, and maybe you could help us." I said, "What's that?" He said, "Oh, they're killing." So it was around the time where the new countries were being formed out of Western Russia, and he says, "We're having a problem."
The best way to express that. Sorry, I just have to break in there. The best way to express that is the new republics were being recognized of these nation states that had been occupied by Russia. That's the best way to explain. But go on.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes. Thank you. So he was telling me that he called them pensioners. They're being forced out of their homes, and new people, young couples mainly, were being moved into these. And I said, "Well, where are the elderly going?" He goes, "Into the woods."
Ooh.
I'm like, "What?" He goes,
"It's like out of those old fairy tales where the elder."
Yeah, that's what I told him.
Yeah.
And he said, "Yeah, they're going into the woods to fend for themselves. So we have a population of feral children and now feral elderly."
Oh, Jesus.
And I'm like, "Oh, this is Hansel and Gretel for sure."
Yeah.
And so, I
how do elderly people become feral? I mean, how do elderly people even survive to become feral? It's like
it just means you're living in the wilderness. It's surviving in the wilderness. I mean, and they, after a while, you take on this. Okay, we'll call the elderly. They were hermits and hermitesses, and the children were feral. Okay. But basically, they were all in the same situation.
Were there any cases where they cooperated, where the elderly took in the children to help them or something? It would make sense.
Yeah, they did have some of that situation, but it was resulting in the children being severely abused.
Oh,
so the children were running away.
So it really is like the gingerbread fucking house and shit.
Yeah, it was really very much like Hansel and Gretel.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah. So like,
so Europe is.
So maybe there was some historical background to Hansel and Gretel.
So Europe's just another dark continent. It's just another dark continent full of horrors. Right? I mean, that's kind of the impression we get.
You could find dark continent in continent anywhere in the world.
You are correct, Doug. That is true. That is true. You are correct.
Yeah. Oh my God! Thank you.
You can find it anywhere in the world.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, thank you both of you, and so Andre, what about the other time they tried to kill you? The other attempt. There's been more than one. There's been what? How many? Maybe 3, 4, half a dozen.
I don't know, because I think there happened also intentions to kill me, which I did not even recognize.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, but for example, I was at my lawyer when this thing was with my university, and he thought that I will fool him or something like this. Mm-hmm. And I know that, I don't know. I lived together with a guy who was definitely Illuminati, and my suspicion is that he was also from the Mossad. And I guess they put me in this lawsuit for a reason, and I still don't know till today how I got this lawyer, because he was not even a lawyer for those things. He was a lawyer for building houses and all those things. And I don't know, in the second or in the third meeting, he gave me a water, and it was a hot day. It was very hot. And I drank the water, and 20 minutes later, I felt that I get cold, very cold. And then I said, hey, Mr. Lawyer, why is it getting so cold here? And then he said, oh, should I turn on the heater? And I don't know. I sat there the whole time like in a very strange state.
Wow. Maybe he was giving you a roofie because he wanted to fuck you.
Maybe, I don't know. But, I mean, it's
because he suggested turning on the heater. It's almost like then you get too hot, and then he says, "We'll take off your clothes." But go on. Yes.
Yeah, but in my case, I was getting cold, and no, it's in these Mossad circles they have a special poison, which they love to give people which are not welcome anymore. And the thing is, it does not taste, it does not smell, and it decreases your blood sugar slowly. And if you have the luck even to get to the clinic till they found out what they gave you, you're already dead.
Yeah. Wow.
It was Mossad. Oh, I'm sorry, Andre. Go ahead.
Yeah. And the same thing was when I was with Marcus also once in a gay bar. Then I met some older gay, which I thought he was somehow normal or serious or whatever. He was a chemist. And and then he said, you want to smoke some weed, blah, blah, and I have still something at home. And okay, and then we said, we go for a smoke. And then when we went to his compound, then there was another young guy. I mean, it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the night, and he was coming to us. And somehow he went also with us. And then, okay, we had a talk, we had a smoke, and then he gave me some drink, and he said to me, "Here, drink that. That's good stuff." Yeah, and then, but he looked at me very intense, so that I have to drink it. Yeah, and then I drank it.
Oh shit! Look, that's already a warning sign. Jesus Christ, go on.
Yeah, but I had a few beers, and then your brain does not really differentiate what's going on, or cannot really differentiate. And I don't know, I woke up the next morning, I was pissed. I pissed myself, I pissed the sofa. And I was very glad that Marcus stayed there all the time, and that it did not get that worse that he had to call the ambulance. Mm-hmm. And the guy was making fun of me.
Oh my God.
And he did not even had scruple or something like this. And it seems like he is notorious for that, and nobody cares about it.
It sounds like he's a chronic masturbator to be. It's a classic chronic masturbator behavior. I've heard that a million times. That he just likes touching himself too much, and he gets bored with life. So
No.
I'm just appalled. I mean, I don't understand. How does this person not face any legal repercussions? Did you not press charges? Why wouldn't you?
What? Yeah, what should I tell the police? They're not interested.
Right, yeah, just let him peed on his couch. Maybe that'll teach him to stop drugging innocent people.
What was that, Ian?
No, it's one thing. Police and prostitution goes hand in hand.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And the police is, so to say, the producer for the young male, also female prostitutes, because
very often
they just wait that they can catch you because of whatever, having marijuana in your pocket or whatever.
Marijuana, yes, go on, yeah.
Yeah, and then they try to get you also in a lawsuit, and if you are not from rich parents, then
you're fucked.
You're fucked.
Andre, that it was Mossad that induced the heart attack and stroke on me in 2015.
Why?
When I was in the hospital.
Why would Mossad? Not that I'm defending Mossad, and I'm not saying they didn't do that, but what was their motivation?
Well, we ended up. So my friend with the Doctors Without Borders, and he was able to confirm that that she was Mossad, and I spoke with the doctor, and she firmly expected me to die, and I did, and I told her, I said, I won't press charges to the hospital if you tell me why you did this and who you work for, but if you don't, then I will make I'll make a really big issue for you.
Mm-hmm.
No.
And the reason why was because at that time I had uncovered so the Israeli government and military, the way that they were treating youth, Palestinian youth, and youth that they had accused of crimes, they were harassing them and arresting them for terrorism.
Mm-hmm.
But I had reposted videos of kids going to school and the soldiers terrorizing the kids on the way to school. And when the kids were trying to defend themselves, the soldiers were putting them in back of trucks and arresting them.
Mm-hmm.
And when we did the research to find out what happened to the kids were kept in prison for a time. And when they were released, and we're talking about ages like 9 to 15 to 21, they were released out in the desert to fend for themselves and to find their own way home. But
and of
sometimes
course they would die. Well, that's a death sentence in general. Yeah.
Yes, and I uncovered that, and I was making it public, and I was demanding if the UN was going to do something helpful to humanity and actually be what they claim to be, that they were going to call out Israel for this. Yet at the same time, there was issues with that was also while we were calling out the Catholic Church, and there was Muslim institutions that we were also calling out. So at that time, I had several fatwas against me, and so all of Abraham's children were upset with me.
Wow. Good for you. Ian, this is your cue to tell her how proud you are of her.
Oh, no, I'm very proud. You got to keep these people on their toes, so it's good.
So it should be no shock. It should be no shock or surprise to you, Ian, that even though I'm thankful to you for your help, that I will also do the same to you.
What does that mean?
You need to see this one episode of To Catch a Predator I have, where they catch a projected person. Oh god, he bullshits his way off. It's so bad. It's so pathetic, dude.
What?
He's like, he goes to automatic victim mode. He goes, what? The kid, he told me he was 18. It's so pathetic. It really is. And it's in Miami of all places, which kind of hurt me the most. But anyway.
Wow. I mean, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I'll send you all that clip. I'll send you the clip. It's just you need to hear the guy whine,
And so I mean, obviously that it sounds like it'd be pretty funny, really.
It is. Oh god. Yeah. Oh, dude, I was slapping my knee laughing so hard. It was so goddamn funny. Look, next week I got this other thing I've been doing this research on, And they're like, I was like, telling y'all the Garden of Eden is really fucking Florida and shit.
Yes.
So anyway, I found this guy. He's called a psychic archaeologist. It's fascinating. And he finds these actual portals to the underground in this little town in Florida. Well, he finds them all around the world.
I'm sorry.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
I mean, isn't that something that any of us could do? I'm a psychic archaeologist. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I've never given it a go, so I don't know how good I'd be at it. But I mean, what's the name of the goddamn town? Tarpon Springs, Florida. Yeah, Tarpon Springs, Florida. And he has this thing, and he's like, look, he's like, man, he was like, I was homeless, and I came across this place, and I was, worked a deal out, and we were cleaning up the yard and shit, and I saw this like little. He's like, I saw this little hole in the ground with these like flowers and shit all doing it, and he like digs through the history book and actually finds out it's like the actual entrances to the underground, and he goes into the Greek gods and shit. It's really fascinating.
Thank you for sharing that. It's
and then this Greek god like married some bitch, and then she like makes the flowers and grass and shit grow or something.
Yes.
But anyway, I ripped it. Next week we can play it though. It's so good.
Okay. So long as, of course, there's nothing against trans people.
No. This is before. No, this is way before. No. They go back. They go back to the Garden of Eden on this.
Yes. And so I do want to credit a donation received during the program, $50 United States dollars from Philip Stomp. Stompe in Australia. So my gratitude to this wonderful individual, and just incredible people out there. You're all lovely. We've gotten quite a bit of upvotes tonight. So Michelle Carmela Saldana, you've really impressed a lot of people, and it's important that we give you time to speak because this is so rare for you. You were stuck in that horrible commune where I get this image that you're divided simply like in a hospital just by like curtains and shit from the people next to you who are basically writing down everything you're saying so that they can turn it.
It's just
they write down everything you say so they can turn it into stage plays and shit.
Communes.
Yeah.
I've lived on communes and ashrams in my travels. Yeah.
And so in the few minutes we have remaining, I want to let everyone know I appreciate everything Michelle says, and she's right, of course. I do earn my keep simply by having the show on. I still want to provide a sense of response to some of these trolls who were just saying stupid things that maybe people validly ask who are ignorant or somehow blind to the realities of the world. But that can maybe go on a bit on Wednesday, but mostly, hopefully, Wednesday will be mostly dedicated to monologue. I do want to provide in-depth analysis to much of what's going on.
Yeah, I don't expect that I'll be on Wednesday or many days after that until I get to Chicago. Unless there's a rare opportunity like tonight comes on.
Well, certainly let us know. I'm so glad you let us know tonight. So after you said what you said, and then I tried to call you, it's like you were involved with something else in the home for a few minutes because you didn't come on for a while after that, or.
Yeah, after a while, at that moment I was available, and then other things came up. So.
Okay. And so in terms of wrapping things up, Ian and Andre, both of you gentlemen, say things that you'd like to bring to people's attention before we end the stream, and certainly we'll let Michelle Carmela Saldana have the last word after that.
Okay. Be careful if you go to the Netherlands, because by law you are a potential organ donor.
Yeah, that's very important,
Yeah, and